Hello everyone, and welcome back to KevinAudiobook.tv. I'm so glad you're here to continue our journey through the incredible world of complete martial arts attributes. Together we'll follow Wang Teng as he grows stronger, unlocks extraordinary abilities, faces powerful enemies, and uncovers the countless mysteries hidden throughout the universe. Every chapter brings new challenges, unexpected twists, and exciting battles that make this adventure unforgettable. Whether you've been here since the beginning or you're just joining us today, thank you for being part of this amazing journey. If you're enjoying the series, don't forget to subscribe, leave a like, and share your thoughts in the comments. Your support helps bring more chapters to life. Now sit back, relax, and let's continue the adventure. Enjoy today's chapter, Chapter 1849. Since we're fighting, I will fight all of you. 1. Disband the Constellation Society. The expressions of the members of the Constellation Society changed when they heard Shen Yanfeng's words. They had already developed a sense of belonging to the Constellation Society and had also tasted the benefits. There was no way they would agree to disband the Constellation Society now. Yu Qiqiao Wade and the others stared at Shen Yanfeng and the others coldly. This was their plan. What a good plan. Shen Yanfeng smirked as he looked at their angry faces. He ignored their furious glares completely. The angrier they were, the more satisfied he felt. The Constellation Society had gained too much prominence recently, and the Feng Yun alliance they formed seemed insignificant in comparison. Hardly anyone paid attention to them. Both were newly formed student factions, but the gap was immense. He didn't feel good. This was why they targeted the Constellation Society using dirty tactics. Only by suppressing the Constellation Society to the point where they couldn't lift their heads would the Feng Yun alliance have a chance to thrive. Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun were both ambitious individuals. Although they had indeed borrowed the power of certain forces this time, their ultimate goal was to create their faction. Ultimately, they aimed to make the Feng Yun alliance an unshakable force just like the established factions. Thus, Shen Yanfeng felt a great sense of satisfaction when he saw the Constellation Society getting forced into a tight corner. A hint of triumph flashed past his eyes. However, at this moment, a soft laughter was heard. Why are you laughing? Shen Yanfeng stared at Wang Teng with a frown. Wang Teng was the biggest variable and also the greatest reliance of the Constellation Society. They would only be able to disband the Constellation Society if they dealt with him. However, Wang Teng often proved to be unpredictable, making it difficult for people to figure him out. Thus, when he saw Wang Teng laughing, he felt anxious for some reason. He had a bad feeling. Shi Tianyun felt the same way. He didn't dare to underestimate Wang Teng either. He felt a sense of tension when he saw Wang Teng's expression. Yu Qiqiao and the others looked at Wang Teng in anticipation. How would Wang Teng respond to this difficult situation? I'm laughing at you for overestimating yourselves. Wang Teng looked at Shen Yanfeng and smiled. Suddenly, his expression turned cold and he said, You want me to disband the Constellation Society? Is that your true intention? Tell me, who sent you here? What are you saying? I don't understand. The Constellation Society and our Feng Yun alliance are both freshman factions. There will be a battle sooner or later. It has nothing to do with anything else. Shen Yanfeng squinted and forced himself to remain calm. The Feng Yun alliance? I'm not looking down on you, but it's impossible for you, a mere Feng Yun alliance, to fight with the Constellation Society, Wang Teng said disdainfully. You, Shen Yanfeng was infuriated. He glared at Wang Teng with bloodshot eyes. Wang Teng, as the president, aren't you a bit too arrogant? You seem to look down on the Feng Yun alliance. Shi Tianyun's expression turned cold. Anger burned in his heart. Wang Teng's expression made it clear that he looked down on the Feng Yun alliance. It was infuriating. He had high hopes for the Feng Yun alliance and hoped to use it to fulfill his ambitions. Thus, Wang Teng's disdain for the Feng Yun alliance felt like a direct insult to him. It looks like you're not stupid. That's right, I'm looking down on you. Wang Teng nodded. Shi Tianyun, Wang Teng, Shen Yanfeng gritted his teeth. Even with Shi Tianyun's temperament, he couldn't help but feel his anger boiling inside. However, he managed to suppress his fury and stopped Shan Yanfeng. He addressed Wang Teng. The freshman had formed many new factions. It's okay if you look down on my Fang Yun alliance, but do you also look down on other factions? His words made quite a few people around them uneasy. Just like Shi Tianyun said, many new factions formed by the new students had emerged. After all, many freshmen didn't want to be left behind and saw forming their factions as the best option. However, based on past precedents, most freshman factions would likely end up being absorbed by others. Occasionally, a black horse would appear in one or two cohorts, successfully enduring the challenges and assimilation attempts from the older factions to survive. However, that was a story for another time. Shi Tianyun's words had essentially placed Wang Teng on the opposite side of all the factions. It was a cunning and evil move. He wanted to use other new student factions to pressure Wang Teng. This was the big move. No matter how formidable Wang Teng was, could he really stand against the majority of the freshmen? Yu Qichao and the others were shocked too. They hadn't expected Shi Tianyun to go to such lengths. It was utterly shameless. From the start, Yue Qichao felt that Shi Tianyun was harder to deal with than Shen Yanfeng. It looked like she was right. This person was definitely not simple. Wang Teng. She looked at Wang Teng worriedly. However, Wang Teng acted as if nothing had happened. He didn't take Shi Tianyun's words to heart and looked at him calmly. Then, he glanced around him and said calmly, "I'm not looking down on anyone. If you have the confidence, then come and defeat my Constellation Society head-on. I'll take you all on. If you can only resort to underhanded tactics, that's just despicable." Wang Teng gave the other party a meaningful look. A faint smirk played on his lips. Everyone was flabbergasted when they heard Wang Teng's words. Wang Teng was incredibly confident. Chapter 1850. "Since we're fighting, I will fight all of you, too." Was he prepared to face the attacks from all the other factions? Wasn't he afraid of being overwhelmed by a collective assault? The members of the Constellation Society were alarmed and excited. They were alarmed because they worried that the Constellation Society might be attacked collectively and pushed into a dire situation. They were excited because of Wang Teng's overwhelming confidence. It ignited a sense of pride within them. Their Constellation Society wasn't afraid of anyone or any challenges. This kind of mentality was the true foundation for a faction to thrive. Yu Qiao's beautiful eyes shimmered as she looked at Wang Teng's back view. She had never felt so much admiration and respect for Wang Teng. Shi Tianyun's expression turned ugly. He didn't expect Wang Teng to dare to confront all the factions. This was beyond his expectations. Wang Teng's confident stance destroyed his plan. Even if Wang Teng said such things, there were likely very few people who would dare to openly oppose the Constellation Society. He wouldn't be able to incite these factions to deal with the Constellation Society with a few words. However, it wasn't entirely ineffective. Wang Teng's high profile and dominant attitude would undoubtedly make some people uncomfortable. Even if they didn't openly challenge the Constellation Society, there would likely be hidden resentment. This resentment could create obstacles for the society. But was Wang Teng afraid? He wasn't. This matter might not affect him much. This fellow was too powerful. It was hard to shake his status. Even as Wang Teng's enemy, Shi Yuntian had to admit this. "Didn't you say that you want to challenge the Constellation Society?" "I can agree to it, but the conditions will have to change," Wang Teng said calmly as he looked at Shi Tianyun. He had seized the initiative. "What conditions?" Shi Tianyun took a deep breath and asked with a black face. He knew that Wang Teng had ulterior motives, but at this point they had no choice but to go along with Wang Teng's prepared plan. "First, if you lose, disband the Feng Yun alliance," Wang Teng said slowly. Shi Tianyun and Shen Yanfeng's faces turned as black as ink, but they couldn't refute it. Wang Teng had used their condition against them. If they argued, it would be like slapping themselves in the face. "Okay?" The two of them exchanged glances with each other. Shi Tianyun said in a low voice, We can agree to this condition, but you must agree to ours too. Sorry, but right now I'm the one negotiating conditions with you, not the other way around. We can continue to drag this out if you'd like. Wang Teng replied nonchalantly. Damn it, the two of them wanted to vomit blood. This guy was being unreasonable. The second condition is that the two of you must be my Constellation Society's lackeys for 10 years. Within these 10 years, if anything happens to society, you must assist the Constellation Society. Wang Teng continued, laying out his terms. 10 years, lackeys. Shen Yanfeng was infuriated. In your dreams, I've said it before, whether you agree or not is up to you, Wang Teng replied. 10 years is impossible. 3 years at most. Shi Tianyun spoke up. Weren't you very confident? Why are you afraid now? Do you believe you'll lose? Wang Teng taunted, looking at them mockingly. Shi Tianyun didn't know what to say. Was this a matter of confidence? If he lost, it was equivalent to signing a 10-year indenture contract. No one was willing to take this risk. Wang Teng was asking for too much. He wanted to force them into a corner. As for the third condition, Wang Teng continued. Another condition? Why don't you just go die? Shen Yanfeng was on the brink of exploding in anger. They had only proposed 2 conditions, and now Wang Teng was introducing a third one. Could there be anyone more shameless? Yu Qichao and the others couldn't help but smile. These people had come in such an imposing manner, but they couldn't do anything to Wang Teng. Seeing this scene, the members of the Constellation Society burst into laughter. Don't worry, the third condition is very simple. Wang Teng chuckled. Go ahead. Shi Tianyun took a deep breath and said. Wang Teng's lips moved slightly, but he didn't speak aloud. Instead, he used voice transmission to transmit his cold voice into their ears. The third condition is to reveal the person behind you. What person? We've already said that there's no one commanding us. Shi Tianyun replied with a stiff expression. Is that so? Wang Teng looked at them with a meaningful gaze. I've given you the conditions. Whether you agree or not is up to you. Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun felt exasperated. They kept quiet for some time and conversed secretly. Finally, Shi Tianyun opened his mouth. Wang Teng, besides the third condition, we can agree to the first 2 conditions. If you find them insufficient, then it's regrettable. We can only continue this standoff, and we'll see who holds out the longest, Shi Tianyun said, pausing for a moment. But one thing I can assure you is that even if we can't hold out in the end, your Constellation Society won't benefit from it. We'll both suffer losses. Wang Teng frowned. He had to admit that the other party was right. Both parties would have to fight to decide the winner, from the looks of it. They were not going to reveal the identity of the person behind them. They might be afraid of something, so they didn't dare to reveal it. This made him certain that there were other individuals manipulating things from behind the scenes. Chapter 1851. Since we're fighting, I will fight all of you 3. All right, 2 conditions it is. Wang Teng blinked and nodded in the end. He wore an expression that made it seem like he was doing them a favor. To be honest, if it weren't for your pitiable situation, I wouldn't have agreed to this. Shi Yantian and Shen Yanfen. What do you mean by pitiful? How are we pitiful? He made them look like beggars. This bastard was too evil. He was defiling them for no reason. Yu Qichao and the others looked at the 2 of them with sympathy. Of all the people, he had to provoke them. Now they know the consequences. Of course, they were gloating and not really sympathizing with them. Deep down, they were overjoyed. Since you've agreed, let's not waste any time and make our moves now, Wang Teng said. Okay. Shi Yantian and Shen Yanfeng exchanged glances, and a hint of joy flashed across their eyes. They nodded without any hesitation. Both parties then boarded their spacecraft and flew towards the Academy's arena. In the Academy, there were places for students to spar and fight. As long as they fought in the arenas, it was within the Academy's rules. In more serious cases, they were even responsible for their own lives and deaths. It was much more brutal than other forms of combat. When Wang Teng and the others arrived at the arena, the news had already spread like wildfire. Have you heard? The Constellation Society and the Feng Yun Alliance are fighting. Huh, they're fighting? Why are they fighting? It's inevitable. The Constellation Society is in the limelight. Many people are eyeing them. Speaking of which, can anyone tell me what the Feng Yun Alliance is? I've never heard of it. Oh, right. What is the Feng Yun Alliance? It's a new student faction. It's normal for people to have not heard of it. It's not as famous as the Constellation Society. This batch of freshmen knows how to cause trouble. Well, they haven't been beaten up by reality. I dare say that both the thriving Constellation Society and the Feng Yun Alliance will not be able to last long. The crowd was abuzz with lively discussions. Many senior students sneered. They felt that this batch of new students was causing so much trouble. It hadn't been long since they had entered the academy, and not only did they form factions, they had even started fighting. Is there anyone more adept at causing trouble than this? Many people even asserted that the Constellation Society and the Feng Yun Alliance would not exist for long and would eventually disband. This place was like a desolate plain. Huge arenas were erected on the plains. Some of the arenas were empty while figures were moving rapidly on the others. Clashes between martial warriors produced intense origin power fluctuations, but they were all contained within the arena's protective barrier and couldn't be felt. Wang Teng and the others flew out of the spacecraft and landed in an empty arena.
Wang Teng, will you be all right? I feel that there's something wrong with them agreeing so quickly, Yue Chi-Chao asked via voice transmission. It's fine, Wang Teng replied calmly and looked to the other side. Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun's spacecraft was a little slower. They had just arrived. They then flew out of the spacecraft and landed. Behind them was the group of people from Feng Yun Alliance.
There were at least dozens of them. Unknowingly, a crowd had already formed in the surroundings, and they were all prepared to watch the battle between the two new student factions. There were also some people sitting on spacecraft, hovering in mid-air and looking down from the sky. Among them were people from the Feng Yun Alliance. The Heaven Stage martial warrior Sha Xin, who previously tried to rope in the Constellation Society, was in a spacecraft as well. Leader, those are the people from the Witch Tower Alliance. The panoramic simulation on the spacecraft was activated. Jia Xin's gaze landed on a spacecraft in the distance and was surprised. I didn't expect the Witch Tower Alliance to be here as well. The leader of the Feng Yun Alliance, Ji Feiyun, raised his eyebrows and said calmly, "Are they trying to rope Wang Teng in too?" Jia Xin asked. Almost everyone from the Witch Tower Alliance came from the Witch Tower territorial domain. There are very few people from other territorial domains. However, Wang Teng is very special. I wonder if they will be tempted. Ji Feiyun shook his head. Jia Jian didn't ask further. At this moment, Ji Feiyun's expression changed. He looked to the other side and saw a huge spacecraft approaching. It slowly stopped above the arena where Wang Teng and the others were about to fight. Qingyan Society! Qingyan Society! It's them! Jia Jian's expression changed slightly as he exclaimed. Hee, this is getting more and more interesting. Ji Feiyun smiled faintly. President, there's a call from the Qingyan Society. Do you want to connect? Jia Feiyun's eyes flickered as he nodded. Shi picked up the call immediately and a projection appeared. Within the projection was a young man with long blue hair, appearing quite youthful. Even if he stood alongside Wang Teng and the others, he would seem like someone of the same age. However, those who knew him knew that this young man was not an ordinary person. Like Ji Feiyun, he was a peak universe stage martial warrior. This person was the president of the Qingyan Society. Ji Feiyun, I knew you would come, the young man with long green hair said. Feng Qingyan, Ji Feiyun muttered in his heart. His gaze had long regained its calmness. He smiled and said, If you can come here, I can come too. Come as you please, it doesn't matter. I'm here to tell you that Wang Teng will be Qingyan Society's. You should give up as soon as possible. Feng Qingyan declared, Nothing is certain until the end. Ji Feiyun frowned. Chapter 1852. Since we're fighting, I will fight all of you for. I just came to inform you. Feng Qingyan hung up after he finished speaking. Ji Feiyun stared at the space where the communication screen vanished. His face turned green in anger. President, isn't the Qingyan Society a little too arrogant? Jia Xin asked. That's right. Feng Qingyan is too arrogant. Who does he think he is? If he wants to rope Wang Teng in, he has to rely on his abilities. Does he really think that he will win? He's too arrogant. He doesn't even consider our Feiyun alliance a threat. The Feiyun alliance members were furious. A few of the universe stage martial warriors also spoke up. Enough. Jai Feiyun said coldly. Everyone turned silent. No need for further words. We just have to snatch Wang Teng over, Ji Feiyun said. The president is right. Yes, yes. Let's see if Feng Qingyan will still be so arrogant when we snatch him over. Everyone from the Feiyun Alliance immediately agreed. The arrival of the Witch Tower Alliance and the Qingyan Society caused a significant commotion. Many people found it unbelievable that the clash between two new student factions could attract the attention of so many senior student factions. However, any smart individual could see that these factions all came for Wang Teng. If it wasn't for Wang Teng, the clash wouldn't be enough to mobilize so many powerful senior student factions at the same time. After the spacecraft of the Witch Tower Alliance and the Qingyan Society arrived, other senior student factions arrived as well. Wang Teng raised his head and a strange glint flashed across his eyes. Ha! Looks like our Constellation Society's reputation will be much greater after this incident. Yue Chikao sneered. Do you think that the mastermind behind the Feng Yun Alliance is among these factions? Wang Teng asked with interest. It's very likely, Yue Chikao nodded and asked. If it's them, what do you plan to do? Reach out as many claws as they want, and I'll chop off as many as they extend, Wang Teng said with a cheerful smile. His face was full of smiles, but his words made people shudder. Wade couldn't help but shiver. He was well aware of Wang Teng's capabilities. Many people had been tortured by his boss during the League of Talents. The Parkers family suffered the most and became the biggest loser in the League of Talents. Although these senior students were powerful, he believed that Wang Teng could deliver his words. He wasn't exaggerating. The other members of the Constellation Society didn't have any doubts either. These people came from the Great Qian Empire's League of Talents. They knew Wang Teng's way of doing things very well. To put it bluntly, Wang Teng was a person who would seek vengeance for the smallest grievance. Moreover, he didn't stick to conventional ways. If those organizations wanted to swallow a hedgehog like Wang Teng, they might find themselves with mouths full of blood from the quills on his body. While Wang Teng and the others were whispering, Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun had reached the arena. Wang Teng, what are you waiting for? Are you scared? Shen Yanfeng shouted. Wang Teng raised his head and looked at the arena. A playful expression appeared on his face. Two of you. That's right. The two of us are the presidents of the Feng Yun Alliance, so we will fight at the same time. Since you're so confident, it shouldn't be a problem, right? Shen Yanfeng said. Shameless. Shameless. It's 2 against 1, and you still have the cheek to say it out loud. President, let's ignore them. They're a shameless bunch. That's right. We can refuse such unfair conditions. The members of the Constellation Society were infuriated and started cursing at them. Many senior students also felt that Shen Yanfeng and his companion were shameless for trying to team up against one person who gave them the audacity. Everyone quiet. Wang Teng raised his hand and said calmly. The members of the Constellation Society quietened down and looked at Wang Teng. I won't agree to such a battle. It's too boring. Wang Teng nodded. Are you afraid? Shen Yanfeng mocked. The reason why they wanted to fight 2 against 1 was to pressure Wang Teng into compliance in front of a large audience, making it difficult for him to refuse. Wasn't he very strong? Wasn't he a prodigy on the star rankings? It was just the 2 of them. What was there to be afraid of? Shen Yanfeng could guarantee that if Wang Teng rejected him now, his reputation would plummet regardless of the outcome. Afraid you've misunderstood? Wang Teng chuckled. I want to say that the 2 of you aren't enough. Since we are fighting, I will fight all of you. Yes, everyone from the Feng Yun Alliance. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and pointed at the people from the Feng Yun Alliance. Everyone. Chapter 1853. You guys are really too weak. 1. Everyone was dumbfounded. Everyone thought that they had misheard when they heard Wang Teng's words. They were in disbelief. One person against everyone from the Feng Yun Alliance. Wang Teng must be crazy. That's right. Even if the members of the Feng Yun Alliance aren't top-notch prodigies, they're still talented martial warriors, and their strengths are not to be underestimated. He wants to take on a group by himself. That's a bit insane. He's probably forced into a corner. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said such crazy words. He's too impulsive. It's very difficult for him to fight two people alone. He'll definitely lose if he fights the entire group. The onlookers in the surrounding area, upon hearing Wang Teng's words, couldn't help but exclaim and start discussing it among themselves. Not a single person had confidence in Wang Teng's odds. It was ridiculous for one person to fight against a group of people. If they were ordinary martial warriors, it might be different, as they were able to manage two. However, these were all genius martial warriors with formidable strength, far from ordinary martial warriors. The expressions on Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun's faces froze too. They stared at Wang Teng in astonishment. At the same time, their faces turned red. They felt greatly insulted. Having two people fight him at the same time was the best method that they had decided on. Others could at most criticize them for being shameless. But when Wang Teng said he would take on their whole group alone, it was a blatant display of looking down on them. Human psychology was strange. Even though they were the ones who initially proposed a 2-on-1 challenge, now that Wang Teng wants them to take on him alone, they couldn't accept it. This is too much. He's looking down on us by challenging all of us by himself. He's too arrogant. Wang Teng is too arrogant. Does he think he's so great just because he's on the star rankings? The members of the Feng Yun Alliance were infuriated as they pointed at Wang Teng and shouted. They looked like they were itching to rush up and fight him one-on-one. Shen Yanfeng was furious. He wanted to say something, but Shi Tianyun stopped him. He stared at Wang Teng and said coldly, "Is that what you said? One against all of us?" "That's right. I'll fight all of you alone." Wang Teng nodded. His expression was calm and resolute. In the eyes of Shen Yanfeng and the others, this was a sign of extreme disdain towards them. Good, good, good. Shen Yanfeng was so angry that he laughed. He spat out the 3 words and said, "Since you want to lose even more miserably, we'll fulfill your wish." "Lose? You think too much? You guys can't defeat me." Wang Teng shook his head. "Cut the crap. Come up and let me see what gives you the confidence to say such things." Shen Yanfeng shouted coldly. "Shameless," the Feng Yun Alliance agreed. "If it were me, I'd have no face to agree. A group fighting against one, regardless of the outcome, is embarrassing." "That's right. This Feng Yun Alliance is shameless." The surrounding onlookers shook their heads and looked down on the Feng Yun Alliance's actions. Wang Teng. "Don't act rashly." Yu Qiqiao and the others were shocked too. They didn't expect Wang Teng to do this. This was too crazy. It was one person against the whole group. No matter how one looked at it, there was no chance of winning. They didn't understand why Wang Teng chose to do this. "Shall I go with you?" Yu Yunxian asked with a strange look in his eyes. "That's right. We're going with you. We're all members of the Constellation Society." "There's no reason for us to stand by and do nothing," Barate said. "Don't worry. Don't you believe in my ability?" Wang Teng waved his hand and walked towards the arena. Yu Qiqiao and the others looked at his back speechlessly. They knew that they couldn't change Wang Teng's decision. Wade and the other members of the Constellation Society were very worried. Let it be. This guy isn't reckless. There's a reason behind his decision. We'll just watch and see. After all, we can't stop him, Yue Qiqiao said with a wry smile. "But there are too many people," Wade said hesitantly. "Have you forgotten the clone technique he used in the League of Talents? Yu Yunxian's gaze turned sharp. That's right, Wade. Yue Qichao and the others' eyes lit up. Wang Teng's clone technique was very powerful. He had never been defeated, even when facing those exceptional martial warriors. Those who did not know would probably treat it as his main body. With this in mind, Wade, Yue Qichao, and the others weren't so worried anymore. They all looked toward the arena with a sense of anticipation. They wanted to see if Wang Teng could create another miracle. In their eyes, this act of taking on a group by himself was nothing short of a miracle. The clone technique shouldn't be that powerful, right? Beret couldn't help but ask curiously when he saw them like this. He wasn't a martial warrior from the Great Qian Empire and had never seen Wang Teng use his clone technique before. Naturally, he didn't know that there was a huge difference between Wang Teng's clone technique and ordinary clone techniques. You'll know once you see it. Yue Qichao smiled mysteriously. Barrett was left hanging and didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but judging by the expressions of the others, he too began to feel a sense of anticipation. He had always wanted to fight with Wang Teng. The stronger Wang Teng was, the stronger his desire to fight with him became. On the Feiyun Alliance spacecraft, Ji Feiyun was stunned and frowned when he saw Wang Teng going up to the arena alone, Chapter 1854. You guys are really too weak. Too, Wang Teng is quite bold. He's still too young and impulsive. Xiaoxin shook his head. I'm afraid he's going to lose, and it will be an embarrassing defeat. Maybe not, Ji Feiyun said. President, do you think he has a chance of winning? Xiaoxin asked in surprise. I can only say that it's possible. Wang Teng doesn't look like a brainless person, Ji Feiyun said. On the Qingyan Society spacecraft, Feng Qingyan furrowed his brows and then burst into a chuckle. Interesting. He was even more arrogant than me when I was young. On the Witch Tower Alliance's spacecraft, the leader of the alliance, Wu Ming, reclined on the sofa with his legs crossed. He twirled the wine glass in his hand as he observed the situation below. A smile appeared at the edge of his lips. Wang Teng walked up the arena and stood opposite the Feng Yun alliance. Tension hung in the air. Shen Yanfeng stared at him intently. His eyes filled with fierceness and a murderous intent. Shi Tianyun, on the other hand, remained expressionless, but his eyes were locked on Wang Teng. There was a hint of anger in it. The members of the Feng Yun alliance stood around him and surrounded Wang Teng. Moments ago they felt insulted, but now they were showing their menacing fangs. It was as if a pack of hyenas had found their prey, snarling and baring their teeth. Wang Teng stood among the crowd, calm and composed with his hands behind his back. He swept his gaze around with a look of disdain. At this moment, several members of the Student Arbitration Association suddenly appeared at the edge of the arena. One of them was Wu Dei, who had previously crossed paths with Wang Teng. Quite the commotion, isn't it? He looked around at the scene and then directed his gaze to the arena. Why is he here, on the Feiyun Alliance's spacecraft? Ji Feiyun frowned. This is getting more and more interesting. On the Qingyan Society's spacecraft, Feng Qingyan smiled calmly. Wu Dei, a counselor. Wu Ming's gaze slightly narrowed, muttering under his breath. At the same time, many old students around the arena recognized Wu Dei and started discussing. Is that a counselor of the Academy's Arbitration Association? Counselor Wu Dei? It's him? Why is he here? Conflicts among new student factions shouldn't be enough to summon a counselor, right? Counselor? Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun were stunned when they heard the discussions around them. He didn't expect their conflict with the Constellation Society to attract a counselor. Did the Academy place such high importance on Wang Teng? The two of them exchanged glances and saw worry in each other's eyes. Senior Wu Dei. Wang Teng was stunned when he spotted the person from the Academy's Arbitration Association at the base of the arena. Hello, Junior Brother Wang Teng. We meet again. Wu Dei waved at Wang Teng enthusiastically. Wang Teng was bemused by Wu Dei's attitude. He asked in confusion, Senior, why Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun's expressions changed when they saw this scene. Others, too, were taken aback when they saw the familiar interaction between Wang Teng and Wu Dei. They were surprised. They know each other. No wonder a counselor appeared here. Oh my God, Wang Teng knows a counselor. The Feng Yun Alliance is in deep trouble now. Wang Teng isn't a simple person. Since the Feng Yun Alliance has the guts to fight with him, they must have some confidence. But with a counselor suddenly appearing, it looks like we're in for some interesting drama. The discussions made Shen Yanfeng and Feng Yun Alliance's expressions turn uglier. The expressions of the members of the Feng Yun Alliance also changed slightly. Wu De didn't pay much attention to the discussions around him. He simply smiled and said, "Arena competitions are usually overseen by the Arbitration Association. I happened to have some free time, so I came to take a look." Everyone was speechless. Did you happen to have some free time? Who would believe such a statement? Everyone rolled their eyes secretly, not buying his explanation. The counselors of the Academy Arbitration Association had significant positions and responsibilities, and it was highly unlikely for them to casually show up to arbitrate a dispute between two new student factions unless there was a personal connection or interest involved. Did he have nothing better to do? Thank you? Wang Teng was surprised. He didn't reject the offer and nodded to express his gratitude. Do you have any objections? Wu De nodded at Wang Teng. Then he looked at Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun and asked, "Of course not." Shi Tianyun and Shen Yanfeng's expressions were somewhat stiff, but they eventually nodded in agreement. Very good. Since you have no objections, let's start. Wu De paused for a moment before continuing. However, I will say this first. This match isn't a matter of life and death. Neither side is allowed to take the other's life. Do you understand? I have no objections. Wang Teng nodded. A strange look appeared in Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun's eyes. However, they agreed and didn't say anything. Open the barrier around the arena, Wu De said. The members of the Academy's Arbitration Association who came with him flashed into action, appearing at the four corners of the arena. They waved their hands. Boom! A burst of light flashed, and suddenly a barrier rose over the arena. Let's begin. A chair had appeared behind Wu De. He sat down and spoke calmly. The people in the arena turned serious. The atmosphere tensed up instantly. Boom! Boom! Two powerful auras surged. It was Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun. Chapter 1855. You guys are really too weak. 3. Boom, boom, boom. At the same time, the members of the Feng Yun Alliance released their auras under the influence of Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun. Their auras seemed to merge into one, forming an enormous and imposing presence. An invisible force field seemed to press down from above, causing the ground to tremble. Boom. The dust on the ground flew up as if an invisible force was acting upon it, suspending all the particles in mid-air. Time froze. Shen, Yanfeng, and Shi Tianyun looked at Wang Teng with a cold smile. Wasn't he planning to fight against their group? It was time to show this guy what it meant to shoot oneself in the foot. However, the expected outcome did not occur. Wang Teng remained incredibly composed, his expression as calm as still water. His expression didn't change at all when he felt the pressure from their auras. Wang Teng gave a mocking smile. Boom. In the next moment, a powerful aura erupted from him. It swept through the area with a chilling, killing intent. The members of the Feng Yun Alliance were the first to bear the brunt. Their faces turned pale, and before they could react, their auras were completely shattered. They stumbled back several steps and stared at Wang Teng in bewilderment. How's that possible? Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun suffered the greatest pressure. Their expressions turned ugly. It was as if they were confronted with a scene of carnage and bloodshed, filling them with overwhelming dread. What a terrifying killing intent. The members of the Feng Yun Alliance trembled in fear. They almost lost their composure. How dare you show off with such a meager display of aura? Wang Teng snorted. Damn it. How can Wang Teng possess such a powerful aura and that palpable bloodlust conscious? How many people has he killed? Shen Yanfeng seethed with anger and astonishment. Is this all you have? Wang Teng looked at Shen Yanfeng and asked calmly. Don't get too confident. Attack. Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun's faces turned as black as the bottom of a pot. They exchanged glances with one another, their eyes flashing with ruthlessness as they shouted this word. Boom. The moment they finished speaking, the members of the Feng Yun alliance moved. They charged towards Wang Teng. The arena was quite large, spanning tens of thousands of meters in length and width. Otherwise, Cosmos stage martial warriors couldn't go all out in their attacks. Even so, their powers were still restricted within the arena. The only advantage was that they wouldn't cause too much destruction. If not, no matter how tough and sturdy the 7 stellar academies were, they wouldn't be able to withstand the daily battles of these martial warriors above the Cosmos stage. They would be left in ruins. However, theoretically speaking, even eternal stage martial warriors wouldn't be able to destroy this piece of land. According to records, these 7 continents were forged by supreme forces with unparalleled power, and they couldn't be easily destroyed. Wang Teng squinted as he looked at the Feng Yun alliance members charging towards him from all directions. His figure suddenly blurred, and multiple figures appeared. At a glance, every single one of those figures was identical to Wang Teng, to the point where it was impossible to tell who was the original and who were the duplicates. Clones. Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun stopped in their tracks abruptly. Their expressions changed slightly. They finally understood why Wang Teng dared to challenge all of them alone with his clone skills. He was able to fight many enemies at once. However, they still had a significant numerical advantage as Wang Teng only created 5 clones, making it a total of 6 figures including his true self. There was still a considerable difference in numbers. Also, the clone skill had a disadvantage. It couldn't release the full potential of the true form. The more clones there were, the weaker each clone became. This was almost certain. Don't worry, these clones are at most only half as powerful as the real Wang Teng. No matter how strong Wang Teng is, 2 to 3 of us can handle 1 clone. Shen Yanfeng shouted. That's right. There's nothing to be afraid of. They're just for show. Don't be afraid. Attack together. The members of the Feng Yun alliance were a little hesitant when they saw Wang Teng's clone. However, after hearing Shen Yanfeng's words, they quickly realized the situation and shouted, bolstering their confidence. Actually, they were afraid of Wang Teng. Wang Teng's reputation was immense. He had already defeated several top-tier prodigies. His strength was simply beyond their reach. Furthermore, the terrifying aura he had just released had left them even more apprehensive. Nevertheless, they were now at the point of no return. They had no choice but to go all out. Boom. One by one, the martial warriors from the Feng Yun alliance unleashed their most powerful attacks. Sword auras, axe auras, fist auras, and more were all directed towards Wang Teng. The more they feared, the more ruthless their attacks were. This was a common mentality among the weaker opponents. Unfortunately, they were facing Wang Teng. Their attempt to overwhelm him with numbers was doomed to fail. Wang Teng snorted. There were 6 clones, including the real Wang Teng. They disappeared on the spot, leaving behind only a series of lingering shadows. The members of the Feng Yun alliance squinted when they saw the frightening speed. Boom, 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 their attacks all missed, crashing onto the arena and generating bursts of light. The arena's surface was reinforced with defensive formations that made it impervious to normal attacks. The residual force rippled outward, striking the protective barrier and creating dazzling flashes of light. This spectacle left many spectators in awe. Chapter 1856. You guys are really too weak. 4. The power unleashed by a group of Cosmos stage martial warriors simultaneously was truly terrifying. But what surprised everyone even more was that Wang Teng's clones were weaving through the crowd and miraculously avoided being hit. Moreover, he had already begun to counterattack. Boom! A loud explosion was heard. A member of the Feng Yun alliance couldn't react in time and got struck by the attack. He was sent flying backward. What? Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun's expressions changed. They were astounded. They just exchanged blows, and not only did they fail to gain an advantage, one of their members was even sent flying. At the same time, Wang Teng's clone broke free from the crowd at the speed of lightning and charged toward the member of the Feng Yun alliance who was just thrown off his feet. "Stop him!" Shen Yanfeng shouted immediately. In fact, he didn't need to say much. Many people were already chasing after the clone. However, their speed couldn't match Wang Teng's even if it was just a clone. The member of the Feng Yun alliance who got knocked back turned pale. He had just taken a powerful punch and was now spitting out blood when he saw Wang Teng's clone closing in. His expression changed drastically. He wanted to stabilize himself, but he couldn't resist the powerful impact. Damn it, how powerful is that punch? He was flabbergasted. He finally realized that they had underestimated Wang Teng's clone. Who said that this was 50% of the strength one punch, and he couldn't retaliate at all? If this was 50% of his strength, how powerful was Wang Teng's true form? This member of the Feng Yun alliance didn't dare to imagine, unless this wasn't a clone but Wang Teng's true form. But he didn't understand why Wang Teng would deal with a nobody like him personally. Shouldn't he be going after Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun instead? These thoughts raced through his mind in a matter of seconds. In an instant, Wang Teng's clone suddenly disappeared and reappeared behind the member of the Feng Yun alliance. "Be careful!" Several members of the Feng Yun alliance shouted instantly. Swoosh! A sonic boom was heard. The member of the Feng Yun alliance who was thrown off his feet didn't have the time to react. His pupils constricted violently, and the next instant he felt an intense pain at the back of his head. His vision turned black. Then swoop, boom! A sensation akin to being struck by lightning surged from the top of his head. It caused his entire body to tremble. The member of the Feng Yun alliance rolled his eyes upwards, leaving only the whites of his eyes visible. But it wasn't over. Bang, bang, bang. A series of muffled sounds accompanied by the crackling of lightning continued to resonate in just a few breaths. Wang Teng had struck a dozen times, leaving behind nothing but his lingering shadows. He knew that in this situation, others wouldn't give him much time. Hence, he had to finish it quickly. Sure enough, at that moment, several other members of the Feng Yun alliance caught up with him and were closing in on him. However, Wang Teng had already stopped and retreated. He didn't give them any chances and slipped away like an eel, smoothly escaping their encirclement. The members of the Feng Yun alliance turned grim as they lowered their heads and looked at the Feng Yun alliance member who got attacked by Wang Teng's clone. He lay on the ground, convulsing, with a massive lump on his head that made him look like a pig's head. It was a truly gruesome sight. The members of the Feng Yun alliance were extremely close, so they saw everything. Their hearts palpitated, and the corners of their lips twitched uncontrollably. Some distance away, Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun also noticed this scene. Their faces turned black. "We need to deal with his true form first," Shi Tianyun said in a gloomy voice. "The problem is, I can't find his true form." Shen Yanfeng glanced around him and said in frustration. Shi Yuntian felt so exasperated he wanted to vomit blood. They never expected Wang Teng's clones to be so powerful. They couldn't distinguish which one was the true form. Ha ha ha! The Feng Yun alliance is completely baffled. Many people burst out laughing when they saw this scene. However, most people were secretly shocked by Wang Teng's strength. Even his clones were as terrifying as his true form. They couldn't tell which was the real Wang Teng. At least for now, his true form hadn't been exposed. He remained hidden among the crowd, making it impossible for the Feng Yun alliance members to make a move. "Boss's clone technique is still as formidable as ever," Wade exclaimed when he saw the situation in the arena. "So this is Wang Teng's clone technique. No wonder you all looked so secretive. It's indeed incredibly powerful and unique, unlike ordinary clone techniques." Boret's eyes sparkled as he watched the battle and praised Wang Teng's abilities. "Ha ha! I can relax now. I feel the Feng Yun alliance won't be able to do anything to our boss," Wade laughed. In the arena, Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun continued to scan the area, trying to locate Wang Teng's true form. They didn't dare to separate. They were afraid that if they met Wang Teng alone, they would be defeated one by one. However, by sticking together, it became even more challenging to identify Wang Teng's true form. Bang, 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 in just a short amount of time, Wang Teng had dealt with several Feng Yun Alliance members. 6 Wang Tengs attacked at the same time. Even though 2 or 3 of them were held back, the members of the Feng Yun Alliance still found it troublesome. They felt powerless in front of Wang Teng's speed. Chapter 1857, You Guys Are Really Too Weak. 5. With Wang Teng's speed, if he avoided direct confrontations, many martial warriors of the same stage would be completely powerless against him. He was already unbeatable. The members of the Feng Yun Alliance fell one by one. They turned into pig heads under Wang Teng's lightning slap, lying sprawled on the arena. The surrounding spectators were appalled when they saw what was happening. Wang Teng was truly defying the odds. It was ridiculous for one person to be able to fight a group of people so easily at the same time. Many people could not help but sympathize with the Feng Yun Alliance. How tragic. Not only were they defeated, but they were also beaten into a pulp. Wang Teng was crushing them. They were all genius martial warriors. How could they face others in the future if they were beaten up like this in front of so many people? Wang Teng is ruthless. That's right. The people from the Feng Yun Alliance have all been beaten up. They're going to be nailed to the pillar of shame. Revenge. This is pure revenge. The Feng Yun Alliance has provoked the wrong person. The tables had suddenly turned. As the members of the Feng Yun Alliance fell one by one, many people's opinions of Wang Teng changed. Originally, many people thought Wang Teng couldn't win, and it seemed arrogant to take on a group of people by himself. But now Wang Teng. In the arena, Shen Yanfeng finally couldn't stand it anymore. Veins popped on his forehead, and he shouted, "Do you only know how to hide?" The 6 Wang Tengs glanced at him at the same time. Their gazes were filled with contempt. No one spoke, but a disdainful smile appeared on their faces. Contempt X6. Critical hit. Shen Yanfeng felt a stifling sensation in his chest, and he almost spewed out a mouthful of blood. Pfft, many people burst out laughing. Wang Teng was so mischievous. Without saying a word, just a look and a smile conveyed a strong sense of mockery. But if it were them, they probably wouldn't be able to take it either. When 6 Wang Tengs simultaneously shot a disdainful look, their mockery was so palpable. They couldn't even achieve such a striking resemblance with identical customization. Wang Teng, do you dare to fight with me in a single combat? Shen Yanfeng's face darkened as he gritted his teeth. Single combat? Wang Teng seemed to have heard something amusing. Weren't you all quite happy when you said 2 of you would fight me alone? Why are you backing out now? 6 Wang Tengs spoke at the same time. Shen Yanfeng and the others couldn't find Wang Teng's true form. Shen Yanfeng's face turned as dark as the bottom of the pot when he heard Wang Teng's words. Bang, 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 swoop, boom, during their conversation. Wang Teng grabbed another member of the Feng Yun Alliance. He swung the lightning slap, ruthlessly smashing it into the opponent's head without holding back at all. Soon another pighead appeared in the arena. This isn't a bad idea. It's me, one against all of you. Isn't that still single combat? The 6 Wang Tengs said nonchalantly. Yu Shen Yanfeng's face was green and white. He was so angry that he didn't know what to say. The spectators had strange expressions on their faces, one against the whole group. There seemed to be nothing wrong with that. However, Feng Yun Alliance was in a miserable situation. They were at a loss for words. They were reaping the bitter fruits of their actions. Stop wasting time talking to him. Each of us should focus on one of his clones and quickly identify the true form. I refuse to believe his clones are as powerful as his true form. Shi Tianyun finally spoke. He kept sweeping his gaze around as he spoke in a deep voice. All right, Shen Yanfeng gritted his teeth and nodded. At this point, being cautious or indecisive wouldn't help them. Their only chance of winning was to quickly identify Wang Teng's true form. Once Wang Teng had dealt with all the members of the Feng Yun Alliance, they would lose for sure. Based on Wang Teng's current ability, even if the two of them joined forces, they wouldn't be his match. They didn't expect Wang Teng to be so powerful. In an instant, Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun both charged forward, each selecting one of the Wang Teng clones and launching a furious assault. Boom. Shen Yanfeng was a wind element martial warrior. He held a sword in his hand and slashed at one of Wang Teng's clones in a bid to force out his true strength. It was Wang Teng's earth element clone. He squinted and didn't fight with Shen Yanfeng after dodging the attack. He continued charging towards another member of the Feng Yun alliance on the other side. Shi Tianyun also locked onto one of the Wang Teng clones. He swung his battle sword, releasing streaks of blue sword energy to block Wang Teng's path. Unfortunately, he was unlucky. That was Wang Teng's fire element clone. Wang Teng's fire element clone summoned a fiery battle sword and swept it around, instantly breaking through the opponent's sword energy blockade. Initially, Wang Teng's true form was the one holding the lightning slap. However, later on, the lightning slap was passed around to each of the clones, and they would attack whenever they had the chance. It was like a relay. Gradually, it became more and more difficult for others to find Wang Teng's true form. Even with Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun joining the battle, they couldn't change the outcome. The screams in the arena continued unabated. Members of the Feng Yun alliance fell one by one, and their expressions turned darker and grimmer. 45, 46, 47. When the spectators saw the members of the Feng Yun alliance fall, they could not help but count silently. They felt like they were watching a show. Time passed slowly. Wang Teng finally dealt with all the members of the Feng Yun alliance. They had more members than that, but these few dozen were the elite of the Feng Yun alliance. Yet they were all defeated by Wang Teng in an instant. This was a truly miserable situation for them. The 6 Wang Tengs stopped at the same time. It was a strange scene in the arena. The members of the Feng Yun alliance lay sprawled around the 6 Wang Tengs in a disarrayed manner, creating a silent but awe-inspiring spectacle. Silence. The surroundings fell into complete silence. Moments ago, they were so engrossed in watching Wang Teng fight that they hadn't yet processed the outcome. Now that the results were clear, everyone felt utterly shocked, their faces reflecting disbelief. One person against a group. He did it. He must be a monster. You guys are too weak. Wang Teng shook his head as he looked at Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun. Chapter 1858. You can't even defeat my clone. 1. You guys are really too weak. The moment Wang Teng finished speaking, Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun's expressions turned gloomy, like the dark clouds in the sky. The group of people was defeated just like that, and were lying on the ground in a pitiful state. The Feng Yun alliance felt completely humiliated. At this moment, Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun regretted their decision to let Wang Teng take on all of them. Their decision had led to this current embarrassing situation. Even if they won, others wouldn't praise the Feng Yun alliance for being formidable. If they lost, it would be even worse, just like now. The two of them wished they could find a hole to hide in. Faced with the countless mocking glances from all around, they felt a burning sensation on their faces. They almost died of embarrassment right then and there. Oh my God, one against a group, he did it. Isn't Wang Teng a little too powerful? He's insane. Damn, this is not something a human can do at all. He's a beast. But to achieve this level, his clone technique and that extreme speed of his is vital. Otherwise, he can only wait for death. There are dozens of genius martial warriors. If it was anyone else, they could have easily been overwhelmed. However, Wang Teng managed to do it. I'm convinced. From now on, Wang Teng will be my role model. I want to join the Constellation Society. That's right. After this battle arena ends, I'll ask the Constellation Society if they're still accepting members. Wang Teng is too powerful. It must be reassuring to have a boss like him. I wonder if the Constellation Society will distribute that brick to their members. It looks very useful. Not only can it smash people, but it can also discharge electricity. What do you mean by distributing bricks? Do you think that is the Constellation Society's exclusive weapon? I want to have that. Wang Teng is a brick maniac. He smashes people everywhere and turns them into pigheads. Brick maniac. Brick maniac? Seriously? After a moment of silence, everyone finally reacted. Then the atmosphere instantly lit up. The people from the Feiyun Alliance were also shocked. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Was Wang Teng that strong? They were all senior students. They had been in the academy for many years, but they had never seen such a powerful freshman. He defeated so many genius martial warriors by himself. Was he still human? Ji Feiyun couldn't help but show a hint of astonishment on his face. He saw the potential of an extraordinary genius in Wang Teng. Even the top-notch geniuses probably couldn't do this at his current stage. Ji Feiyun's expression turned grim. It would be difficult to control such a monstrous-level genius. He suddenly had doubts about whether he could control this prodigy on the Qingyan Society's spacecraft. Feng Qingyin's expression slightly stiffened, and he frowned. He was no longer as relaxed as before. This Wang Teng was beyond his expectations. He had the same feeling as Ji Feiyun. When a genius became too monstrous, they became uncontrollable, and sooner or later they would turn the tables unless they had absolute confidence. But did they? Ji Feiyun was unsure, and so was Feng Qingyan. Wu Ming from the Witch Tower Alliance wasn't sure either. He stared at Wang Teng for a long time. No one knew what he was thinking. At the edge of the arena, Wu De had a strange look on his face. He couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration in his heart. Junior Wang Teng is extraordinary. He managed to resolve this situation. How long has it been since he entered the academy? To undergo such a significant transformation shortly after entering the academy was truly unpredictable. No wonder. A hint of realization flashed in his eyes as if he had just thought of something on the Constellation Society's side. Everyone's faces were filled with joy and excitement. Boss is too strong, as expected of our president. He's so powerful. Let's see if that Feiyun Alliance still dares to be arrogant. They should know their place now. President is awesome. Long live the president. Long live the president. Some people from the Constellation Society shouted excitedly and cheered for Wang Teng. With the first person setting the example, more and more people joined in the cheering. The loud cheers gradually formed a unified chorus, creating a magnificent momentum that caught the attention of many senior students. After this battle, Wang Teng will surely win the hearts of many, a senior student remarked. Joy flashed across the faces of Yue, Qichao, Wade, and the others. Their gazes landed on Wang Teng. In their eyes, Wang Teng's figure seemed to be rapidly rising and radiating infinite brilliance. Sometimes a person's charm naturally emerges in situations like this. This is great. Yue Qichao clenched her fists and thought to herself. In the arena, the 6 Wang Tengs looked at Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun. In a flash, they surrounded them and said at the same time, "Now it's the 6 of us against the 2 of you. Don't admit defeat or I'll find it boring." Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun were speechless. They wanted to vomit blood in frustration. Something didn't feel right. They originally ganged up on Wang Teng, but now it had turned into 6 Wang Tengs facing off against the 2 of them. The change was too fast for them to accept. Piffed Junior Wang Teng is a little shameless. Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun will have a difficult time backing down. They won't give up easily unless they have no face left. Wu De saw through Wang Teng's plan and burst out laughing. Chapter 1859. You can't even defeat my clone. 2. Ha ha ha, Counselor Wu De, no wonder you hold him in such high regard. This Wang Teng Jr. truly is a remarkable person. A member of the Academy's Arbitration Association burst out laughing. I'm not the one who thinks highly of him. Wu De shook his head and smiled. There seemed to be a hidden meaning behind his words. The members of the Academy's Arbitration Association nearby seemed to have realized something, and a hint of curiosity flashed in their eyes. Wang Teng, I admit we underestimated you, but don't think you've won just yet. Shen Yanfeng stared at Wang Teng with a deadly gaze. He wished he could tear Wang Teng into pieces. Then let me see how you can turn the tables. Wang Teng extended his hand and gestured at the other party, curling his finger provocatively. Come, bring it on. This gesture wasn't offensive, but it carried strong implications of insult, especially when combined with his taunting words. Bastard. Shen Yanfeng trembled and his face turned ashen. He let out a roar and stomped his feet on the ground. He couldn't bear it any longer. Boom. A terrifying explosion resounded, and he charged fiercely toward one of Wang Teng's clones like a cyan arrow. Die. He swung his battle blade viciously, unleashing a fearsome wind element technique aimed directly at Wang Teng's head. This was Wang Teng's wood element clone. This time he created a total of 5 clones based on his 5 basic elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. With the other element forces in his true form, he was completely unbeatable. 10th level wind Ultima. Wang Teng's wood element clone's eyes lit up. Indeed, any talents who entered the stellar academies should not be underestimated. The majority of them had grasped the 10th level Ultima. Normally, only Cosmos stage martial warriors could grasp the power of Ultima. Many normal martial warriors at the peak of the Cosmos stage might not even be able to reach the 10th level. However, these talented martial warriors had mastered their Force Ultima to the perfected 10th level, even though they just advanced to the Cosmos stage. One had to admit that their talents were exceptional. Moreover, Shen Yanfeng was a wind element martial warrior. Wind force was a special element. Martial warriors with such a talent wouldn't be weak. At this moment, the cyan blade light was already right in front of him. Wang Teng's wood element clone raised his head. He swung the wood element battle sword in his hand with a resounding crash. This wood element battle sword was a heaven-level battle sword. It was exceptionally good, but certainly better than ordinary weapons. He was just using it because it was convenient. Above the battle sword, a green sword light burst forth. As Wang Teng slashed the sword, streams of green sword light shot out like leaves in the wind. 10th level wood Ultima. Green essence sword skill. Boom. In an instant, the attacks from both sides collided. The cyan blade aura and the green sword aura swept across the stage, fiercely clashing and creating a thunderous roar. Wang Teng's green essence sword skill was obtained during the League of Talents. It was a universe stage sword skill with formidable power. Combined with his 10th level wood Ultima, the resulting power was undeniably impressive. Shen Yanfeng's cyan blade light was shattered directly. The fierce expression on his face froze. He found it unbelievable. This is his true form. Suddenly he thought of something, and a sharp glint appeared in his eyes. He shouted at Shi Tianyun. What? Shi Tianyun, who was charging towards Wang Teng's fire element clone, was taken aback by Shen Yanfeng's words. However, he was already in front of Wang Teng's fire element clone, so he couldn't turn back immediately. He could only continue attacking the clone. Initially, he thought that this fire element clone was Wang Teng's true form because, during their previous confrontation, this fire element clone had engaged him directly and displayed significant strength. Boom. The sword in his hand radiated blue sword light, forming numerous blue swordfish in the air as if they were condensed from water ripples. They shot towards Wang Teng. A powerful power of Ultima exuded from it. 10th level water element Ultima. Shi Tianyun was using his full strength. He had no intention of holding back now. In his previous encounter with Wang Teng's fire element clone, he gained no advantage and had even lost quite a few members of the Fengyan alliance to this fire element clone. Therefore, he didn't dare to show any complacency, even though Shen Yanfeng said that the one he was fighting with was the true form. What if the one in front of him was the real one? Regardless, he decided to eliminate one of them first. With this thought in mind, a strong, malicious intent surged in Shi Tianyun's heart. Wang Teng's expression turned strange. Were they serious? They randomly chose 2 clones and claimed that they were his true form. When Shen Yanfeng shouted so confidently, Wang Teng almost burst out laughing, but he managed to hold it in. Shi Tianyun also seemed to have mistaken his fire element clone for his true form. He was attacking quite aggressively. In that case, let's play with them. A smile appeared at the edge of Wang Teng's lips. The battle sword in the fire clone's hand suddenly disappeared and was replaced by a fiery red spear. Then, the fire element clone stomped fiercely and soared into the sky. Facing Shi Tianyun's attack, it didn't retreat but advanced, thrusting the spear forward and unleashing an endless blaze of flames. These flames were emerald green, clearly different from ordinary fire. The emerald glazed flame. At the same time, a powerful ultima erupted from the flames. 10th level fire ultima. Roaring flame lion spear. Boom, a loud explosion was heard. The emerald green flames congregated into a majestic and imposing giant lion, engulfed in flames. It roared into the sky and charged toward the blue swordfish-like sword light coming from the opposite side. Chapter 1860. You can't even defeat my clone. 3. What is this? Shi Tianyun was horrified. The sword in his hand trembled violently as his sword light disintegrated in an instant. Frightening force came from the opposite side, shaking the long sword in his hand. Furthermore, after the blue swordfish disintegrated, the massive flaming lion showed no sign of slowing down and continued charging towards Shi Tianyun. How can he be so strong? Shi Tianyun turned serious. He slashed his battle sword out again. Water cloud sword skill, he shouted coldly. Waves of sword light shot out from his sword. Countless water vapors gathered above his head, forming what appeared to be clouds. Within those clouds, the sword light floated, concealing a deadly threat. Huh? Wang Teng was surprised. He looked at the clouds with interest. Roar. The flaming lion roared as it collided fiercely with the cloud. Boom! A violent explosion occurred within the cloud. Waves of sword light swept out, forming a domain of swords around the flaming lion. The swords slashed and chopped the lion viciously. At this moment, fiery flames erupted from within the flaming lion, and a scorching heat instantly swept through the area. Under the searing emerald green flames, the misty sword light turned into vapor and dispersed in all directions. The 2 forces continued to clash in mid-air. Boom. In the end, both of them were annihilated. The residual impact swept out. In the sky, 2 figures shot out from the mist, leaving a white trail behind them. It was exceptionally clear, divine flame. This is the true form. Shi Tianyun stopped 1,000 meters away and shouted with a grim expression. Shen Yanfeng, who was far away, began to doubt himself. The ability of the fire element clone Shi Tianyun was facing exceeded his imagination, especially when he saw the emerald green flame released by the clone. He was taken aback. Divine flame. Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun were familiar with Wang Teng's divine flame. Wang Teng executed it when he was fighting with Zhulong Shan. Normally, the one controlling the divine flame was the main body. It was extremely difficult for a clone to control the divine flame. This was because their tolerance for its power was extremely limited, unlike the main body, which was much more powerful and less likely to be overwhelmed by the immense power of the divine flame. So, upon seeing the emerald green flames, they began to suspect that Wang Teng's fire element clone might actually be the true form. The 6 Wang Tengs burst out laughing when they saw their expressions. "Why are you laughing?" Shen Yanfeng asked with a black face. "Nothing, nothing. I just saw something funny." Wang Teng couldn't stop laughing. These 2 people were fooled. They couldn't differentiate the clones and the true form. Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun's faces turned black. They felt that Wang Teng's laughter was filled with mockery, as if he were mocking them for being stupid. This must be your clone. Trying to confuse us with such tricks won't work," Shen Yanfeng said coldly. "Yes, you're right. This is my true form." The 6 Wang Tengs nodded in unison. Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun's expressions froze. They were puzzled. Was it real or not? Wang Teng's confident demeanor made them doubt themselves once again. Below the arena, many people wore strange expressions on their faces. Some felt sympathy for Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun. They were the presidents of their faction, but they got played like fools. It was pitiful. I feel that Boss is playing with their mentality. Wade stroked his chin with a strange expression. Yes, I think so too. Yue Chi-Chao nodded. She turned to Beret and Yu Yangxian, who was sitting beside them, and asked, "Can you guys tell which one is Wang Teng's true form?" "I can't tell." Beret wore a frustrated expression and shook his head. Yu Yangxian furrowed his brows and examined the Wang Tengs for a while. In the end, he shook his head. There seemed to be an invisible force on these clones that prevented any scrutiny. What's more, the auras emitted by them were all too similar, making it extremely difficult to distinguish. "You guys can't find his true form either?" "That's surprising." Yue Chikiao couldn't help but marvel in the arena. "Enough of this. Let's join forces and take down that Wang Teng with the divine flame." Shen Yanfeng couldn't tolerate Wang Teng's mocking gaze any longer. "All right," Shi Tianyun nodded. Boom! The next moment, they both launched their attacks, charging straight towards Wang Teng's fire element clone. The fire element clone remained unruffled. He let out a hearty laugh and wielded his long spear. The spear shot out like a dragon. The emerald glazed flame swept out, condensing into fiery dragons under the long spear. The power of Ultima converged within them, making these fiery dragons vivid and lifelike, as if they were real. Boom, boom, boom. The fiery dragons roared through the sky, rushing towards the two of them. The two of them turned serious. They were flabbergasted. Heavenly demonic wind suppression blade. Shen Yanfeng dared not be negligent any longer. He finally unleashed his most powerful martial technique. His battle blade danced wildly, creating afterimages. A special field expanded from his blade aura, forming a domain that specially belonged to the blade. Several fiery dragons crashed into the domain and were instantly torn apart. Wind element blade domain. Wang Teng turned serious, chapter 1861, You can't even defeat my clone. 4. Wang Teng, you can't escape now. Come into my domain, Shen Yanfeng shouted with a sinister expression on his face. He believed he had found Wang Teng's true form, so he unleashed his most powerful attack to pull Wang Teng into his domain. He aimed to defeat him completely. Wang Teng's fire element clone blinked. He didn't dodge and allowed himself to be pulled into the domain. Shi Tianyun also entered Shen Yanfeng's domain in the same manner. Wang Teng is pulled into Shen Yanfeng's domain. The spectators around the arena were shocked. Is that Wang Teng's true form? I don't think so. Why will he be so calm if that's his true form? That's right. Those 5 Wang Tengs look like they're just here to watch the show. Haha. So Shen Yanfeng is basically wasting his efforts. In the arena, the 5 Wang Tengs stood quietly in the sky, showing no intention to intervene. Wang Teng's true form closed his eyes. Through a shared vision, he could see the situation inside the wind demonic domain. Inside the domain, Wang Teng's fire element clone was looking at the 2 people ahead, calmly. "Wang Teng, you will lose once you enter my wind demonic domain," Shen Yanfeng said proudly. "Is that so?" Wang Teng's fire element clone gave a meaningful smile. "Why are you still smiling? Do you know that you're about to die?" Shen Yanfeng couldn't stand Wang Teng's confident expression and snorted coldly. He raised his battle blade. Countless wind force surrounded his battle blade, and the power of the domain converged, forming cyan blade light. Within that blade light, there was an endless aura of death. It filled the domain with a terrifying sense of doom. "Die!" Shen Yanfeng shouted and slashed his battle blade down. Boom! Endless blade light descended ruthlessly upon Wang Teng's fire element clone. If this frightening attack landed on Wang Teng's fire element clone, it would shatter into pieces. However, the clone didn't evade and allowed the attack to land on him. Boom. A deafening explosion echoed as the blade light engulfed Wang Teng's fire element clone. Shen Yanfeng was elated. Wang Teng was too arrogant. He didn't even bother defending himself. Was he seeking death? At this moment, outside the domain, Wang Teng looked at his Earth element clone and said, "Go ahead." The Earth element clone nodded. He turned into a beam of light and dashed into the domain. Many people noticed this scene and were astounded. The Earth element clone turned into a streak of light and entered the domain. He charged towards the fire element clone who was submerged by the blade glow. This isn't right. Shi Tianyun's expression changed slightly when he saw this scene. Shen Yanfeng also felt something amiss. His smile froze and his expression changed slightly. At this moment, boom. A dark red glow suddenly erupted from the center of the blade light that submerged Wang Teng. It was accompanied by a unique domain. "It's a domain," Shi Tianyun said in a low voice. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, under their unbelievable gazes, the green blade glow filled with killing intent dissipated, as if it had been melted by a scorching heat. A dark red domain suddenly expanded and pushed Shen Yanfeng's domain out. There was a standoff. Huge rocks floated in the dark red domain. Flames burned on their surfaces like meteorites. Terrifying domain power permeated the area. Wang Teng stood on a huge meteorite with flames swirling around him. He looked like the king of fire, flaming magnetic meteor domain.
"Your domain isn't strong enough."
Wang Teng looked at Shen Yanfeng indifferently and spoke in a calm tone. Shen Yanfeng's expression turned ugly when he heard this. His domain had reached the 4th rank, and among the new students, he was certainly one of the strongest, if not the strongest. Yet Wang Teng was looking down on him. He felt humiliated by his disdainful attitude. "Was that your clone?" Shi Tianyun looked at Wang Teng and asked, "What if it was?" Wang Teng replied calmly, "You've already run out of tricks. That's why you resorted to using your clone's power." "We're right. This is indeed your true form," Shi Tianyun said with a cold smile. "Think whatever you want. You're going to lose anyway." Wang Teng shook his head and replied nonchalantly, "You're wrong. You will lose." Shi Yuntian suddenly sniggered. A special aura that wasn't weaker than Shen Yanfeng's erupted from his body. Boom. A blue domain spread out from his body when he finished speaking. It was an extremely unique domain filled with the rich power of water. It created a dense mist that hung in the air. Most notably, Shi Tianyun's domain and Shen Yanfeng's domain didn't repel each other. Instead, they showed signs of merging. What is this? Wang Teng looked at the two domains in front of him in surprise. "Wang Teng, your hybrid domain is powerful, but our domains can merge, allowing us to unleash the power of a 5th-rank domain with our 4th-rank domains." "You've lost," Shi Tianyun said coldly. "Oh, your domains can merge?" Wang Teng looked at them in astonishment. Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun didn't waste any time. They exchanged glances with each other and unleashed their domain power to its utmost limit. Chapter 1862. You Can't Even Defeat My Clone, 5. Shen Yanfeng wielded his battle blade, and the green blade radiance reappeared. Endless wind power congregated on his blade glow. Similarly, Shi Tianyun swung his sword, and the blue sword radiance burst forth, rising like water. It merged with Shen Yanfeng's blade, forming a tornado of blades and swords. Interesting, Wang Teng squinted. He was surprised by their domains. He didn't expect someone to comprehend the fusion of blade and sword, wind and water just like he did. However, his tornado was still much stronger. His flaming magnetic meteor domain was enough to deal with them. However, he only fused 2 of his clones, so he didn't possess the full power of his original self. Thus, he couldn't afford to be careless. He reached out to the sky, and the massive flaming boulders converged above him, gradually forming an incredibly large sphere resembling a small asteroid. Wind Cloud Domain, Shen Yanfeng and Wang Teng attacked at the same time. They combined the power of their domains and hurled it at Wang Teng. "Go!" Wang Teng pointed forward without any hesitation. The massive sphere fully condensed and descended like a small asteroid towards the blade and sword tornado. Boom! A terrifying explosion occurred. The blade and sword tornado rotated wildly in an attempt to completely shatter the massive stone sphere. The giant rock carried a tremendous impact as it slammed into the blade and sword tornado. The blade and sword energy within it were crushed. Both sides seemed locked in a stalemate. It was a tug of war. Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun felt nervous. They didn't expect Wang Teng's domain to be so powerful. In contrast, Wang Teng remained calm, seemingly unworried. Before long, the situation in the arena finally began to change. Crack. The blade and sword tornado couldn't bear the overwhelming pressure and emitted a series of cracking sounds as if it was about to collapse. In just a few breaths, the blade and sword tornado could no longer hold together and began to disintegrate. Boom. In the next moment, before Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun could react, the blade and sword tornado violently shattered. Countless sword energies shot out in all directions. How is this possible? Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun were flabbergasted. They seemed to have lost their voices. They didn't expect this result, their combined domain lost. Boom. While the two of them were still immersed in the shock of their failure, the enormous stone sphere continued its unstoppable force, directly hurtling toward them. Quick, retreat! Shi Tianyun regained his composure and shouted with a pale face. The two of them immediately retreated, but it was too late. The massive stone sphere descended at an incredible speed with an unparalleled impact. They couldn't evade it at all. They stared helplessly as the giant rock came crashing down. The two of them hurriedly activated their domains, trying to shrink them instantly and gather them within a meter of their bodies. This was their last-ditch effort to resist the impact of the boulder. However, time was against them. The massive stone sphere slammed down and crashed into their domains. Boom! A loud explosion was heard as the giant rock struck the layer of domain power around their bodies. Crack! The domain power shattered instantly. There was no way they could withstand the impact. Their faces were filled with horror. It's over. Wang Teng's lips moved slightly as he uttered two words. Immediately after that, the massive stone sphere exploded, and a terrifying force impact swept out, engulfing the two of them. No. They only had time to scream before they disappeared in the terrifying explosion. Boom. The protective shields around them trembled under the impact of the explosion. They looked as if they would break at any moment. The audience was frightened. The people below the arena felt the muscles on their faces twitching when they saw the incredibly powerful explosion. This was frightening. How could Wang Teng possess such terrifying domain power? After a moment, the explosion slowly subsided, revealing the situation in the arena. A massive crater had formed in the center of the arena. There were cracks all around it like spider webs. Two figures lay within it, their armor tattered and their bodies covered in wounds. They looked miserable. Poor thing, many people gasped when they saw this scene. Are they dead? Someone couldn't help but ask. Cough. Cough. Someone suddenly coughed violently. The two figures slowly climbed to their feet. They weren't dead, but they were coughing up blood continuously. They appeared extremely weak. Another figure flew down from the sky and landed at the edge of the crater. He looked down at the two figures within the pit expressionlessly. Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun raised their heads to look at the person, their faces filled with resentment. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps approached from behind and several figures emerged. It was Wang Teng's true form and the other remaining clones who were waiting outside. You couldn't even defeat my clones. Wang Teng looked at the two of them and said suddenly. The clones disappeared, including the one who defeated Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun, and merged back into Wang Teng's body. Pff! Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun's eyes trembled violently when they saw this scene. They vomited a mouth of blood on the spot. Chapter 1863. Find your own spot and stay there. 1. Silence. The entire place went silent after Wang Teng finished speaking, now that they saw Wang Teng removing his clones. They finally knew which one was Wang Teng's true form. When the earth element clone entered Shen Yanfeng's domain and helped Wang Teng's fire element clone, many people guessed that it was just a clone that was pulled into the domain. However, they still didn't know which one was his true form. They only knew the one inside was a clone. Wang Teng's cloning technique was too mysterious. Very few people could see through it. Even the few peak universe stage martial warriors present were not able to see anything. Actually, after evolving to this current state, Wang Teng's clone technique had already surpassed the darkness clone technique. It had become his unique clone technique. Wang Teng had only applied the principles of the darkness clone technique and made some modifications besides. He had a lot of forces as well, even if he extracted all the force from one attribute and injected them into his clone, it wouldn't have much of an effect on his main body. That was why the clones were able to fight against the genius martial warriors and win. Wang Teng's presence was like a bug in the system. Everyone gazed at the massive crater in the arena in bewilderment, even though the deep pit only occupied less than half of the arena. However, do not forget that the arena had a defense array. Ordinary Cosmos stage martial artists' attacks would not be able to damage it. However, Wang Teng managed to create such a huge crater. It was unbelievable. How powerful was the attack just now? Even some of the senior students who had reached the heaven stage had grave expressions on their faces. They started to take Wang Teng's strength seriously, especially since the attack was only released by Wang Teng's two clones. How strong was his true form? The Feng Yun Alliance members, sensing the danger, had already fled the stage. Otherwise, they would have been affected by the explosion. The muscles on their faces twitched uncontrollably when they saw the terrifying hole in the arena. Then they took a sharp intake of breath, gasp. Their faces were bruised and swollen, so when their muscles twitched, it hurt. Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun spat out a large mouthful of blood, and their faces turned even paler. They stared at Wang Teng, their gazes filled with unwillingness and humiliation. They were defeated thoroughly. If they had simply lost to Wang Teng, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, they were fighting Wang Teng as a group, yet they didn't win and even lost to Wang Teng's clone. If they couldn't even defeat a clone, how could they still have the face to stay in the Stellar Academy? They knew what they would encounter in the future. Perhaps people would laugh at them when they walked on the street. Look, those two were the presidents of the Feng Yun Alliance who lost to Wang Teng's clone. Embarrassing. It was truly embarrassing. The two of them wished they could find a hole to hide in and never come out again. Everyone could not help but shake their heads when they saw the two of them. If they had known that this would happen, they wouldn't have done it. If they had some dignity in the past, they wouldn't have ended up losing so embarrassingly. Unfortunately, from the very beginning, they were blinded by that ambition in their hearts and were willing to resort to despicable means to secure victory at all costs. The only thing they didn't expect was that Wang Teng was so powerful. It wasn't just them. Many people thought that Wang Teng would lose. Who knew that it would end up like this? This was a miracle. It was a miracle that ordinary people could not achieve, but they're ruined. Many people couldn't help but sigh. They felt that Wang Teng was mean. He had already won, but he still had to provoke Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun like this. Wang Teng seemed like a petty person. It was best not to provoke him in the future. This guy. Wu Dai shook his head in amusement. Wang Teng's performance was beyond his expectations. Wang Teng had only stepped into the Stellar Academies for a short time, but his rate of improvement was so impressive that it even surprised him. However, it didn't take long for everyone to realize that Wang Teng was not going to let bygones be bygones. He seemed determined not to let Shen Yanfeng and the others off the hook so easily in the arena. Wang Teng suddenly walked toward Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun. The lightning slap appeared in his hand. "What are you trying to do?" "Cough, cough." Shen Yanfeng was shocked. He coughed up blood again. "Nothing much. I just wanted to exchange some words with you guys." Wang Teng smiled and replied, "Everyone, exchange some words." Does that brick in your hand look like it wants to exchange some words? Don't come over. Shen Yanfeng got anxious when he saw Wang Teng getting closer and closer. The fate of the members of the Feng Yun alliance was still fresh in his memory, and when he saw that brick, he knew exactly what Wang Teng had in mind. I want to admit Shi Tianyun's brows twitched, and he wanted to acknowledge defeat. But how could Wang Teng give him such a chance? Before he could say the word defeat, Wang Teng rapidly moved, appearing suddenly in front of Shi Tianyun. He swung the lightning slap. He swiftly moved, appearing suddenly in front of Shi Tianyun. He swung the defeat. Bang, swoop, boom! A burst of lightning flashed. Shi Tianyun's body was already at his weakest, so he couldn't resist at all. His body twitched as he tried to gather the final traces of his force to protect himself. However, his force crumbled entirely. The lightning slap contained the power of the calamity lightning. Once it invaded the body, the force would disintegrate instantly. Chapter 1864. Find your own spot and stay there. 2. The president of the Feng Yun alliance, who appeared charming on the surface but was actually quite scheming, was now suffering the same treatment as the other members of the alliance. When Shen Yanfeng saw this scene from the side, he was scared out of his wits. He no longer cared about his face and immediately wanted to admit defeat. He opened his mouth and was about to shout, "Aye!" Before he could continue, the lightning slap, which had been heading for Shi Tianyun's face, had already changed its course and was now heading straight for his face. Shen Yanfeng lost his composure and his eyes widened to the extreme. The purple aura of the lightning slap reflected in his eyes, and his pupils continued contracting. Bang, swoop, boom, the same lightning slap attack sound echoed persistently in the arena. The corners of the mouths of the people below the arena twitched. They could not bear to look at it. Bang, 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 swoop, boom, swoop, boom. The continuous dull thuds were accompanied by thunderous explosions, and Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun still couldn't manage to utter the words "admit defeat." Wang Teng prevented them from speaking. They could only send a message to Wu Di with their eyes. "We want to admit defeat, ahem." Wu Di cleared his throat and pretended that he didn't see it. His gaze wandered, and he sipped his wine, perfectly avoiding eye contact with the others. Counselor Wu Di, aren't we going to stop him?" A member of the Academy's Arbitration Association couldn't help but ask. "Have they admitted defeat?" Wu Di asked. The Academy's Arbitration Association member was speechless. If they had admitted defeat, he wouldn't have asked. "No," he replied. "In that case, we have no right to interfere in this competition. Everything is within the rules," Wu Di said slowly. "You're right." The member of the Academy's Arbitration Association immediately nodded and accepted humbly. Understood. Since the counselor had already said so, how could he not understand? He would be a fool not to understand his intention. In the arena, Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun felt despair and regret. Why didn't they admit defeat earlier? At this moment, Wang Teng stopped what he was doing and smiled. "Our conversation is over. Come, tell me now, who asked you to attack our Constellation Society?" "I." Shen Yanfeng was seeing stars. He wanted to say something. Bang, swoop, boom. "You want to admit defeat? Did you not have enough?" Wang Teng picked up the lightning slap and smashed it on Shen Yanfeng's head. Shen Yanfeng, Shi Tianyun wanted to say something too. "Do you want to confess defeat too?" Wang Teng looked at him immediately and inquired innocently. "Wang Teng, don't push your luck too far," Shi Tianyun, despite his swollen face, surprisingly had some backbone as he gritted his teeth and said. He knew that he were unable to say those words. If there was any sign of it, Wang Teng would stop him immediately. He was determined to keep them in the arena. "It seems you haven't been moved by me yet?" Wang Teng shook his head and sighed. Once again, he swung the lightning slap in his hand, aiming for Shi Tianyun's head. Shi Tianyun hadn't expected Wang Teng to act so swiftly. He were unable to help but curse in his heart. He was powerless to resist and could only watch as the brick smashed towards his head. At that moment, he felt a little regretful. Was it worth it? It was really painful. Bang, 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 swoop, boom, ah. A miserable scream finally escaped from the verbal eyes of this rather tough-looking man. It was exceptionally miserable. This time Wang Teng didn't hold back. He used more strength than before. A moment later, he slowly stopped and inquired sincerely, "Shi Tianyun, are you moved by me now?" Shi Tianyun almost burst into tears. "I don't dare to move anymore." Yes, his lips trembled as he endured the intense pain and inner humiliation, nodding in agreement. "What about you?" Wang Teng looked at Shen Yanfeng. He didn't dare to say a word since the beginning. "Me too." Shen Yanfeng wanted to curse in his heart, but he didn't dare to at all. He could only nod in agreement. "All right, since you're both moved, tell me the person backing you." Wang Teng was elated and smiled. Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun hesitated again. On one side, there was this demon-like Wang Teng, but they couldn't afford to offend the person on the other side either. Speaking out might lead to unpredictable consequences. They finally comprehended why Wang Teng let go of the third condition so easily. He was waiting for them here. However, they had never expected it would come to this, and now it seemed they had no choice but to speak out. Why? Isn't the emotion enough? Wang Teng tossed the lightning slap in his hand and inquired softly. Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun's hearts skipped a beat, and their expressions changed drastically. They were already traumatized by that brick. "Wait," Shen Yanfeng promptly shouted. "Say it, but don't let me find out that you're lying to me." Otherwise, Wang Teng gave him a suggestive look that said, "You will experience it yourself. Oh, to be on the safe side, the two of you will tell me separately." Wang Teng suddenly separated Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun. He blocked them with his force and didn't even give them a chance to send a voice transmission. "If the two of you say something different," Wang Teng weighed the lightning slap in his hand and snickered. Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun's expressions were grim. A sense of defeat washed over them. It seemed like their last avenue of escape had been sealed off. Chapter 1865, Find Your Own Spot and Stay There, 3. "All right, speak up. Let's start with you," Wang Teng pointed at Shen Yanfeng and said. Shen Yanfeng's gaze flickered. In the end, he sighed and was about to speak. "Junior Wang Teng, sometimes it's best to show mercy." "I think that's enough at this moment." A calm voice resounded from above the arena. It entered Wang Teng's ears. Many people looked up and saw several figures descending from the sky. The leader was a young man with long green hair. The one who had just spoken was this young man. His expression was indifferent, as if he didn't regard anything with importance. But there was a subtle air of arrogance about him. The figures led by this young man didn't land on the ground, but hovered in mid-air, looking down at Wang Teng in the arena below. A sparkle flashed past Shen Yanfeng's eyes when he saw the leader. He thought that he could finally escape from Wang Teng's clutches and wanted to take this chance to admit defeat. Bang, swoop, boom. Wang Teng swung the brick, hitting him squarely in the face. He glanced at him and said, "Did I say you can speak, Shen Yanfeng? Why is he so fast?" "He's not giving me any chances." Shi Tianyun wanted to speak, but upon seeing this scene, he immediately abandoned the idea and sighed deeply. Forget it, he should be obedient. The person in the sky frowned when he saw Wang Teng acting even after he spoke. He stared at Wang Teng calmly. "How do I address you, Senior?" Wang Teng raised his head and asked calmly, "The president of the Qingyan Society, Feng Qingyan." The person replied in a composed tone. "The Qingyan Society." Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He thought this would be the Feiyun Alliance, but it was an unfamiliar faction instead. "Wang Teng, the Qingyan Society isn't simple. Their ability is on par with the Feiyun Alliance. Feng Qingyan is also at the peak of the universe stage." Round Ball's voice appeared in Wang Teng's mind. "Oh, it seems we've hooked another big fish." Wang Teng squinted his eyes slightly and chuckled to himself. The onlookers were astounded. They looked at the figure descending from the sky and began to discuss the situation. "It's the president of the Qingyan Society. Why is he here? Did he come for Wang Teng too? No, he looks like he's doing this for Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun. Wang Teng said that there's someone behind Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun. Could it be him? Tisk, This matter is getting larger and bigger. At the side of the arena, a strange look showed up in Wu Di's eyes. He glanced at Feng Qingyan and gave a meaningful smile. The members of the Constellation Society looked at Wang Teng worriedly. They didn't understand why Feng Qingyan, the president of the Qingyan Society, suddenly appeared. Sister Yue? Something seems a bit off. Wade frowned and spoke to Yue Qichao using voice transmission. Let's watch and see how Wang Teng handles this, Yue Qichao replied. With so many people watching, he won't resort to bullying Wang Teng. You're right. He's the president of the Qingyan Society. He won't do such a shameless thing. Wade nodded. Senior brother Feng Jingyan, Wang Teng, pretended to suddenly realize. He continued, I didn't hear what you said just now. Can you repeat it? Feng Jingyan felt the corners of his eyes twitching. He didn't believe that Wang Teng didn't hear what he said just now. This kid was doing it on purpose. Yue Qichao, Wade, and the others wore weird expressions on their faces. They sensed that Wang Teng was setting a trap. Senior, if there's nothing, I'll continue questioning them, Wang Teng said when he saw Feng Qingyan wasn't responding. Since you have already defeated them, let them go. Humiliating them like this is not in line with the style of our stellar academy, Feng Qingyan said. Senior, are you trying to intervene in the matter between me and the Feng Yun Alliance? Wang Teng looked straight at him and asked calmly. Feng Qingyan furrowed his brow once again. He had sensed the sharpness of the young man before him. With just a few words, Wang Teng had revealed his sharp fangs. Wang Teng, don't be ungrateful. Our boss is doing this for your sake. You should appreciate it, a member of the Qingyan Society said with a stern tone. For my sake? Wang Teng seemed to find something extremely amusing and couldn't help but laugh on his own. Why are you laughing? The member of the Qingyan Society asked with an ugly expression. He was a universe stage martial warrior and one of the higher authorities of the Qingyan Society. No new student had ever dared to speak to him like this. Even the new students who entered the academy in the past 2 years would treat him with respect and wouldn't dare to be the slightest bit disrespectful. Yet Wang Teng remained nonchalant and even contradicted their president's words. And as for him, it was even worse. The expression on Wang Teng's face seemed incredibly mocking. It made him extremely uncomfortable. From the moment Wang Teng heard about their Qingyan Society, he never took them seriously. To him, Wang Teng had no self-awareness at all. He was overestimating himself. Youth knows no fear. I'm laughing at your naivety, Wang Teng chuckled. You, the member of the Qingyan Society, was infuriated. He glared at Wang Teng. Why are you angry? Wang Teng looked at him coldly. I already gave you face by not saying you're foolish outright. Did you say you're doing it for my sake? Who do you think you are? Do you think you have a say in what's best for me? Chapter 1866. Find your own spot and stay there. 4. Damn it. The member of the Qingyan Society's expression changed. He was infuriated. If it weren't for the circumstances, he might have almost resorted to violence to suppress Wang Teng. He even asked him who did he think he was. No one had ever dared to speak to him like this. Get lost, Wang Teng said coldly. Go as far away as you can. Who are you? The onlookers were stunned. Wang Teng was truly a tough guy. The other party was a high-ranking member of the Qingyan Society, a universe stage martial warrior, yet he didn't show him any face. Even if he didn't like that guy, he shouldn't be so blatant. He seemed to have no regard for the Qingyan Society. What's more, the president of the Qingyan Society was just standing right there. Wasn't he provoking the society blatantly by insulting a senior figure within the association? For a moment, everyone regarded Wang Teng as a godlike figure, including the senior students. Many new students admired him greatly. Boss is amazing. He doesn't care about the other party at all, Wade said with astonishment, shaking his head in disbelief. That fellow has always been like this. The higher authorities of the Qingyan Society picked the wrong target if they thought they could bully someone like him. Yue Qichao said with glowing eyes, I don't know why, but seeing our leader like this, I suddenly feel so excited, Wade exclaimed. Yue Qichao looked at him speechlessly. Why are you so excited? Do you want to go up and share his burden? Forget it with my small body. I won't even be able to lift a finger there. Wade laughed awkwardly. Yu Chao gave him a disdainful look. Barate and Yu Qian stared at him strangely. Initially, Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun felt a glimmer of hope when the Qingyan Society appeared. However, when they saw Wang Teng not giving them any face, they were utterly incredulous. Who on earth was this guy? Was he not afraid of the Qingyan Society? At this moment, they found Wang Teng entirely unpredictable. It was as if they were not from the same world. Was he honestly a new student? Good, good. This talent from the star rankings is so full of himself. The member of the Qingyan Society seethed with anger. Full of myself? Wang Teng sneered. I only know one saying. If someone respects me, I'll return the favor. But if a mad dog bites me, I will step on it and crush its teeth. The member of the Qingyan Society was so angry his chest heaved up and down violently. Anger shot out his eyes. For a universe-stage martial warrior to act like this, it was quite apparent that Wang Teng had pushed him to the brink of rage. Wang Teng, it's better not to be so confrontational in your interactions. Feng Qingyan waved his hand and stopped the member of the Qingyan Society who was on the verge of exploding. He looked at Wang Teng intently and said calmly, I don't intend to get involved in your affairs. I merely wanted to offer you a piece of advice. Senior, are you done advising me? If you're done, you can go somewhere else. Wang Teng waved his hand dismissively as if shooing away a fly. Silence. Silence. There was an eerie silence. Everyone looked at Wang Teng as if he was a ghost. Oh my God. Did Wang Teng know who he was talking to? He was the president of the Qingyan Society. How could he ask him to go somewhere else? Was this fellow looking for death? While Wang Teng had used a sharp tone when speaking to Feng Qingyan earlier, it was nothing compared to this moment. Even though he scolded a higher member of the Qingyan Society, that individual couldn't compare to the president. Hence, everyone thought that Wang Teng would restrain himself in front of the president of the Qingyan Society. But to their surprise, he was even more blunt and showed even less respect. Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun raised their heads and stared at Wang Teng in a daze as if he was a monster. Yue Qichao, Wade, and the others were flabbergasted. They hadn't expected Wang Teng to be so direct and openly confront the president of the Qingyan Society. Feng Jingyan's face finally turned black. He glared at Wang Teng coldly with a sinister gleam in his eyes. Ha ha ha, this is so interesting. A peal of laughter came from the sky. Two other groups of people appeared from the Feiyun Alliance and the Witch Tower Alliance spacecraft. They floated down from the sky. The person who chuckled was the president of the Witch Tower Alliance, Wu Ming. Wu Ming. Feng Qingyan looked at him expressionlessly, coldly, uttering his name. Don't mind me. I'm just here to watch the show. Please continue. Wu Ming waved his hand with a smile, saying, It's so interesting. I never expected to witness such an exciting drama today. It's a great show. Feng Qingyan felt his heart pounding furiously. Wu Ming's words made him feel as if he were being toyed with. Brother Feng, this competition is their business. You shouldn't interfere. Ji Feiyun grinned and said in a meaningful tone, Or is there something you don't want everyone to know? Feng Qingyan snorted. There's nothing I can't tell others. In that case, let Wang Teng finish this match. Ji Feiyun grinned and turned to Wang Teng, saying, Wang Teng, I believe you can continue. Wang Teng's gaze swept over everyone and finally returned to the faces of Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun. He grinned and said, Speak up. Tell us what you know. Chapter 1867. Find your own spot and stay there. 5. Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun looked at Feng Qingyan subconsciously. In the next moment, they met a pair of icy and chilling eyes, and a shiver ran down their spines. They dared not speak another word. It looks like you have forgotten about what I've said. Wang Teng sniggered. No. Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun both shuddered, finally recalling the fear of being tortured by the brick. Wang Teng didn't give them any chance to react. He threw his lightning slap out mercilessly. Bang, 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 swoop, boom. Dull thuds accompanied by thunderous echoes continued to resonate in the arena for a long time, until Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun completely turned into pigheads and lay on the ground, convulsing all over. There wasn't a patch of flesh on their heads that wasn't bruised. Only a slit remained for their eyes. Devil. He was a devil. They were extremely frightened of Wang Teng. They couldn't control themselves at all. This was simply beyond what a person could endure. "Can you speak now?" Wang Teng asked in a tone that sounded quite polite, as if the person who had just acted so ruthlessly wasn't him. I'll talk. Please, don't hit us anymore." Shen Yanfeng lay weakly on the ground. He was extremely weak and finally gave up. He didn't care about anything else and spoke with a hoarse voice. "Who is it?" Wang Teng asked. "It's him, the president of the Qingyan Society, Feng Qingyan. He asked us to do this." Shen Yanfeng raised his hand and pointed at Feng Qingyan. At this moment, he even harbored a hint of resentment towards Feng Qingyan. They provoked this devil because of him. This was all because of him. At this moment, the terror Wang Teng had brought upon him had far exceeded the threat Feng Qingyan posed to them earlier. What do you say? Wang Teng glanced at Feng Qingyan and then turned his gaze to Shi Tianyun. He felt that one person's testimony wasn't enough and needed both of them to identify him. The people around them were flabbergasted. They held their breaths as they looked at Shi Tianyun. Did Feng Qingyan instigate the Feng Yun alliance to do this? Feng Qingyan remained expressionless. No emotions could be seen in his eyes. Those who knew him well understood that he was seething with anger. "It's Feng Qingyan. He wants to subdue you, so he ordered us to provoke you repeatedly and find opportunities to challenge you. He wants to find a chance to disband the Constellation Society so that he can extend his grace to you. That way you will join the Qingyan Society. This is all part of his plan," Shi Tianyun said after a moment of silence. He seemed to have accepted his fate. Gasp. There was an uproar after he finished speaking. Shi Tianyun's words exposed the truth. It was indeed Feng Qingyan who orchestrated this, instructing the Feng Yun alliance to provoke the Constellation Society and control the situation to this extent. All of this was done just to subdue Wang Teng. What a devious scheme. This Feng Qingyan is shameless. Wade gritted his teeth. He's the president of a faction. I didn't expect him to be so despicable, Yue Qiqiao uttered with contempt. Wu Ming and Ji Feiyun looked at Feng Qingyan mockingly. They were relishing the situation. "Brother Feng, so this is where your confidence lies. No wonder you said that Wang Teng will join the Qingyan Society and the Feiyun alliance has no chance at all. If you had succeeded, we would have no chance." Ji Feiyun chuckled. "Brother Feng, your methods have truly impressed me." Wu Ming cupped his fists at Feng Qingyan and smiled. Feng Qingyan's face turned green. The members of the Qingyan Society had unpleasant expressions on their faces. They felt highly embarrassed when their plans were completely exposed. "Senior, do you have anything to say?" Wang Teng looked at Feng Qingyan and inquired calmly. "This is just their side of the story. Why will the Qingyan Society do such a despicable thing?" Feng Qingyan recovered his composure and replied calmly, "Oh, are you saying that you dare to do it but don't dare to acknowledge it?" Wang Teng smiled. "Then why did you try to stop me from continuing this match earlier? Were you feeling guilty?" "I've already said that. I'm just giving you advice and reminding you," Feng Qingyan said. "What a righteous senior you are." Wang Teng clapped his hands. "You've truly expanded my horizons." His expression turned cold. "Regardless of whether this matter is related to your Qingyan Society, I will remember it. We'll meet again someday." Feng Qingyan glanced at Wang Teng and didn't say anything else. He turned and left. He flew into the spacecraft with the other members of the Qingyan Society and disappeared into the distant sky. No matter what, Today had been a humiliation for the Qingyan Society. Whether he admitted it or not, many people would believe it. The Honorable Qingyan Society used such a despicable method to recruit a new student. It was atrocious. Their reputation was completely tarnished. This must be difficult to accept for Feng Qingyan, who had always been confident and proud. Wang Teng observed the Qingyan Society's spacecraft leaving expressionlessly. No one knew what he was thinking. The onlookers all shook their heads in amazement. They had initially thought it was just a minor skirmish among new student factions, but it had turned into a confrontation involving the powerful Qingyan Society. Moreover, even the Qingyan Society suffered a significant setback in Wang Teng's hands. Chapter 1868 Gains. The goodwill of the two powers won in the arena. Although the people from the Qingyan Society had left, there were still unresolved matters at hand. Wang Teng gazed at Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun. "Remember your promise." If not, he brandished the lightning slap in his hand and smiled. Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun shuddered. They could only nod with bitterness. How could they resist this devil at this stage? They regretted provoking him in the first place. Now even the president of the Qingyan Society had left. Having gained no benefits and realizing they were no match for Wang Teng, they could only accept their humiliation, disband the Feng Yun alliance, be his subordinate for 10 years. Either of them was a significant blow to them. Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun were ambitious individuals which led them to establish the Feng Yun alliance. However, it was disbanded not long after its establishment. It was safe to say that they wouldn't have any chance of building another faction in the future. Nobody would want to join an organization led by two failures. If it was a simple failure, it was nothing. Most importantly, their reputation had been tarnished beyond repair, even worse than the reputation of the Qingyan Society. They were initially brought to the forefront to counter the existence of the Constellation Society, but their despicable actions during the challenge earned them the contempt of many new students. No one would want to enlist them anymore. As for the members of the Feng Yun alliance who got beaten up by Wang Teng, the first thing they would do was to leave the Feng Yun alliance. Another reason was that Wang Teng beat them up so badly that they lost all their face and became a joke. This whole episode would go down as a dark chapter in their history. It was almost impossible for them to create their faction in the stellar academies anymore. In fact, the Feng Yun alliance had become a thing of the past, the moment both of them were defeated. Wang Teng didn't pay them any further attention. He scanned his surroundings and picked up all the attribute bubbles in the arena. Constellation Force, Wind 850, Wind Demonic Domains 1300. Heavenly Demonic Wind Suppression, Blade 3000, Divine Level Wind Talent 1300. Cosmos Realm, Spirit 2340, Universe Realm, Enlightenment 3000. Constellation Force Water 9000. Water Cloud Domains 1500, Water Cloud Sword Skill 4000, Divine Level Water Talent 2000. Cosmos Realm Spirit 2800, Universe Realm Enlightenment 3600. Wind Cloud Domain 3000, a series of attribute bubbles flowed into Wang Teng's body as if they were being drawn in by an invisible thread. Two constellation forces appeared in Wang Teng's body. One was the green constellation Wind Force, while the other was the blue constellation Water Force. Boom. As the two constellation force merged into his inner cosmos, Wang Teng's body trembled, accompanied by an explosion that only he could hear. Breakthrough, Wang Teng was stunned. Just now, his constellation Water Force had reached the 4th level. He had already picked up the attribute bubbles dropped by the members of the Feng Yun alliance, besides the constellation Metal Force, which had reached the 4th rank and wasn't easy to raise. The other 4 forces had increased by a level and reached the 3rd level of the Cosmos stage. Shi Tianyun's constellation Water Force allowed his Water Force to rise to the 4th level of the Cosmos stage. Constellation Metal Force 365 Sifri 40,000, Cosmos stage 4th level. Constellation Wood Force 15,630,000, Cosmos stage 3rd level. Constellation Water Force 340,000, Cosmos Stage 4th level. Constellation Fire Force, 8,930,000, Cosmos Stage 3rd level. At a glance, Wang Teng had already reached the 4th level Cosmos Stage for 2 forces. The other forces were at the 3rd level Cosmos Stage. His cultivation speed was impressive. Most people at most reached the 3rd level of the Cosmos Stage, as seen with earlier opponents like Lu Tian. That was probably the limit for new students. What's more, the other party had a single element, unlike Wang Teng, who had multiple elements. Thus, in terms of force alone, Wang Teng was far ahead of most of the talented martial warriors. He also received the constellation Wind Force, which was at the 4th level of the Cosmos Stage. Although he hadn't achieved a breakthrough, the force attributes he received from Shen Yanfeng allowed his ability to rise significantly. Constellation, Wind Force 2,300, 40,000, Cosmos Stage 4th level. Next was the power of domain. As the attribute bubbles merged into Wang Teng's mind, 3 new insights appeared. One was the Wind Demonic Domain. This was Shen Yanfeng's domain comprehension. The Wind Demonic Domain was unique as it combined the power of the wind element with demonic energy, creating a domain that possessed a malicious aura. After gaining this insight, Wang Teng realized that this Wind Demonic Domain wasn't as weak as he initially thought. It turned out to be a quite powerful domain. Malevolent energy was a special kind of energy. Some dangerous places in the universe possess various unique energies with strong killing potential and even special additional effects. Thus, this malevolent energy wasn't simple. It was through the malevolent energy from these perilous places that Shen Yanfeng was able to comprehend the Wind Demonic Domain. Honestly, if he didn't meet Wang Teng, his Wind Demonic Domain alone would have been enough to give him a prominent position among the new students. Not to mention the fusion of the domains. After some consideration, Wang Teng decided to transform his Wind Domain into the Wind Demonic Domain. Chapter 1869. Gains the goodwill of the 2 powers. 2. He also had some inspirations. If he were to incorporate his insights from the Bloodlust domain into this domain, would it lead to an unexpected transformation? However, Wang Teng would need to go back and study it properly. It wasn't something that could be accomplished in one go for now. Fortunately, Wang Teng's Wind domain was already at the 4th rank. After adding the power of the malevolent energy into it, it transformed into the Wind Demonic Domain and remained at the 4th rank. There was even a slight improvement. Wind Demonic Domain 3290-4000, 4th rank. Based on the changes in his attributes, it had increased by 110 points. The increase had nothing to do with the 300 points of attributes and seemed to be related to enlightenment. Wang Teng stopped thinking about it and looked at the 2nd domain he received, Water Cloud Domain. This was a special domain, too. After receiving this enlightenment, a strange glimmer appeared in Wang Teng's eyes. He had to admit that Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun were individuals with exceptional talents. One grasped the Wind Demonic Domain while the other mastered the Water Cloud Domain. The Water Cloud Domain was able to transform water into mist. This was a special domain transformation enlightenment. Wang Teng's water domain had already merged to become the Netherworld domain. Now he wanted to incorporate the insights from the Water Cloud domain into the Netherworld domain to make it his own Netherworld domain. 3320-4000, 4th rank, with the addition of this enlightenment. Wang Teng's Netherworld domain rose a little too. Looking at the changes in his domain, there were 130 more points than before. Now, within his Netherworld domain, there was also a hint of the transformation of mist and clouds, making it even more mysterious and unpredictable. In the future, if were to use his Netherworld domain, his enemies would probably find themselves questioning their life choices due to its enigmatic changes. Wang Teng smiled. He looked at the last domain, Wind Cloud Domain. This was a domain jointly displayed by Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun, but now it belonged to Wang Teng. Wang Teng's eyes shimmered. He closed his eyes and sensed the domain carefully. He found it to be quite intriguing. The so-called power of wind and cloud was, in fact, a combination of the powers of the wind and water domains, similar to Wang Teng's tornado skills. However, it didn't have as many variations as Wang Teng's tornado skills. The only thing worth emulating was the addition of water element power. Wang Teng's tornado series didn't integrate the power of water. With these insights, he could boost the water element within his tornado skills. However, there were only 3,000 points of the wind-cloud domain. It could only be raised to the second rank. Wind-cloud domain, 2,000, second rank. If he wanted to raise it to the third rank, he needed just one more point. However, this 1 point was a divider. I'm only 1 point away. Why can't I have one more point? Wang Teng was speechless. He shook his head and looked at the other attribute bubbles. Heavenly Demonic Wind Suppression Blade, Water Cloud Sword Skill, 2 battle techniques. What's more, they were all universe stage battle techniques. 2 figures appeared in Wang Teng's mind. One was practicing his blade skill, while the other was practicing his sword skill. They didn't interfere with each other, but seemed to subtly supplement each other, creating an eerie scene, these 2 techniques. Wang Teng began to realize something. These 2 battle techniques could be fused, just like the domains. They could create a combination technique. Moreover, if these 2 techniques were combined, they could reach the eternal stage. The reason why Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun were able to comprehend those 2 domains and merge them was also related to these 2 techniques. This was a legacy. Wang Teng couldn't help but feel astonished. This was truly a surprise. At first, he thought that these were just 2 simple universe stage battle techniques, but it turned out they could be merged, and their power could reach the eternal stage. This was an eternal stage battle technique. Wang Teng had many eternal stage battle techniques, and even divine-level battle techniques, but he didn't mind having more of them. That's right. Since it has come into my possession, it must be fate. I gratefully accept it. Wang Teng glanced at Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun and couldn't help but smirk. Indeed, he hadn't expected that these 2 sheep would yield such fine wool. Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun supported each other, preparing to leave. Suddenly, they noticed Wang Teng looking at them with a strange smile on his face. Their hearts skipped a beat. They feared he had some ulterior motive. What else do you want?" Shen Yanfeng stammered. "Nothing. I just wanted to look at you. You can leave now." Wang Teng was speechless. He found it amusing that these 2 seemed so frightened. He didn't make things difficult for them anymore and waved his hand with a smile. "Then can we leave?" Shi Tianyun asked. "Let's go. Do you want me to treat you?" Wang Teng said in an exasperated tone. No need. We'll treat ourselves." Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun hurriedly waved their hands and ran away, as if fleeing from a wild beast. Wang Teng watched as the 2 of them scurried away from him and rolled his eyes. Then he continued looking at the remaining attribute bubbles. Next were the 2 divine-level talents, wind element and water element. Wang Teng had already reached the divine level for these 2 talents. The increase in his traits allowed these 2 talents to receive a significant boost. Divine level water talent, 8,500, 4,000, divine level wind talent, 2,150,000, chapter 1870 gains. The goodwill of the 2 powers, 3, divine level wind talent, was rare, so it wasn't easy to raise it normally. Among all the divine level talents Wang Teng had, the divine level wind talent was the weakest. He finally managed to catch up with the rest this time. A hint of green light flashed in Wang Teng's eyes as his wind talent improved. He felt that his perception and control of the constellation wind force had greatly enhanced. He suddenly felt that he was the wind. Back then, in the virtual universe, Wang Teng encountered the divine tempest bird and obtained wind talent of divine level from it, risking his life in the process. He even was killed by the divine tempest bird and experienced the thrill of death. It wasn't an ordinary death, it was a death process akin to being dismembered, an experience that was both painful and exhilarating. Wang Teng felt a little uncomfortable just thinking about it. To be honest, it was his first time experiencing such a profoundly realistic sensation of death, and the memory was still vivid. Fortunately, it occurred in the virtual universe. If it had occurred in the real universe, Wang Teng wouldn't dare to pick up the attribute bubble. Looking back now, he couldn't help but feel a bit sentimental. Wang Teng suddenly wanted to meet the divine tempest bird again. He had to take revenge for the humiliation he had suffered. Unfortunately, the divine tempest bird was rare even in the virtual universe. Wang Teng might not be able to come across it again. He tried a few times in the past, but he couldn't find the divine tempest bird in the same place. Wang Teng shook his head, pushing these thoughts aside. He looked at the last few attribute bubbles. Finally, only the cosmos realm, spirit, and universe realm enlightenment attributes were left. Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun dropped many attributes. There were a few thousand points of them. Wang Teng's spirit and enlightenment attributes rose a little. The members of the Feng Yun Alliance also contributed a significant amount of stats and enlightenment attributes to Wang Teng. Spirit 26500-2003, Cosmos Realm, Enlightenment 13650-300,000, Universe Realm. Wang Teng glanced at the attributes board and nodded in satisfaction, as expected of talented martial warriors. He could raise his cultivation quickly by farming attribute bubbles from them every day. Of course, it all relied on his harvesting technique. For the spirit and enlightenment attributes, he needed to use the lightning slap to harvest them cleanly. After picking up the attribute bubbles, Wang Teng stepped down from the arena and joined Yue Chiqiao and the others. Boss, you were amazing this time. You even dared to confront the president of the Qingyan Society. Did you see the look on Feng Qingyan's face? I thought he was about to lose his temper and hit you. Wade immediately started chattering as soon as he saw Wang Teng. He seemed more excited than Wang Teng himself. What, Qingyan Society president? I've never even heard of him. Don't bother with him. Wang Teng waved his hand dismissively, not appearing not to care at all. That's right, that Feng Qingyan appeared out of nowhere and wants you to release Shen Yanfeng and Feng Qingyan Go. Shameless, Wade agreed. You can't be lenient to people like him. If not, he'll take advantage of you. He thinks too highly of himself. Wang Teng patted Wade's shoulder and gave him a reassuring smile as he educated him. This fatty knows what he's talking about. He's got the potential. Enough. Yue Chiqiao rolled her eyes. She couldn't bear to listen to them anymore. Wang Teng's boasting was one thing, but now with Wade's flattery, it was a bit too much for her. They seemed to complement each other perfectly. Perfect. That's not right. You lack the necessary enlightenment. You should learn from Wade. Look how profound his understanding is. Wang Teng turned to Yue Chiqiao, his face filled with disappointment as he shook his head. Yue Chiqiao, lacking the necessary enlightenment. Not understanding enough. Was Feng Qingyan someone who could be provoked easily? She suspected that if Wade learned from Wang Teng, he wouldn't even know how he died. Wu Di and the other members of the Academy's Arbitration Association were walking over. When they heard Wang Teng's words, their expressions turned strange. This guy dared to say anything. He offended the Qingyan Society and Feng Qingyan. Was he unconcerned? Wang Teng, congratulations. Wu Di walked over and smiled. What's there to congratulate? This isn't a good thing. Wang Teng greeted Wu Di with cupped fists and said with a smile, I appreciate your support this time, Senior. Otherwise, the people from the Qingyan Society would have been even more arrogant. He knew that the reason why Feng Qingyan didn't attack him in the end was mostly because of the presence of the arbitration counselor from the Academy. Wu Did, the counselor of the Academy Arbitration Association, had a special status. Even the president of a faction such as Feng Qingyan didn't dare to offend him. You don't have to thank me. This is the responsibility of the Academy's Arbitration Association. Under the rules of the Academy, Feng Qingyan won't dare to do anything to you, Wu Di said in a meaningful tone. But once you're outside the Academy, we can't protect you. I understand inside the Academy is enough, Wang Teng replied with a cheerful smile. A hint of curiosity flickered in Wu Di's eyes. This junior of his seemed quite confident. Could he have some means to stand up against Feng Qingyan? He remembered that Wang Teng was a grandmaster alchemist, so he didn't need to be afraid of Feng Qingyan. Wu Di had heard that Wang Teng recently become acquainted with two Eternal Stage seniors. This fellow wasn't an ordinary Cosmos Stage martial warrior. Otherwise, Feng Qingyan wouldn't have used such a roundabout way to try and recruit Wang Teng. Chapter 1871 Gains. The goodwill of the two powers 4. He simultaneously held respect for Wang Teng and caution towards him. This was why he wanted Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun to attack him, so that he could attempt to win Wang Teng over through kindness. The method was clever, but they underestimated Wang Teng's strength and abilities. Wang Teng forced Feng Qingyan to appear after defeating Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun in the arena. Otherwise, Feng Qingyan could have easily shifted the blame onto other factions, like the Feiyun Alliance, and remained hidden in the background. Many thoughts went through Wu Di's mind. He smiled deeply and gave Wang Teng a profound look before waving his hand and saying, "Now that things are settled, I'll take my leave." "Senior, take care," Wang Teng said. "Oh, by the way, there's some good news coming your way soon. Be prepared for it." Wu Di suddenly turned back and said mysteriously, "What good news?" Wang Teng asked in confusion. "I can't tell you that. You'll find out when the time comes." Wu Di chuckled and walked away. Wang Teng was speechless. Wang Teng. Wu Di did it on purpose. Round Ball's voice emerged in his mind. What a bad sense of humor. Wang Teng shook his head. "Never mind. Keep an eye out for information that might interest me. I'm getting curious." "Okay." Round Ball chuckled. Ji Feiyun and Wu Ming had not left. After Wu Di departed, they descended from the sky and neared Wang Teng. Junior Wang Teng. "Nice to meet you." Wang Teng looked at them and nodded. One should not hit a smiling face from their current demeanor. It seemed that these two had no ill intentions towards him. Wang Teng wouldn't treat them the way he did to Feng Qingyan. "Junior Wang Teng, you've certainly stirred up quite a commotion this time," Ji Feiyun teased with a smile. "I had no choice. I was forced," Wang Teng replied helplessly. "I didn't expect Feng Qingyan to do such a thing." Ji Feiyun agreed in agreement and then shook his head. "But this time, you've made an enemy out of him. You have to be careful." "Feng Qingyan isn't a broad-minded person," Wu Ming said. "Oh, let's see if he has the ability." Wang Teng remained calm. A cold smile appeared at the edge of his lips. "Seeing you in person is better than hearing your name." Wu Ming gave Wang Teng a thumbs up. He exclaimed, "I thought that no matter how outstanding a new student like you is, you will still need time to develop. But now it seems that your presence alone far surpasses many senior students." "Not many senior students dared to confront Feng Qingyan." "You're flattering me. I just don't like to be treated like an idiot," Wang Teng replied calmly. He showed no sign of arrogance despite the praise. "I wanted to recruit you to join our Feiyun alliance, but it seems impossible now," Ji Feiyun sighed with regret. "Someone like you wouldn't settle for anything less. Thank you for your kind offer, but I have many people relying on me now. I can't just leave them behind." Wang Teng gave an apologetic look and uttered with regret, "With so many people willing to follow you, that speaks volumes about your abilities," Ji Feiyun remarked. "I won't say more, even if we can't recruit you into the Feiyun alliance. I hope we won't be enemies. We can collaborate in the future. Okay." Wang Teng nodded. He certainly didn't want to gain an unnecessary enemy. Having one more friend was always better than having one more enemy. Yu Qiqiao and the others were elated. They had gained another ally, and it was an established faction. The same goes for the Witch Tower Alliance. "I hope to be friends with you." Wu Ming looked at Ji Feiyun and muttered an expletive in his heart at Ji Feiyun's slick maneuvering. He then grinned and addressed Wang Teng. "Senior, you're too kind." "It's my honor," Wang Teng replied with a nod. "If you need any help to deal with Feng Qingyan, you can tell me. I'll do my best." Ji Feiyun said sincerely. "You said everything." Wu Ming gave Ji Feiyun an exasperated look. "Ha ha ha! Who inquired you to be so slow?" Ji Feiyun laughed. "Wang Teng, His words are my words. If you need anything, just say it. The Witch Tower Alliance isn't afraid of Feng Qingyan, Wu Ming snorted and promised Wang Teng. Wang Teng was surprised. Regardless of their motives, the fact that they could say such words meant they weren't empty promises. This wasn't a small promise. After all, the clash between these two factions was no trivial matter. Wang Teng grinned and replied, "Thank you both for your kind intentions, but I believe I should be able to handle it." Ji Fei-yun and Wu Ming glanced at each other and saw a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. Wang Teng was confident. He even rejected their help. Seeing this, they didn't press further and exchanged a few more pleasantries before taking their leave. Yu Qiao looked at their backs as they left. She couldn't help but ask, "Why did you give up such a good opportunity?" "Don't worry. We can resist Feng Qingyan with our strength," Wang Teng replied calmly. "It's only this way that we, the Constellation Society, can truly establish ourselves within the Academy. Victories obtained with the help of others are never as significant as those we gain with our own hands." Yu Qiao was stunned for a moment before she understood. She had to admit that Wang Teng was right. If they could defeat Feng Qingyan through their efforts and rise within the Academy amidst the conflict with the Qingyan Society, the Constellation Society would truly find its footing. Moreover, we've gained 2 allies, which will make many things easier in the future, Wang Teng added with a smile as he took out his spacecraft. "Let's go back." Yui Qiao's face brightened up as she understood the significance of having 2 allies. She quickly followed Wang Teng. The members of the Constellation Society followed him. The spacecraft turned into a beam of light and disappeared into the horizon. Chapter 1872. I'm your long-lost master. 1. The clash between the Constellation Society and the Feng Yun Alliance ended with a humiliating defeat for the Feng Yun Alliance, who left in disgrace. The Constellation Society gained the most benefits from this incident. The most immediate and noticeable benefit was the significant increase in their reputation, especially when it involved an established faction like the Qingyan Society. It pushed the Constellation Society's reputation to the peak. Now, many senior students were also paying attention to the Constellation Society. The news of these events spread widely, sparking discussions and arguments on the internal web. I didn't expect the Qingyan Society to be the mastermind behind the clash between the Constellation Society and the Feng Yun Alliance. That's right. Who would have thought that Feng Qingyan would do such a thing? He's so sneaky. Come to think of it, I remember several freshman factions from the past were disbanded mysteriously, and some promising students were absorbed by the Qingyan Society. Could it be? Oh my, could it be that the Qingyan Society is behind all of this? It's possible. If they can do it once, they might do it again. It's just that it wasn't exposed in the past, so no one thought in that direction. Tisk, Feng Qingyan seems so upright, but he's the one behind all this. He's sanctimonious. Shh, be careful. Feng Qingyan might be spying on us. Silence. At the Qingyan Society's headquarters, inside a large hall. Feng Qingyan sat expressionless in the top seat with his eyes closed. No one knew what he was thinking. Below them was a group of high-ranking members of the Qingyan Society. Most of them were universe-stage martial warriors. They restrained their auras, but they gave off an extraordinary presence just sitting there. This was enough to prove how powerful the Qingyan Society was. There were at least 20 universe-stage martial warriors present, which, outside the stellar academies, would be considered a formidable force, not to mention Feng Qingyan, a martial warrior at the peak of the universe stage. The atmosphere in the hall was tense. Everyone's expression was unpleasant. No one spoke. After a moment, someone cautiously spoke up. "President, are we going to let this matter go?" Feng Qingyan slowly opened his eyes and glanced around him. His voice was calm as he said, "What do you think we should do? This is the academy, not outside. President Wang Teng is too arrogant. He doesn't take our Qingyan Society seriously at all. We can't just let this slide," someone uttered agitatedly. This statement seemed to open the floodgates, and others began to speak up. "That's right, President. News of our Qingyan society has spread throughout the academy. Many of them mention you." Someone hesitated. In the end, he didn't dare to say anything. "What did they say about me?" Feng Qingyan asked calmly. President, why don't you take a look yourself?" The member of the Qingyan Society was a little afraid of Feng Qingyan, so he didn't dare to say it out loud. Most of the members of the Qingyan Society were afraid of him. Feng Qingyan wasn't an easy person to talk to. Their fear of him far surpassed their admiration. "Say it." Feng Qingyan repeated calmly. The Qingyan Society member almost wanted to slap himself. He wore a miserable expression and said, "They said that you're unscrupulous and despicable." Feng Qingyan fell silent for a moment, and then chuckled lightly. "I never thought that my standing would be ruined by a freshman." "President, is the Constellation Society behind this?" Everyone is saying the same thing on the Academy's internal web. The member of the Qingyan Society hesitated before asking. "It must be them. The Constellation Society will want our reputation to get worse," a member of the Qingyan Society said coldly. "President, we need to control these discussions. It will be very detrimental to our reputation." "Yes, we have to control these discussions right away. President, we must act quickly. If things continue like this, our Qingyan Society will become a complete laughingstock. No one will dare to join us in the future." The others agreed. "It's useless. We can stop one or two people, but not everyone." A lady sitting on Feng Qingyan's right shook her head. Everyone was surprised upon seeing this woman speak up and express such thoughts. This lady was the vice president of the Qingyan Society, Ruan Benlian. She was a woman of significant status within the Qingyan Society, and her ability was at the 9th level of the universe stage. She was second only to Feng Qingyan. "Vice President, are we going to let this continue?" someone asked unwillingly. Ruan Banlian glanced at Feng Qingyan and shook her head. "Vice President Ruan, do you have any ideas?" "Please share." Feng Qingyan placed his hands on his chin and lowered his eyelids as he asked indifferently. "Perhaps we can only quell it with force." Ruan Banlian's expression remained calm as she said softly, "Once we exterminate the Constellation Society, everything will return to normal. It's just a matter of winners and losers." Her tone was light and her expression was composed, but her words carried a chilling undertone. The members of the Qingyan Society immediately turned quiet. "Clap! Clap! Clap!" The sound of clapping was suddenly heard. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. It was Feng Qingyan. "Did you hear what Vice President Ruan said, after enjoying comfort for so many years? Have you forgotten how the Qingyan Society came into being?" Feng Qingyan glanced around and asked. Everyone shuddered. A sharp glint appeared in their eyes. They suddenly understood. "Ha ha ha, that's right. Our Qingyan Society fought our way through a bunch of formidable opponents. What is a mere freshman faction to us?" Chapter 1873. "I'm your long-lost master." The other members of the Qingyan Society laughed. "Since y'all know what to do, let's disperse," Feng Qingyan said calmly. "Yes." The members of the Qingyan Society replied in unison and left the hall. Only Ruan Banlian remained in her seat. "Why aren't you leaving?" Feng Qingyan asked. "I'm leaving so that the president can lick his wounds alone." Ruan Banlian responded coldly. "You still speak in such an unlikable manner," Feng Qingyan frowned and said. "So, how does it feel to be mocked by a freshman?" Ruan Banlian didn't seem to care. A smile appeared at the edge of her lips as she continued asking, "No big deal, just a newcomer who doesn't know his place." Feng Qingyan replied indifferently, "Tisk, you're still so two-faced. Aren't you tired of pretending?" Ruan Banlian shook her head. She stood up and stretched lazily, her body tracing graceful curves as she strolled towards the exit of the hall. "I'm leaving. You can take your time licking your wounds." Feng Qingyan watched her departing figure, his gaze flickering a few times. His face gradually darkened, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. "Wang Teng, His chilly voice echoed in the empty hall in the manor after returning to his residence and delegating the matters of the Constellation Society to Yue Qiqiao and the others. Wang Teng decided to go into seclusion. He gained quite a bit this time and needed to thoroughly digest and absorb them. He perched cross-legged in the cultivation room and started to feel the changes in his water force. The transformation into that misty state was quite peculiar as it turned the constellation water force into another form, being both water and vapor. In a way, the ice element was also derived from the water element, but they were distinct from each other. The most distinctive feature of the ice element was its extreme coldness, which required corresponding talent to control. Thus, ice element martial warriors needed to possess the ice talent. On the other hand, this cloud and mist state was just a variation of the water element, achievable through understanding and contemplation. Of course, it wasn't impossible to convert the water element into the ice element with the help of external forces. However, it would be very challenging and unsustainable. For ordinary warriors who lacked the ice talent, attempting to forcibly master the ice force could easily backfire and harm them. At this moment, streams of blue constellation water force surged out from within Wang Teng's body, wrapping around him like flowing water, constantly swirling and changing. These water currents were composed of tiny specks of light, resembling a river of stars. It gave them a particularly strange appearance. The greatest good is like water. Water is good at adapting, capable of taking countless forms. A hint of enlightenment arose. Wang Teng had already gained an understanding of the corresponding water and cloud power. This meant that he had mastered the basics and crossed the most challenging threshold. Thus, at this moment, he immediately comprehended the transformation of the water and cloud form with almost no difficulty. Boom, the water flow resembling a river of stars. Suddenly, it scattered like splashing water, emitting tiny blue rays of light. It was a beautiful sight. Then, all the water splashes converged once more. When they reformed, they had changed their shape, taking on the form of clouds and mist, swirling around Wang Teng. A sensation of being surrounded by clouds and mist arose. At this moment, Wang Teng seemed to be standing on an extremely high mountain peak, almost able to touch the clouds in the sky. It felt ethereal and otherworldly. Puff. The next moment, a gentle breeze swept through, swirling around Wang Teng. Instead of dispersing the clouds and mist, this breeze incorporated them, creating a swirling vortex around Wang Teng. The speed of the wind increased gradually, eventually forming a miniature tornado. Within the spinning clouds and mist, an indescribable power emerged. The wind is formless. The clouds are too. Wang Teng slowly opened his eyes. There was a sharp glint in them. I didn't expect the strength of the tornado to increase after adding the power of the water and cloud transformation. He closed his eyes once again and entered a state of cultivation. Time passed slowly. For 3 days straight, Wang Teng stayed in the cultivation room. Meanwhile, outside, things were becoming increasingly lively. The Constellation Society had gained significant attention recently because of Wang Teng's battle with the Feng Yun alliance. Many people came to join the Constellation Society because of its reputation. Yu, Qiqiao, and the others were elated and frustrated. They were happy because so many people wanted to join the Constellation Society. This was undoubtedly a good chance for the Constellation Society to grow. However, they were annoyed because many of these newcomers were just looking to take advantage. Some people even came to look for Wang Teng's lightning slap. They inquired if joining the Constellation Society would grant them access to those bricks that could release electric shocks. Yu Qiqiao almost exploded in anger when she heard these strange questions. I've been tirelessly helping that jerk develop the Constellation Society, and he still created such a huge mess. It was obvious that Wang Teng had led the academy astray. While the Constellation Society was flourishing, the competition on the freshman leaderboard became increasingly intense. One by one, genius students emerged claiming top positions on the freshman leaderboard and making a name for themselves at the 7th Stellar Academy. Many top students couldn't sit still when they saw Wang Teng's prominence within the academy. They couldn't form a faction, so they could only use the freshman leaderboard to prove themselves. However, so far, no one had managed to surpass Wang Teng and claim the top spot. Naturally, this departed those ambitious talents who wanted to surpass Wang Teng feeling frustrated. Nonetheless, this drove them to work even harder. They either attended lectures given by various academy instructors or practiced diligently in various training areas. Chapter 1874, I'm Your Long-Lost Master. 3. The freshman leaderboard was closely tied to the issue of choosing one's master later on. The higher the ranking and the better the performance, the more likely they were to attract stronger instructors. To put it simply, the freshman leaderboard was a place for freshmen to showcase themselves. At the same time, it was a place for instructors to assess their potential. The academy had already sent out an official notice. Half a year later, the instructors would formally accept new disciples. Time was limited, and those genius students naturally wanted to make a strong impression. On the third day, Wang Teng woke up from his cultivation. He had completed his enlightenment and mastered the transformation of the water and cloud power Psi. He let out a soft sigh and gave a satisfied expression. Then he thought for a moment, and another item appeared in his hand, the hornless ice dragon pearl. This was the ice element treasure he had obtained from the chaotic Uncharted. Since returning, he hadn't had the time to study it closely. Now that he had some free time, it was the perfect opportunity to look at it. Let's see if the nether frost can bear the hornless ice dragon. Pearl Wang Teng's eyes shimmered. A ball of black ice appeared in his other hand. Swoosh. Without any hesitation, Wang Teng moved the nether frost in his left hand closer to the hornless ice dragon pearl. A soft sound resonated instantly. The nether frost covered the surface of the hornless ice dragon pearl, turning the ice blue bead pitch black. Wang Teng stared intently at the hornless ice dragon pearl that had turned black. Would it work? The nether frost came from the nether world giant python and possessed considerable potential. Its icy power was sufficient to freeze many things. Normal martial warriors would be frozen if they touched the nether frost. However, the nether frost was now facing the hornless ice dragon pearl acquired from the hornless ice dragon. In terms of coldness, it was still a little weaker. As expected, the black ice on the surface of the hornless ice dragon pearl disappeared. They were absorbed by the pearl. In the blink of an eye, the hornless ice dragon pearl regained its ice blue color. It faintly shimmered as if conveying a message. Wang Teng remembered that the senior who passed the hornless ice dragon pearl to him mentioned that the soul of an ice hornless dragon was sealed inside. Could it be? A glint flashed in Wang Teng's eyes. He wanted to enter the hornless ice dragon pearl to take a look, but he didn't dare to. The chill within the hornless ice dragon pearl was too intense. It could freeze the soul and spirit. If he wasn't careful, it might injure him. If he injured himself because he wanted to study the hornless ice dragon pearl, it would be a loss not worth the gain. However, Wang Teng considered his abilities. He had several divine flames, so he wasn't afraid of the hornless ice dragon pearl. If he encountered danger, he could simply unleash the divine flames. No matter how powerful the frost hornless dragon's beast soul was, it couldn't compare to the power of 4 divine flames. If he wanted to use the hornless ice dragon pearl, he needed to subdue it. Hence, he must enter it. With these thoughts in mind, Wang Teng closed his eyes. A strand of golden light flew out from his brow and headed towards the hornless ice dragon pearl. It disappeared into the pearl instantly. Swoosh! In an instant, Wang Teng's spiritual body shivered. He felt an endless chill sweeping over him. Fortunately, at this moment, the 4 divine flames sealed within his spiritual body blazed with intense heat, dispelling the cold. The next moment, Wang Teng's spiritual body materialized in a snowy white space. Everywhere he looked, there was ice, as if the entire world was frozen. In the distance, he could see towering icebergs reaching into the sky. Their peaks were invisible. Suddenly, a faint exclamation sounded within this vast space, echoing as if in a valley. It was hard to differentiate the gender of the voice. It was very special. Wang Teng's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't sense where the voice came from. However, that elder had not lied to him. There was indeed a beast soul in the hornless ice dragon pearl. Wang Teng didn't speak. He floated in the air and waited quietly. It would come out sooner or later. There was no use being impatient. "Human, who are you?" In no time, the voice rang out again, forming an echo that reverberated endlessly. "I'm your long-lost master," Wang Teng replied casually. Silence. There was an eerie silence. "Come out quickly. Where are you?" "Your master's come to find you," Wang Teng said playfully. "Human, you're looking for death," a furious roar suddenly resounded, echoing through the space. Boom! The next moment, an overwhelmingly powerful aura descended, trying to crush Wang Teng. What followed was a bone-piercing chill that seemed to be able to freeze everything. This icy intent swept in from the horizon, raising a terrifying storm of ice and snow. Wang Teng dared not be negligent and immediately triggered the divine flames in his body. He released them. Boom! A ball of three-colored flames soared into the sky. White, blue, and crimson. They formed an immensely large three-colored torch. The three divine flames erupted simultaneously. A strong sense of scorching heat spread out, and the endless chill couldn't get anywhere near Wang Teng's body. Wang Teng had only triggered 3 divine flames. The dark flame remained sealed within him, securing his spiritual body. At the same time, within his spiritual body, golden light flickered, and the 9 treasures pagoda shot out. It expanded and hovered above Wang Teng's spiritual body, firmly withstanding the overwhelming aura. Divine flames. The voice seemed astounded. "How dare you assault your master? Do you want to be destroyed?" Wang Teng replied. The voice fell silent for a moment before speaking again with a hint of fear. "You're just a human cosmos stage martial warrior. Even if you have divine flames, you can't challenge me." Chapter 1875, I'm your long-lost master. 4. Defy you? Wang Teng was somewhat surprised. He shouted, "How dare you say such things in front of your master? You're bold, insolent." The voice became furious when Wang Teng repeatedly referred to himself as its master. "The one who's insolent is you," Wang Teng shouted. "Your master is here. Why aren't you coming out to greet me? You even dare to attack me. I think you're just asking for trouble. The other party wanted to curse. This human was shameless, constantly calling himself the master and treating it like a pet. How thick was his skin? Nothing to say. Have you realized your mistake? Come out and admit your mistake." Wang Teng continued. "Fine, fine. Since you want to see me so badly, I'll show you my true form. Don't be frightened out of your wits." The voice was seething with anger. It reverberated through the vast white space. Wang Teng felt everything around him trembling as the boundless power of ice and snow gathered in the sky, rendering everything pure white and obscuring his vision. Suddenly, a beam of light shot up from behind the boundless icebergs, forming a colossal figure in the sky. Wang Teng immediately gazed over and was slightly shocked. Amid the endless ice and snow, a crystal-clear giant dragon, its entire body icy blue, coiled around. Its massive form seemed to blend into the ice and snow as if sculpted from ice and snow itself. Each scale resembled the most precious jade in the world, flawless and perfect, the ice hornless dragon. This was the legendary ice hornless dragon. This was the first time Wang Teng saw a universe behemoth. He was astounded. But soon, Wang Teng remembered the divine-level azure dragon he saw in the past. There was a huge difference between them. Although both were massive in size, the ice hornless dragon before him appeared more slender. It even gave off a petite feeling. In contrast, the divine-level azure dragon seemed bulkier and more ferocious. In comparison, the divine-level azure dragon was more frightening. Although their heads appeared somewhat similar, a closer look revealed significant differences. Both were remarkably unique. They differed significantly from the true depiction of a divine dragon in the records. In the midst of the ice and snow, the ice hornless dragon lowered its massive head from the sky and stared coldly at Wang Teng with his large eyes. "Human, do you believe that I can swallow you now?" The ice hornless dragon breath opened its terrifying mouth, revealing its monstrous fangs. "Stop acting." I know your current state very well, Wang Teng uttered leisurely. The ice hornless dragon. If you could, you would have swallowed me already. Why are you still talking to me? Wang Teng glanced at the sky from the corner of his eyes. You're just bluffing. The ice hornless dragon. Nothing to say? Wang Teng grinned. I've given you a chance. Just obediently call me master, and I might spare you. Otherwise, he didn't finish his sentence. But the divine flames were gathering in his hand. He stared at the ice hornless dragon with a dangerous gaze. Cough? The ice hornless dragon cleared its throat and said, Actually, we can sit down and have an appropriate conversation. You want to talk properly now? Weren't you quite fierce just now? Wang Teng chuckled. Misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. The ice hornless dragon laughed awkwardly. It retracted its massive head and gazed at the divine flames in Wang Teng's hand warily. The congregation of 3 divine flames was no joke. In its current state, it couldn't withstand the onslaught of those divine flames. It couldn't fathom how someone could possess 3 kinds of divine flames. One alone would be more than it could handle, let alone 3. This human was just a cosmos stage martial warrior. How could he possess 3 divine flames? Who was he? Call me master? Wang Teng prompted. The Ice Hornless Dragon, Chapter 1876, Contract, Ice Tess. 1. Call me master. Wang Teng's words left the Ice Hornless Dragon in a stiffened state once again. If it could, it truly wished it could crush the human in front of it with its claw. Damn it, are you done? A mere cosmos stage martial warrior wanted it to call him master. This was unbearable, but it must endure. The 3 divine flames in front of it made it exceptionally apprehensive. It dared not make the slightest movement. Its current state was not right. Most of its power was sealed, and it could only unleash 1/10 of its true strength. What's more, this human's divine flame was able to restrain its ability. It felt helpless, however it felt that it couldn't appear too weak, or the human in front of it would push the boundaries. Human, don't go too far. I'm the Ice Hornless Dragon, a universe behemoth. Why will I acknowledge a cosmos stage martial warrior as my master? If you continue to force me, we can both perish, and you will gain nothing, the Ice Hornless Dragon said with a cold tone. Perish together? Are you sure? Wang Teng looked into the dragon's enormous eyes. If he hadn't sensed a hint of insecurity in the dragon's gaze, he might have believed it. The Ice Hornless Dragon stared intently at Wang Teng. Why wasn't this human following the script? Wasn't the other party afraid of its threat? Try it, it said with its head held high. All right, I'll try. Wang Teng gave the other party a meaningful look. This Ice Hornless Dragon was too naive. He was too lazy to waste any time. The divine flame in his hand swept out and expanded instantly, transforming into 3 flame behemoths, no smaller than the Ice Hornless Dragon. They charged fiercely towards the dragon. Roar! 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 The emerald-glazed flame transformed into a massive azure dragon, with each scale lifelike and incredibly majestic. The holy flame turned into a creature resembling a white flame Kirin. It was covered in scale-like armor and sported sharp horns on its head. It had a unique appearance that resembled a mix of various creatures, both tiger-like and lion-like. The soul of Thousand Beasts flame manifested as a gigantic crimson tortoise, its body even more massive than a mountain. There were intricate patterns visible on its back, exuding profound and mysterious qualities. 3 distinct roars echoed from their mouths, reverberating through the void. For a split second, the Ice Hornless Dragon had a mental breakdown. Was he really attacking? Did he have to act so quickly? It stared at the 3 flame behemoths charging towards it. The indescribable intensity of the scorching heat made it feel like it was about to melt away, roar. There was no time to think. The Ice Hornless Dragon roared, unleashing an endless coldness from its mouth to counter the scorching heat of the 3 flame behemoths. The power of ice and snow surged from its mouth, forming streams of frigid ice that collided with the 3 flame behemoths. Boom, boom, Boom. Explosions resounded, echoing through the icy and snowy space and causing violent vibrations all around. Wang Teng frowned uncontrollably. Would this place be destroyed by the divine flames? Wang Teng's concern was not unfounded. Everything was most vulnerable from the inside. Right now he was inside the hornless ice dragon Pearl and using the extreme power of the divine flames. The damage to the hornless ice dragon Pearl was huge, fortunately. The hornless ice dragon Pearl was no ordinary object. It appeared to be quite resilient, showing no signs of damage. Of course, this was also because Wang Teng hadn't unleashed the full power of the divine flame. He just wanted to teach the ice hornless dragon a small lesson. Wang Teng's primary goal was to subdue the ice hornless dragon, not to kill it. Boom! A deafening explosion occurred in the space. The ice hornless dragon's power of ice couldn't withstand the searing heat of the three types of divine flames. It began to melt and disintegrate instantly, vanishing completely in less than a moment. Boom! The three flame behemoths slammed forcefully into the ice hornless dragon. Howl? The ice hornless dragon let out a roar of pain. Its body was sent flying by the impact of the three flame behemoths. The scales on its body emitted a sizzling sound as if they were about to melt. The ice and snow in the surroundings evaporated under the sweeping force of the flames, creating a vacuum zone. The massive body of the ice hornless dragon flew straight ahead, crashing into the distant ice mountains and toppling several of them. Amidst the loud explosions, those ice mountains collapsed, crashing down like the toppling of mighty pillars. Roar. The ice hornless dragon struggled to break free from the collapsed ice mountains. There was a mixture of astonishment and anger in its eyes as it stared in horror at the three flame behemoths. But before it could react, the three flame behemoths had already surrounded it. They didn't make any immediate moves, but stared at it like a tiger eyeing its prey. It sent shivers down its spine. The ice hornless dragon. "Can you call me master now?" Wang Teng's spiritual form floated over and stood on the azure flame dragon's head. He smiled at the ice hornless dragon's eyes flickered. It was unwilling to submit. Before it was killed, it was a superior existence, but it had been hunted down and its soul sealed within the hornless ice dragon Pearl, unable to unleash its true power. This led to its current plight. As a superior existence, it couldn't submit to a cosmos stage martial warrior. "It seems you haven't fully grasped the reality," Wang Teng said with a slight squint of his eyes. He waved his hand, and the three flame behemoths roared. Roar, roar, roar. The next instant, they wanted to charge forward and teach his opponent a lesson. Chapter 1877, Contract. "Ice tests, too. Wait," the ice hornless dragon suddenly shouted at this moment. Wang Teng didn't stop. His expression was calm as he allowed the three flame behemoths to charge toward the ice hornless dragon. Boom! The ice hornless dragon suffered another violent impact. It started to question the meaning of its existence. I've already asked him to wait. Why did he still act? Can't he give me some time to consider? The scorching sensation of the divine flames instantly swept across the ice hornless dragon's body. This time, Wang Teng didn't hold back. It wanted to teach the beast a lesson. Howl. The massive body of the ice hornless dragon was enveloped in flames, resembling an eel thrown into a burning fire. The pain made it roar, and its body writhed and struggled within the flames. Waves of mist rose from its body as its ice body started to melt. Wang Teng was a little surprised. It looked like this ice hornless dragon's body wasn't a real soul, but rather condensed from ice and snow. However, its soul might be hidden in that body. If not, it wouldn't be in such pain. His gaze turned sharp. He didn't retract his fire. Instead, he allowed them to continue encircling the ice hornless dragon's body, burning fiercely. Enough. The ice hornless dragon couldn't endure any longer and shouted. Its body had nearly melted away, and it could only barely keep its head from being consumed by the flames. But it was only a matter of time. No matter how hard the ice was, it could only melt under the scorching heat of the divine flame. "I don't think so," Wang Teng casually replied. He waved his hand, and the flames continued to surge out from his spiritual body. They erupted with even more intense heat, accelerating the burning process. Roar! The ice hornless dragon roared in agony as its body crumbled inch by inch. Its tail had already completely disappeared, and the melting had reached its midsection. It was rapidly approaching its head. It summoned all its power of ice to protect its head, or else even its head would be lost. Do you want to destroy this pearl? The frosty Chai dragon roared in anger. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, Wang Teng said calmly, the ice hornless dragon. What do you mean by you know what you're doing? I'm almost burnt to death. As the flames burned more fiercely, the ice hornless dragon's body was reduced to just a head. Its head also showed signs of melting. The ice hornless dragon couldn't bear it any longer and decided to forsake all dignity. Master, I'll call you Master. Is that enough? Stop it. Don't be impatient. I haven't had enough fun yet, Wang Teng said casually. The ice hornless dragon was on the verge of breaking down. Why did this human act so unpredictably? Just a moment ago, he seemed reasonable, and now he becomes so ruthless. If it had known this person was like this, it would have surrendered immediately instead of putting up a fight. Dignity was nothing compared to staying alive. Before long, just as the ice hornless dragon's head was about to completely melt away, there was a loud boom, and it exploded on its own. Shattered ice shot out in all directions. Among them was a golden sphere of light that was attempting to escape. Trying to escape? Wang Teng scoffed. As he expected, the ice hornless dragon's soul was hidden in its head. It almost fooled him. However, it seemed that this soul was somewhat weak. Was it just a part of the soul? Wang Teng acted quickly. He reached out his hand, and the flames instantly formed a cage, trapping the golden sphere of light within. Wang Teng had already spread the divine flames all around, so this entire area was engulfed in flames. There was no way the golden sphere of light could escape. The golden sphere of light darted in the fire cage, attempting to break free. In the end, the moment it touched the surroundings of the fire cage, it emitted a piercing scream. Wang Teng was stunned. Why was its voice different from before? It was hard to differentiate the gender of the voice just now. It sounded like two pieces of ice rubbing together. However, this time, the voice had obvious female characteristics. It was a female voice. No way. Wang Teng was surprised. His expression turned peculiar as he looked at the golden sphere of light inside the fiery cage. Inside the golden sphere of light, there was a miniature ice hornless dragon in an ice blue color. Wang Teng brought the fiery cage closer and placed it in front of him. He inspected the ice hornless dragon inside curiously. Is this just a part of your soul? Wang Teng asked. The other party responded with a cold snort. Hey, you're quite arrogant. You've already exposed yourself. Wang Teng chuckled. What do you want? The ice hornless dragon's voice had completely turned into a female one by now. It sounded somewhat like a mature woman's voice with a touch of huskiness. It was quite pleasant to the ears. However, at this moment, her voice was filled with anger. She seemed to be gritting her teeth as if she wanted to tear Wang Teng apart. Cough, cough. Wang Teng cleared his throat and stroked his chin, saying, Since you just acknowledged me as your master, why don't you hand over your origin of soul in your dreams? The ice hornless dragon said coldly. Wasn't the lecture from earlier enough? Wang Teng asked. The ice hornless dragon fell silent. It felt exasperated. She turned her head away, indicating that she didn't want to look at Wang Teng's irritating face. Wang Teng rotated the fiery cage to reposition her face back in front of him. He smiled at her. The ice hornless dragon turned its head away again. Chapter 1878. Contract. Ice Tess 3. Wang Teng turned back. The ice hornless dragon turned away. Wang Teng turned it back again. After repeating this several times, the ice hornless dragon finally couldn't take it anymore and glared at Wang Teng fiercely. That's enough. Are you going to hand it over or not? I will erase this strand of your soul if you don't. Wang Teng smiled and said, You can erase it if you want. It's just a fragment of my soul anyway, not my main soul. The ice hornless dragon sneered, a glint of cunning in its eyes. If I'm not wrong, you managed to squeeze this soul out of the seal with much difficulty, right? Wang Teng smiled. How did you know? The ice hornless dragon blurted out in shock. However, she quickly reacted. She seemed to have let something slip. A smile appeared on Wang Teng's face. This ice hornless dragon didn't seem very smart. The ice hornless dragon initially intended to resist, but seeing Wang Teng's cunning expression, she knew she couldn't fool him anymore and felt a sense of powerlessness. That's right. To the ice hornless dragon, Wang Teng's expression was extremely cunning and shameless. If Wang Teng knew that the ice hornless dragon was criticizing him, he would probably let her experience the extreme heat on the spot again. It would become a real roasted dragon then. The ice hornless dragon didn't want Wang Teng to think that he had the upper hand. She snorted and said, "So what? Nothing." "I just want you to go back and enjoy the feeling of being sealed," Wang Teng replied. "Sealed? Can you do it?" The ice hornless dragon snorted coldly. Wang Teng chuckled. This ice hornless dragon underestimated him. He didn't explain anything, but instead flew forward with the ice hornless dragon. They soared over the vast ice mountains, and suddenly the landscape opened up before them, revealing an expansive area reminiscent of an ice field. After arriving above this empty space, Wang Teng surveyed his surroundings before landing. The ice hornless dragon's gaze immediately flickered. Wang Teng smiled at it. This place is not bad. The ice hornless dragon twisted her head away and ignored him. Wang Teng didn't mind. He squatted down and activated his real eye to peer beneath the ice. As expected, he saw a seal formed by layers of runes. "It's an ancient sealing array." Wang Teng's eyes lit up as he muttered softly. With his eyes, it was not difficult for him to see that the runes in the array formation were all ancient runes. They exuded a profound and ancient aura, even more mysterious and obscure than contemporary runes. It was obvious that this was an ancient runes array. Wang Teng channeled his spiritual power into his eyes and added more power to his real eye. He looked down through the sealing array. At this moment, he finally realized that this was not an ice plain. It was a huge ice lake. The surface of the icy lake was covered by a thick layer of ice, making it impossible to see what lay beneath. This initially led him to mistake it for an ice plain. In the ice lake, there was an extremely dazzling golden light sphere. It was massive and was submerged at the bottom of the ice lake. When Wang Teng looked at the golden light sphere, a blinding light suddenly burst out from the golden light sphere. Wang Teng immediately averted his gaze, took several steps back, and closed his eyes tightly. A line of blood flowed down his face from his eye. He was shocked. He did not expect the main soul of the ice hornless dragon to be so terrifying, even though only its soul was left. The frightening spiritual power was enough to injure him. Fortunately, he sensed that something was wrong in time and retracted his gaze. Otherwise, his spirit would probably have suffered a huge impact. You can actually see it at this moment. The mini ice hornless dragon in the fire cage said in surprise. Its main soul was sealed below, and Wang Teng could see it through the seal. This was truly astonishing, and left her deeply shocked. Wang Teng slowly opened his eyes and adjusted to the situation. He was fine. Then he looked at the mini ice hornless dragon and said, "It seems like I underestimated you. If my main soul appeared here, you would have died countless times." The mini ice hornless dragon snorted. Wang Teng's gaze flickered. He felt that he had undervalued the ice hornless dragon. Initially, he thought that he could completely restrain the ice hornless dragon with the few divine flames that he possessed. However, it now appeared that the gap between them was too significant. This was an existence above the Titan level. It was very likely that she was at the divine level. Previously, when that senior handed the hornless ice dragon pearl to him, he did not explain it clearly. How could he control such a powerful beast soul now? There was no chance at all. Wang Teng felt helpless. At the same time, he felt fortunate. If it wasn't sealed, he would have been seeking death. He was breaking out in cold sweat when he thought about this. He was too careless. How about it? Do you still want to obtain my origin of soul now? It's not that I'm looking down on you, but even if you obtain my origin of soul, you'll suffer a backlash, the ice hornless dragon said disdainfully. Why are you telling me this? Wang Teng asked. I wouldn't bother deceiving a mere cosmos stage martial warrior like you, the ice hornless dragon snorted. I comprehend now. You want to break free from the seal. If I free your origin of soul, I will immediately sense something amiss. So instead of letting things intensify to that point where both sides are stuck, it's better to tell me now so we can have space for negotiation. Isn't that right? Wang Teng's eyes flickered, and suddenly a flash of understanding flashed through his mind. He smiled. Chapter 1879, Contract, Ice, Tess, 4. The ice hornless dragon fell silent. Then she said, You're smart, but very unlikable. Everyone will like a handsome young man like me, Wang Teng responded with an incredulous expression. The ice hornless dragon stared at Wang Teng speechlessly. How could there be such a shameless person in this world? Tell me, how do you want me to proceed? Wang Teng teased for a moment, but then got straight to the point. Release me and I can agree to a spiritual contract with you. I will help you to dominate this hornless ice dragon pearl in the future, the ice hornless dragon said. Sign a contract? Wang Teng raised his eyebrows and asked, What type of contract? An equal contract? The ice hornless dragon replied, Do you really think you can become my master? Why not? I could destroy the strand of your soul and then repair the part of the seal you shattered. I can let your main soul stay here obediently until I become strong enough to tame it. Wang Teng replied leisurely, Do you think you can repair the crack on the seal array alone? Not to underestimate you, but unless you find a rune master who knows ancient runes, you won't be able to do it. The ice hornless dragon scoffed. Oh, I forgot to tell you that I'm a rune master and a rune grandmaster. Unfortunately, I know some ancient runes too. Wang Teng glanced at her and uttered calmly. The ice hornless dragon wanted to curse rune grandmaster, and he knew ancient runes. Was there anything more outrageous than this? If she were in its prime years, she could have easily disregarded a rune master, even a rune grandmaster. But now she found herself in a vulnerable position, facing a rune grandmaster who understood ancient runes. The prospect of repairing the seal's crack became quite real. She suddenly felt that the world was conspiring against her. Why did the person who came, after waiting for so long, possess 3 divine flames and was a rune grandmaster? Was this a trap specially sent by heaven? Tears welled up in her eyes. The ice hornless dragon had been sealed for many years. She had grown tired of this life of darkness and confinement. Otherwise, with her status and power, how could she possibly speak so politely to a cosmos stage martial warrior, even if he was a rune grandmaster? As for calling him master, she had already thrown this matter to the back of his mind. As a powerful being, adaptability was key. This was just a wisp of her soul. A little cowardice was forgivable. Besides, what this fragment of soul did had nothing to do with her main soul. Just now, Wang Teng was shocked by the golden light sphere beneath the ice lake, so he didn't think that there might be some differences in the personalities of these 2 souls. The ice hornless dragon beneath the ice lake was divine, majestic, and inviolable, like a deity. On the other hand, this miniature ice hornless dragon before him seemed somewhat casual and displayed its emotions openly. She even wanted to submit to him. The ice hornless dragon beneath the lake would never say such words. So, what do you want? The ice hornless dragon took a deep breath and asked, I can agree to the soul contract, but you must be under my control. When I become strong enough, your main soul will unconditionally surrender your origin of soul, Wang Teng replied. You. The ice hornless dragon glared at Wang Teng. This request was unreasonable. In the end, he still wanted to be her master. Who does he think he is? He's just a cosmos stage martial warrior. Why should I recognize him as my master? If you're unwilling, I won't force it. I can wait, Wang Teng said. He was ready to destroy this fragment of the ice-hornless dragon's soul within the fire cage. Just admire what he said. He could wait until he was powerful enough before subduing the ice-hornless dragon. He wasn't in a hurry. Moreover, he had absolute confidence in himself. It wouldn't take long before he reached the eternal stage. At that time, he would be more than capable of subduing the ice-hornless dragon's beast soul. Wait! The ice-hornless dragon didn't expect Wang Teng to be so decisive. Her face turned pale and her gaze changed a few times before she said, "My main soul has something to say to you personally." Wang Teng was stunned. He felt that something wasn't right. Could the separation between the main soul and the fragment be so clear-cut? But he didn't think too much and nodded. The miniature ice-hornless dragon closed her eyes. After a while, she opened her eyes again. In an instant, her aura changed. It was majestic and divine. There seemed to be an endless sense of oppression in those dragon eyes. Wang Teng's expression changed slightly. His pupils constricted violently. The changes were too obvious. She seemed to admire an entirely different dragon. This ice-hornless dragon, did she have a split personality? An absurd thought flashed through Wang Teng's mind. Or maybe this fragment of her soul developed some self-awareness, and it was allowed by the main soul. The one before him, currently, was the ice-hornless dragon's main soul. This was interesting. Wang Teng looked at the ice-hornless dragon with a strange expression, silently observing it. The ice-hornless dragon was also examining him. She even noticed a hint of curiosity in Wang Teng's eyes. "You're special?" After a moment of silence, the ice-hornless dragon opened its mouth. Even her voice had changed. It still maintained that ladylike tone, but now with a sense of nobility and majesty that made people want to submit. "Oh, how am I special?" Wang Teng asked with a smile. Chapter 1880, Contract Ice. Tess, 5. And very confident, the ice-hornless dragon ignored Wang Teng's question and continued her sentence. "Wang Teng, I can agree to your request, but I will only acknowledge you as my master if your strength gains my approval," the ice-hornless dragon said. "That simple?" Wang Teng asked. "There's a time limit," the ice-hornless dragon replied calmly. "I knew it," Wang Teng responded as if he expected this, then asked, "How much time are you giving me? 300 years. The ice-hornless dragon said, "You must become an eternal stage ruler within 300 years, or I won't acknowledge you." 300 years. Wang Teng cleared his throat and asked, "Are you sure about that?" It wasn't that he thought the time was too short, but rather too long. While the eternal stage ruler was the most powerful presence among the eternal stage martial warriors, reaching it within 300 years should not be difficult. Was this the ice-hornless dragon's only requirement? 300 years is the longest deadline I can give you. If you can't even accomplish this, then you're not qualified to be my master," the ice-hornless dragon said calmly. She thought that Wang Teng found it too challenging and gave him a disdainful look. "All right, since you insist on this strict requirement, I'll agree to the deadline," Wang Teng said nonchalantly. If it were some unreasonable demands, he wouldn't have been so accommodating. This was just an ice-hornless dragon with her soul left. What's more, she was sealed. Why did she maintain such an aloof demeanor? What was she thinking? But he felt that he could satisfy this simple request. It seemed that the main soul of this ice-hornless dragon was not too difficult to deal with. Wang Teng thought he should be more generous and not too petty. "Do you have any more questions? If not, let's sign the spiritual contract." Wang Teng waved his hand, and a blank spiritual contract scroll appeared in his hand. He always had some on him just in case he needed it. Like now, the ice-hornless dragon looked at his expression and finally felt that something wasn't right. However, it couldn't put a finger on it. The two of them wrote down their terms on the spiritual contract and signed their names. A light emanated from the spiritual contract. Both parties felt as though they had gained a subtle connection. No one could violate the terms written in the contract, or they would suffer severe backlash. Ice Eth? Wang Teng looked at the name on the spiritual contract and smiled. "This is a good name. It suits your temperament." Iseeth remained indifferent to Wang Teng's praise. She asked, "Can you release me now?" Wang Teng nodded and waved his hand, removing the flames that imprisoned her. And my main soul, Iseeth, hovered in midair for a moment before landing on Wang Teng's shoulder. This soul fragment was very small, and it looked even more petite and delicate when it perched on Wang Teng's shoulder. "Destroy the seal array here and release me immediately." Iseeth sounded a little anxious. She had been trapped for far too long and was eager to break free from this prison. "I can't remove this powerful seal array yet." Wang Teng shook his head. "What, didn't you say you mastered the ancient runes?" Iseeth frowned and asked. "Well, I have some understanding of them, but whether I can break this array is another matter." Wang Teng rubbed his chin. "If we forcefully break it, the hornless ice dragon pearl might shatter. So what should we do?" Iseeth sounded impatient. She gave a look that seemed to be saying, "Are you fooling around with me?" "Within 300 years," Wang Teng reminded her. Iseeth's expression froze. This time limit was not just for Wang Teng. It was for her, too. "Well, don't worry too much. Although I cannot completely remove the seal, you did manage to create a crack in it. I can help you widen it a bit," Wang Teng uttered with a sly grin. "Why do I feel that you did it on purpose?" Iseeth stared at him coldly. "Don't jump to conclusions. I'm not that kind of person. It's just that my abilities have limitations." "You cannot blame me for that," Wang Teng replied innocently. Iseeth felt frustrated. She sized up Wang Teng as if trying to figure something out. However, there was nothing wrong with his face. His expression was genuinely sincere. Considering that he was just a rune Grand Master, it was understandable that he could not break the seal array. She could only give up. It looked like she could only wait another 300 years. Wang Teng sniggered in his heart when he saw her expression. "Do you think you can outsmart me? I'll let you know who's the smart one. Let me see where the crack is." Wang Teng activated his real eye and scanned his surroundings. He continued to probe his surroundings while walking forward. Iseeth blinked. She wondered if Wang Teng could find the location of the crack. Just when she thought that Wang Teng would need some time to find it, he went straight in one direction and quickly stopped at a particular spot. "That's fast." Iseeth was surprised. Wang Teng, oblivious of Iseeth's scrutiny, looked down at his feet. The ice here appeared no different from the surrounding area, but in his eyes it seemed highly distinctive. A few ice-blue attribute bubbles floated around him. Ancient Ice Runes 10, Ancient Ice Runes 15, Ancient Ice Runes 12, Chapter 1881. He's not a poison element, martial warrior, but I am 1 Ancient Ice Runes. A strange glint flashed past Wang Teng's eyes. As the attribute bubbles merged into his mind, immediate insights surged forth. Strange icy blue patterns etched themselves into his mind, exuding an incredibly ancient aura as if they contained the profound mysteries of the universe. Ice! Wang Teng was enlightened. This was another special ancient runes. Previously, he received the ancient lightning runes, and now he had the ancient ice runes. He was quite lucky. Similar to the ancient lightning runes, the ancient ice runes bore the mysterious power of heaven and earth. The ancient lightning runes carried the power of lightning, while the ancient ice runes carried the power of extreme coldness from the heavens and the earth. Arrays inscribed with the ancient ice runes were bound to possess this peculiar cold power. In just a brief moment, Wang Teng had gained a deep understanding of the ancient ice runes. To many rune masters, ancient runes were too occult and mysterious, making mastery of them an extremely challenging endeavor. Even when ancient runes were right in front of them, they still needed to invest a considerable amount of time to comprehend and understand them. Most rune masters who lacked sufficient talent might not even be able to grasp them fully. They knew the what, but not the why. They might know that these ancient runes were the ancient ice runes, but they couldn't cross that threshold. Their vision seemed to be shrouded in mist, and they couldn't see anything. However, for Wang Teng, none of this was a concern. He only needed to pick up attribute bubbles and was able to grasp 2 unique ancient runes instantly. If the rune grandmasters Wang Teng knew about this, they might turn green with envy. Not just them, there were probably many rune grandmasters in the universe who didn't understand ancient runes very well. If they were to learn that Wang Teng, this incredibly young rune grandmaster, had mastered numerous ancient runes, they would wish to come and study under him. In the field of runes, the best always leads. Since Wang Teng had mastered ancient runes, he was their teacher in this aspect. Once news about ancient runes spread, it would undoubtedly attract these rune masters like moths to a flame. Many rune grandmasters were stuck at the grandmaster level and could never cross that threshold because they lacked sufficient knowledge about ancient runes. Their foundation was not deep enough, and their understanding of runes was not profound enough. Although modern runes enabled many people to become rune masters and reach the grandmaster level, advancing further had become extremely difficult. That didn't mean that he couldn't cross the threshold without mastering the ancient runes. However, rune masters who hadn't mastered ancient runes were certainly weaker in terms of their foundation and various other aspects compared to those who had. For a rune grandmaster who hadn't mastered ancient runes to advance to the divine level, he would need an incredibly profound understanding of runes and mastery of more rune techniques than ordinary rune masters. Otherwise, the idea of crossing that threshold remained a pipe dream. Wang Teng suddenly thought of Master Gorlin from the Xingwu continent. Master Gorlin was at the half-step Grand Master level. He hadn't crossed the threshold, but achieving such a level was already quite remarkable. It was because Master Gorlin possessed incredibly strong talent, and he had immersed himself in the field of runes for most of his life, giving him an understanding of runes far beyond that of ordinary people. This was how he managed to reach the half-step Grand Master level on a continent like the Xingwu continent, which wasn't considered particularly strong in the broader universe. In the past, the Xingwu continent was extremely powerful compared to the Earth. But, in the current perspective, the strength of the Xingwu continent in the universe didn't rank very high. Wang Teng felt that he should take some time to visit the Xingwu continent. Now that Earth was on the right track, he felt he could lend a helping hand to the Xingwu continent if needed. After all, many people there had done him significant favors. Wang Teng was especially grateful to Master Gorlin. Master Gorlin had taken care of him during his early years of growth, a mentor he had never forgotten. Now that he had grown, he could certainly provide some assistance to the Xingwu continent within his capabilities. Of course, these were thoughts for the future. Wang Teng shook his head and didn't think too much. He slowly opened his eyes, and in the depths of his eyes there seemed to flash a peculiar and profound icy blue symbol. That icy blue symbol quickly disappeared. Wang Teng then looked down. The appearance of ancient ice runes here signified one thing. This sealing array was related to the force of extreme coldness. What a clever method. Wang Teng's eyes sparkled with a peculiar light as he wondered to himself. To arrange an array using the power of extreme coldness to restrain the ice hornless dragon. The person who set up this array was either supremely confident or unconventional in their approach. Generally, when it comes to countering the freezing power of the ice hornless dragon, the first thing a runmaster would think of is using a fire-based array rather than an ice-based one. However, the individual who laid out this array chose to go against the norm. This was certainly not something an ordinary rune master could achieve. Wang Teng looked at his attributes board, ancient runes, 12, 30, 4,000. Well-versed, Wang Teng's mastery of age-old inscriptions had increased slightly. It wasn't much, but the revelations of the ancient ice runes were immensely valuable. The ice hornless dragon had been observing Wang Teng all along. She was curious whether Wang Teng had just happened to stop here, or if he had genuinely discovered the crack in the seal array. If he had indeed found the crack, then his knowledge of inscriptions was quite advanced for a human. Chapter 1882. He's not a poison element martial warrior, but I am. 2. Wang Teng didn't know what Isith was thinking. With his increased understanding of ancient ice runes, he had greater confidence in enlarging the crack. Ji sat down right where he was, closed his eyes, and extended his spiritual power from his spiritual body, spreading it beneath the ice layer. Isith had a sudden thought. She stood on Wang Teng's shoulder and didn't disturb him. Wang Teng's spiritual power quickly located the subtle crack on the ceiling array once it entered the ice layer. He had to admit that this array was powerful. Even a being like the ice hornless dragon, after all these years, had managed to create only a finger-sized crack. The entire array remained intact, with only this one tiny fissure. No wonder Isith was so anxious when Wang Teng wanted to erase her fragment of soul. If it were him, he probably wouldn't react any differently. After being trapped for countless years, she finally created a crack and released a fragment of her soul, only to have someone try to erase it. No one could endure such a situation. He sniggered in his heart when he remembered Isith's authoritative attitude while shouting, "Master," earlier. Interesting. Why are you smiling? Isith frowned. She felt that this human was mocking her. Nothing. Don't disturb me. I'm working on enlarging that crack. Wang Teng's expression became serious, and he said earnestly. Isith Wang Teng breathed a sigh of relief and immersed himself once again in the task of locating the interactive runes nearby. He only needed to halt the operation of a few of these runes to widen the crack naturally. However, he had to ensure that stopping these runes wouldn't affect the operation of others. Otherwise, the entire array would be ruined. He mustn't let Isith come out so early. He was still too weak. If she were to come out now, Wang Teng wouldn't be able to control her. Even with the spiritual contract, it was hard for the other party to do anything. Hence, it was better to keep her obediently under the array for now. Wang Teng meticulously scanned the ceiling array with his spiritual power. He needed to understand the entire array's structure thoroughly before deciding which runes to stop. Time passed and several hours flew by. Isith was growing somewhat impatient. Why was this human taking so long? Was he even capable of doing it? Unfortunately, Wang Teng had his eyes closed at the moment, seemingly engrossed in the ceiling array. Isith didn't want to disturb him, as she understood that rune masters couldn't be interrupted when they were working. This was common sense. Suddenly, the ice layer below started to vibrate, emitting cracking sounds, as if something was breaking apart. Isith's eyes lit up. Success, a hint of joy, surged from the depths of her heart, and she couldn't contain it. Wang Teng slowly opened his eyes, sensation relieved. The scale of this array exceeded his expectations. Just going through it once took him several hours. He was curious about who had set up such an array. Wang Teng glanced around him and noticed a few attribute bubbles floating on the ice. They must have dropped when he halted the runes. Get them. Ancient Ice Runes 20, Ancient Ice Runes 35, Ancient Ice Runes 30. It's even more than before. Wang Teng was surprised. He closed his eyes and sensed it again, realizing that his mastery of ancient ice runes had improved considerably. Step back a bit. At that moment, Isith's cold voice suddenly rang out. Wang Teng opened his eyes and looked at her. He had a sudden thought. He nodded and floated away. Boom! The instant Wang Teng left, an explosion was heard. In front of him, below the ice layer, a not-so-large golden pillar of light suddenly soared, shooting straight toward the dome of the hornless ice dragon Pearl, Roar. Isith's fragment of soul bathed in the golden light and emitted a somewhat excited roar. Wang Teng's gaze flickered as he clearly sensed her growing stronger. He immediately activated his real eye and saw that her spiritual fluctuations had reached the heaven stage. It slowly halted and finally stopped at the peak of the heaven stage. Heaven Realm Spirit. Wang Teng repeated in his heart, at the peak of the heaven stage, Isith could harness a portion of the hornless ice dragon Pearl's power. It was capable of affecting heaven stage martial warriors. Normal people wouldn't be able to withstand the coldness of the hornless ice dragon Pearl. The Stellar Academy students who had entered the chaotic rift in the past were heaven stage martial warriors, and they had struggled to resist the cold aura of the hornless ice dragon Pearl. At that time, Isith's fragment of soul was only at the cosmos stage, and she could already make heaven stage martial warriors feel challenged purely due to the hornless ice dragon Pearl's natural cold aura, let alone now. The golden pillar of light in front suddenly came to a halt, and Isith's excitement subsided like a receding tide. She thought that she could reach the universe stage, but she halted at the peak of the heaven stage. The sensation of being neither here nor there nearly made her mad. Isith rushed over, angrily demanding, "Human, why is it only this much? Why? Sorry, my abilities are limited." Wang Teng smiled slightly, not taking Isith's anger to heart. He still wore a naive look as he replied. Chapter 1883. He's not a poison element martial warrior, but I am. 3. You did it on purpose. Isith stared fixedly into Wang Teng's eyes. Don't falsely accuse me. Didn't you see that it took me several hours just to open this crack? I did my best. Wang Teng shook his head, sighed with disappointment, and said, I'm working hard here, but it seems like you don't appreciate it. Isith looked at him skeptically, feeling a bit uncertain. Had he tried his best? His expression doesn't seem fake. Wang Teng smiled secretly. This ice hornless dragon was quite easy to deceive. However, he pretended to soothe her with false sincerity, saying, Don't worry. In the future, as my rune mastery improves, I'll help you enlarge the crack. I hope you're not lying to me, Isith snorted coldly, turning her head away. Wang Teng didn't mind and observed her for a moment. He noticed that Isith's fragment of soul seemed to have grown larger and more solid. Oh, right, I have something to ask you. What? Isith replied impatiently. Who created this sealing array? Wang Teng asked. An old fellow Isith seemed to recall some unpleasant memories and snorted coldly. Divine-level rune master? Wang Teng grinned, sensing the deep-seated resentment in her voice. He couldn't resist asking further, almost. Isith's eyes flashed with a hint of dread as she said coldly. Almost at the divine level, Wang Teng gasped. He was enlightened. No wonder. What's so impressive about it? She's probably long dead now, Isith sneered. What if she's still alive? Wang Teng glanced at her, wanting to deflate her confidence a bit. Impossible when she set up this array. She was already on her last legs, Isith said. Oh, Wang Teng became curious. The rune master still sealed Isith even though she was about to die. It seemed that sealing Isith wasn't as straightforward as it appeared on the surface. There might be some hidden secrets involved, but seeing Isith's current attitude, it was clear she wouldn't divulge them, hence, he decided not to pursue the matter further. He thought for a moment and asked again, Did you devour the icy mist I covered the hornless ice dragon pearl with earlier? That's nether frost, right? Where did you get it? Isith seemed interested in the nether frost. She turned and asked, Where I got it from is none of your concern. Just tell me, can it merge with you? Wang Teng asked. Merge, Isith chuckled and said disdainfully, You're overthinking it. While the nether frost is decent, it's not qualified to merge with me. Why did you swallow it then? Wang Teng was a little surprised, but he put on a mocking grin on his face. Isith's eyes flashed with a hint of embarrassment. She said in a tsundere manner, Some things, while not very delicious, can still quench my thirst. Wang Teng, quench your thirst. Nether frost was a special ice element, but she used it to quench her thirst. How could you be so arrogant? Wang Teng glanced at Isith from the corner of his eyes. What kind of ice can you merge with? At the very least, it needs to be on the level of a divine flame, Isith replied. Wang Teng, the level of a divine flame. This creature sure dared to inquire for things. Was she not afraid of swallowing her tongue? The nether frost was already an extremely rare and unusual item, let alone something on the level of a divine flame. Those were exceptionally rare. Even in the vast universe, they were considered highly uncommon. Among the several divine flames that Wang Teng had, if it weren't for the ability to obtain attributes, he would have never obtained so many of them. 2 of them were entirely acquired through picking up attributes. The nether frost was also obtained through attribute acquisition. Normally, martial warriors couldn't obtain nether frost from the death of a netherworld giant python. I'm not lying. Only divine flames can bear my main soul. Items like the nether frost can only be devoured by me. Isith replied calmly. All right, you're awesome, okay? Wang Teng rolled his eyes and said, Do you want to know where such items exist? Isith looked at Wang Teng, pondered for a moment, and asked, You know? Wang Teng asked. Of course. Isith raised her head proudly. Come on, you're not young anymore. You've been sealed for so many years. Even if you know, it's probably gone, Wang Teng said. Isith's expression froze. Not young anymore. Who are you calling old? Isith huffed and puffed, glaring at Wang Teng fiercely. Aren't you focusing on the wrong thing? Wang Teng was speechless. Weren't they talking about rare items? Why did they suddenly talk about age? It seemed that no matter what species they were, if they were female, they would always be sensitive about their age. She was already so old, but she didn't allow others to say anything. Let me give you a chance to rephrase, Isith said coldly, once again displaying her majesty, making it impossible to look directly at her. Cough, I heard that dragons have a long lifespan. Judging by your smooth scales, you're probably a teenager. Wang Teng felt a shiver in his heart. He cleared his throat, stroked his chin, and said seriously, You barely passed. Isith nodded and said seriously, However, you're right about one thing. The lifespan of the hornless dragon race is very long. I'm considered young. Chapter 1884. He's not a poison element martial warrior, but I am 4. Do you think I'll believe you? Whatever you say is right. Wang Teng didn't want to argue. He smiled on the surface, wearing an expression that said, You're absolutely right. But deep inside, he couldn't help but think that she was acting young, even though she had been around for many years. If there's nothing else, I'll leave. Wang Teng prepared to leave. Dealing with this female dragon was a bit challenging. If she wasn't so powerful, he wouldn't have been so accommodating. Are you sure you don't want to know about that place? Isith asked. Locations where celestial treasures be present are generally extremely secretive. Even after tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years, they might not be discovered by anyone. Wang Teng paused in his steps. What Isith said made sense. Places where celestial treasures were found were usually very hidden, and only those with deep opportunities could access them. They might still exist. Moreover, listening wouldn't hurt him. The other party was still sealed. He didn't trust that the other party could harm him, so he turned back and said, All right, tell me the location, and I'll take a look when I have the opportunity. Isith didn't conceal anything and flew over to Wang Teng. She touched her head to his forehead, transmitting a universe map directly into his mind. It's quite far from the stellar academies, Wang Teng muttered. What did you say? You're from the stellar academies, Isith was stunned. That's right. I'm a student of stellar academies. What's wrong? Wang Teng asked. Nothing. I didn't expect you to be a student of the stellar academies. The 7 stellar academies have existed for a long time, Isith replied with a meaningful look, filled with a sense of nostalgia. Even you have heard of the stellar academies. Wang Teng was astounded. Isith had been contained for countless years, yet she still knew about the stellar academies. It seemed that the academy's ancient history was truly beyond imagination. I've already given you the location. Now, hurry up and leave. Isith dismissed Wang Teng. You're ruthless. Wang Teng shook his head and turned to leave. Just go to that place soon. I need a body right now. I've fused with the hornless ice dragon pearl and become a kind of entity similar to a spirit. Only by obtaining celestial treasures and fusing with them can I possess a different kind of body. Isith's voice came from behind him. Okay. Wang Teng paused for a moment and nodded. In the next moment, his ethereal form transformed into a golden light and vanished into the hornless ice dragon pearl, returning to his physical body. Wang Teng, are you all right? Round Ball had been waiting for a long time. It finally heaved a sigh of relief when Wang Teng came back. I'm fine. Wang Teng slowly opened his eyes and kept the hornless ice dragon pearl. He shook his head. How is it? Round Ball asked. Done. Wang Teng smiled. He passed the star chart to Round Ball and said, Check out this location. I heard there might be an ice element celestial treasure there. Ice element celestial treasure. Round Ball was momentarily stunned and asked, "How did you find out about it? That ice dragon told me. I had contact with it," Wang Teng replied. "You've actually had contact with it?" "That's too dangerous," Round Ball said. "It's contained within the hornless ice dragon pearl, so it means it's very powerful." "You're right. That's at least a divine-level presence." Wang Teng gave a bitter smile. "Divine level," Round Ball was astounded. "It's a divine-level presence. I never expected that. But if it's so powerful, how could you communicate with it so easily?" "It has been contained for too long and had to compromise," Wang Teng explained. "Besides, it couldn't do anything to me, even if it didn't cooperate." Round Ball nodded in deep thought. "It's time to go out." Wang Teng stood up, stretched lazily, and prepared to leave. He asked, "Have there been any major events in these past few days?" "Nothing major. Everything is proceeding as usual." Round Ball shook her head and continued. "By the way, you've been asking me to keep an eye on Landon from the Parkers family. I noticed that he recently accepted a mission and is about to leave the Stellar Academy. After Round Ball reached the Heaven stage, it was able to sneak into the Academy's network and monitor the students' movements. Accepted a mission." Wang Teng was slightly surprised. Besides cultivating in cultivation areas, the students in the Stellar Academies also had another way to strengthen their abilities. That was through missions. Completing missions was akin to honing oneself through trials and tribulations, a way to strengthen a warrior's willpower, combat skills, and more. It was even better than practicing in cultivation areas. Additionally, it allowed students to earn points, making it an excellent method for self-improvement. Therefore, many students chose to leave the academy temporarily to undertake missions rather than remain within the academy to practice. Of course, the academy generally recommended that students practice for at least 6 months before undertaking missions, as it would increase their chances of survival. However, Wang Teng was surprised that Landon was going out now. Landon was leaving now, which surprised Wang Teng. "Do you know where he's going?" Wang Teng asked, his eyes gleaming. "This is a trial ground jointly controlled by the 7 stellar academies. It's called the Scorpion King Star," Round Ball said. "Scorpion King Star?" Wang Teng exclaimed. "Why does that name sound? Isn't it unique?" Round Ball chuckled and continued, "I researched it earlier. Scorpion King Star is quite peculiar, as it's a planet filled with countless poisons. I'm not sure why Landon chose to undertake a mission there when he's not a poison element martial warrior." "A planet filled with countless poisons," Wang Teng grinned. "He's not a poison element warrior, but I am. Chapter 1885, 80% death rate, nightmare level. A scheme, 1 Scorpion King Star. It was in a small world controlled by the 7 stellar academies. This particular small world was said to have been left behind by an immensely powerful being. Before the death of that being, he separated his pocket world from himself, allowing it to float freely in the cosmos. Eventually, it was discovered and taken control of by a strong individual from the stellar academies. The Poison Erosion World. This was the name of the small world. After the 7 stellar academies gained control of the Poison Erosion World, they developed it as a trial location for their students. Scorpion King Star, in turn, was one of the colossal planets within the Poison Erosion World, teeming with countless poisonous creatures and saturated with poison force. It's an ideal habitat for poisonous creatures. In other words, Scorpion King Star was a truly unique poison element planet. Even within the original universe, such planets are extremely rare and seldom seen. However, within the Poison Erosion World, there were many more planets like Scorpion King Star, some even more terrifying in terms of toxicity. This was because the former owner of the Poison Erosion World was an immensely powerful poison element martial warrior who used his formidable strength to cultivate this special world filled with toxic animals and poison force. Upon learning that Landon was about to head to Scorpion King Star, Wang Teng immediately wanted to follow him. First, he wanted to see what Landon was up to. Second, he wanted to cultivate his poison force. Such a unique training location was exceedingly rare, and Wang Teng couldn't afford to miss it. Wang Teng immediately came out and, under the guidance of Round Ball, accessed the Academy's internal web. Inside the Academy's network, there was a variety of categories, including the Treasure Pavilion, Task Assignment Center, and more. Wang Teng directly clicked on the Task Assignment Center page, and rows of assignments appeared. These tasks were also categorized, and each region had a series of different tasks that anyone could take on. Scroll down. The tasks for the Scorpion King Star are further down, Round Ball instructed. Wang Teng nodded and scrolled through the task list. Soon he saw the words Scorpion King Star appear before his eyes. I found it. Wang Teng's eyes lit up, and he immediately clicked on it, revealing a series of tasks related to Scorpion King Star. Collect 350 years old poison arrow plants for 300 points. Collect 501,000 years old heartbreak vines for 300 points. Capture 50 mid-tier Imperial-level poison element star beasts, Blacktooth Thorn Rays, for 5,000 points. Capture 5 high-tier Imperial-level poison element star beasts, Emerald Eye Scorpions, for 100,000 points. Obtain 3 vials of poison from the high-tier Imperial-level poison element star beast, Black-maned Python, for 30,000 points. The tasks appeared one after another, overwhelming Wang Teng. There were too many of them, Wang Teng exclaimed. Just for the Scorpion King Star, there were tasks varying from hundreds to tens of thousands of points in reward. One of the missions that Wang Teng saw was to obtain 3 vials of poison from the high-tier Imperial-level poison element star beast, Blackman Anaconda, for 30,000 points. Wang Teng finally understood how hard it was to get 30,000 points. The black-maned python was not an ordinary star beast. It was an incredibly powerful poisonous star beast known for being formidable and deadly. The task specified that he needed to obtain venom from a high-tier Imperial-level black-maned python, making it even more difficult. However, for Wang Teng, it felt like he had uncovered a treasure trove. As a poison-type martial artist and an advanced stage poison master, whether it was poison-element spiritual herbs or poison-element star beasts, he had a deep appreciation for them. Throughout history, the boundaries between medicine and poison have often blurred. Poisonous herbs, as well as non-poisonous ones, could be used to preserve life if one understood the principles of medicine. The difference lay in their inherent toxic properties. Whether it was for alchemy or poison-related endeavors, Wang Teng knew that he could benefit greatly from the resources on Scorpion King Star. His desire to explore the star grew stronger with each passing moment. Do you think Landon went to the Scorpion King Star for some poison-element spiritual herb? Wang Teng touched his chin and asked. He had a sudden thought. Are you saying that he's going to the gray-white region? Round Ball also understood what he was suggesting, her eyes gleaming. It's very likely. Otherwise, I can't think of a reason why he would go to a poison-element planet like Scorpion King Star. It's not very friendly to him, considering his abilities, Wang Teng mused. All the more reason for us to go to the Scorpion King Star, Round Ball's eyes lit up. It urged Wang Teng. Wang Teng, hurry up and choose a few tasks. Let's go to the Scorpion King Star. We can't let Landon escape. Don't worry, he won't escape. Wang Teng grinned mischievously and then proceeded to select a bunch of tasks on the screen by casually pointing his finger at them. Wait a minute. Are you crazy? You've chosen so many tasks. Round Ball suddenly widened her eyes and exclaimed in the blink of an eye. Wang Teng had selected at least 30 to 40 tasks. It was madness. I've come all this way. I might as well take on more tasks to earn more points, Wang Teng said nonchalantly. Come on, even if that's the case. You're going a bit overboard. You've practically selected all the available tasks. Don't forget the main purpose of this trip, Round Ball reminded him. I know I won't forget, Wang Teng nodded repeatedly. In no time he had selected all the tasks, most of which he believed were within his capabilities and not too difficult. This trip should earn him quite a few points. Who knows, he might even accumulate enough points to buy a divine-level weapon. Chapter 1886, 80% death rate, nightmare level, a scheme, 2. He felt happy just thinking about it. At this moment, a message was sent to Wang Teng's wristwatch. Round Ball's expression turned strange. "What's wrong?" Wang Teng couldn't help but asked. "Take a look yourself." Round Ball opened the message, projecting it into the air in front of them. The content of the message instantly appeared before Wang Teng's eyes. "Student Wang Teng, the number of tasks you've selected is too high. The difficulty level has reached nightmare level with a death rate of 80%. We strongly advise you to reconsider. Don't play with your life. Furthermore, the Academy recommends that every new student wait for at least half a year before undertaking missions outside." OT2, Wang Teng, finished reading the communication and suddenly felt like he was a child who had been caught by his parents when he wanted to go out to play. This Academy is quite humane. He glanced at Round Ball and laughed awkwardly. Round Ball finally burst out laughing. It found the situation incredibly amusing. Wang Teng, who usually did whatever he pleased, had received a warning from the Academy in such a manner. Seeing his somewhat ashamed expression, Round Ball couldn't help but find it hilarious. All right, stop laughing." Wang Teng rolled his eyes and said angrily, "Hoff." Round Ball cleared its throat and became serious, saying, "Speaking of which, the Academy's warning is not without reason. An 80% death rate is no joke. I know, but that's because the Academy doesn't really understand my true strength. Do you think I would willingly walk into a death trap?" Wang Teng replied. "That's true." Round Ball rubbed its chin, looking somewhat complicated. "You are the least predictable person. If things get really bad, we still have Elizabeth and the others to help. Ensuring my safety won't be a problem," Wang Teng reassured. "You're cheating." Round Ball was speechless. "No one knows," Wang Teng replied indifferently. "All right, up to you." "Up to you." Round Ball waved its hand. Wang Teng chuckled and curiously asked, "I didn't expect these tasks to have ratings. Yes, they can be classified by difficulty into normal, hard, nightmare, hell, and death levels," Round Ball explained. "There's even a death level? That sounds like a one-way ticket to oblivion," Wang Teng remarked with curiosity. "Exactly. Death level tasks are ones that the Academy strongly advises against. Basically, they result in almost certain death. I've read on the Academy's intranet that there have been death-level tasks in the past, and some students who didn't believe it ended up going, and none of them returned." Round Ball nodded with a slightly solemn expression. That does sound terrifying." Wang Teng rubbed his chin. "One of these days, when I have some free time, I might try a death-level task for fun." Round Ball was speechless. "You always want to do the opposite of what you're told not to do, don't you?" "There's a saying, life is all about taking risks," Wang Teng said confidently. "I believe that the higher the difficulty of the task, the more abundant the rewards. Well, you can talk about rewards all you want, but you also need to be living to claim them," Round Ball remarked. "Enough talk. Let's prepare to depart." Wang Teng waved his hand. Round Ball felt helpless. It didn't know what to say. Anyway, Wang Teng didn't plan to take the death mission now. It would wait and see. Wang Teng found Yue Chichao and the others and informed them that he was going out for a task. "What? You're going on a mission?" Yue Chichao was flabbergasted. Wade and the others were equally surprised. Beret and Yue Wengxian looked at Wang Teng with a hint of inquisitiveness in their eyes. "Yes, I must go on this mission," Wang Teng nodded. "But it's too risky for a new student to go on a mission." Yue Chiao frowned. "It's fine, I know what I'm doing," Wang Teng reassured. "Why do you have to take on the task so early?" Borat asked with some confusion. "For some personal reasons," Wang Teng smiled faintly. Borat shrugged, not pressing further. He was curious about Wang Teng's reasons, but didn't want to pry too much. Even Yu Yunxian couldn't help but be curious about Wang Teng's purpose. However, he wasn't the type to pry either and respected Wang Teng's decision not to share more. Yue Chiao noticed Wang Teng's determined attitude, so she didn't say anything. "Has anything important happened in the Constellation Society these days?" Wang Teng asked. "No. Major events, but the number of people signing up to join our Constellation Society has increased. In just a few days, we've recruited over 2,000 members, Yue Qiao replied. Oh, Wang Teng was surprised to hear the number. Over 2,000 people in such a short time. It seems that talented warriors from other territorial domains have also joined. Yes, we've been following your criteria for selection, and we haven't excluded people from other territorial domains. As you've said, the goal of our Constellation Society is to encompass talented warriors from across the universe, Yue Qiao said, casting a somewhat odd glance at Wang Teng. In this regard, she couldn't help but respect Wang Teng's broad-mindedness. If it were anyone else, they might not have accepted warriors from other territorial domains. But Wang Teng didn't mind, and he had told her previously that the conscious should be open to talented warriors from all territorial domains. Otherwise, she wouldn't have accepted those newcomers. Chapter 1887, 80% Death Rate, Nightmare Level. A Scheme, 3. As long as they're not sent by other factions, Wang Teng replied with a smile. Aren't you worried that they might betray the Constellation Society in the future? Yue Qiao couldn't help but ask, why should I be worried? Wang Teng looked at her and said calmly, if they betray us, it's their loss. I believe that if that day comes, I might not even need to take action. Someone else will likely deal with the traitors. His tone was filled with confidence. Yue Qiao's eyes showed a hint of admiration. People's magnanimity truly varied, and perhaps only someone like him could lead the Constellation Society to greater heights. Boret and Yu Yungxian looked at Wang Teng in surprise, too. There was a strange glint in their eyes. Honestly, they wouldn't be able to do what Wang Teng did. Just then, Wang Teng suddenly made a light exclamation and looked at his wristwatch. Roundball informed him that he received another message. This time, it was from the Academy's Arbitration Association. Wang Teng opened the message and took a look. He was astounded, too. What is it? Yue Qiao asked when she saw his expression. The Academy Arbitration Association gave me an Associate Council Member status, Wang Teng said with uncertainty. Associate Council Member. Yue Qiao widened her eyes in surprise. She asked in disbelief, Are you kidding me? An Associate Council Member of the Academy's Arbitration Association? Yes, and there's the emblem of the Academy's Arbitration Association on it. It shouldn't be a mistake. Wang Teng opened the message and showed it to everyone, saying, it was more like an appointment letter than a message appointing Wang Teng as an Associate Council Member of the Academy Arbitration Association. Yue Qiao and the others were flabbergasted after reading the content. The appointment letter bore the emblem of the Academy's Arbitration Association. Outsiders couldn't forge it, and no one would play such a joke on Wang Teng. No one dared to impersonate the Academy's Arbitration Association either. Therefore, this message must be real. It couldn't be more real. The group looked at each other, finding it difficult to believe. Why would the Academy's Arbitration Association suddenly appoint you as an Associate Council Member? That's an Associate Council Member, a much higher status than an ordinary member of the Academy's Arbitration Association. And you're just a new student who hasn't even joined the Academy's Arbitration Association before. Yue Qiao was full of doubt and asked in amazement. The Academy's Arbitration Association had a very special position within the 7 stellar academies. Although it seemed like just a student organization, it had the authority to supervise and arbitrate all young martial warriors. This authority also existed outside the stellar academies. Furthermore, if one wanted to have greater authority in the future, one had to use the Academy's Arbitration Association as a stepping stone to join a more mysterious and powerful organization in the universe, the Stellar Arbitration Council. As a result, practically all students were eager to join the Academy's Arbitration Association. Joining the Academy's Arbitration Association not only meant status, but also signified tremendous power and limitless prospects. However, not every student could join the Academy's Arbitration Association. Each intake of students was limited, and only a few thousand were accepted. This was an extremely daunting ratio. Because each intake of students into the Stellar Academy consisted of hundreds of thousands, but only a few thousand could enter the Academy's Arbitration Association. Not to mention the members who held higher positions than regular members. Although Wang Teng had only obtained the position of an associate council member, he still had a long way to go to become a full council member. Nevertheless, being an associate council associate at least gave him the qualifications to become one, whereas for regular members it was unclear how many years of service were required. Is it possible that this is a compensation from the Academy? Wade suddenly suggested. After all, Boss has achieved a significant feat for the Academy, and the reward hasn't been given yet. It's possible, Yue Qiao regained her senses and nodded fervently. A reward, huh? Wang Teng shook his head, feeling somewhat disappointed. I would have preferred something more substantial. This title of an associate council, associate from the Academy's Arbitration Association, is just a mere formality. Look at what it says here. It doesn't come with any real authority. You shouldn't say that. Becoming an associate council associate means you have the qualifications to become a full council member. It's just one step away, and you have no idea how many people couldn't cross that threshold. You should be content with it, Yue Qiao said with a shake of her head, her eyes filled with envy as she scolded him teasingly. It's just an associate council member. Look at how excited you are. Wang Teng was speechless. Just an associate council member? You. Yue Qiao glared at Wang Teng indignantly. How pretentious. This guy should be struck by lightning. Don't get too worked up. Wang Teng waved his hand and said, Keep this news confidential for now. In case others find out, it might cause unnecessary trouble. Yue Qiao took a deep breath, calming herself down. She frowned, saying, You're right. I've heard that the number of slots for council associate elections is limited every time. You becoming an associate council member suddenly means that someone is displaced. That person probably hates you to the core. So you mean I've gained a new foe out of nowhere? Wang Teng frowned. He initially thought it was just a matter of jealousy, but now it seemed like he had indeed gained a potential enemy. In essence, he had taken away someone else's chance for promotion. That kind of grudge wouldn't be easy to let go of. If it was him, he wouldn't let it go so easily either. It's entirely possible, Yue Qiao replied. But I don't even know who the other party is. Wang Teng was speechless. Chapter 1888, 80% Death Rate, Nightmare Level. A Scheme 4. That's your problem now, Yue Qiao said with a mischievous grin. Those who can become associate council members must have considerable strength, and they're unlikely to be new students. So you're in for some trouble. Damn, this is such an unexpected situation, Wang Teng said, shaking his head. But now that you mention it, it does seem a bit strange. Being an associate council member doesn't grant much power. It's more like a qualification. Yet it has caused you trouble. Is this a reward? Yue Qiao pondered, looking perplexed. It feels rather odd. Could it be that someone didn't want our boss to become a council member directly, so they set up this hurdle? Wade suggested. Now that you mention it, that's quite possible. Yue Qiao furrowed her beautiful brows, her expression filled with suspicion. Could it be that someone didn't want you to become a council member directly, so they made you an associate council member? It satisfies the Academy's reward requirements and also puts a hold on you, a win-win situation. Everyone was smart, so they quickly figured out the internal dynamics of the Arbitration Association with just a few sentences and speculated about what was happening. So someone is plotting against me, Wang Teng squinted his eyes. He detested being manipulated by others, no matter who they were. He would rather not have this associate council member status than let someone easily manipulate him. I'm afraid only the 7 judges can do this. Yue Qiao's gaze turned complicated. She had originally thought that Wang Teng becoming an associate council member was a good thing, but now it seemed that it might not be. Given Wang Teng's temperament, being manipulated by others, even if it were the 7 judges, was not something he could easily swallow. The 7 judges? Wang Teng suddenly chuckled. I don't seem to have any connection with them, do I? You can't say that. You're a genius who has made it onto the star rankings, and there have been some rumors circulating outside. Yue Qiao hesitated for a moment. What rumor? Wang Teng asked calmly. Some people say that you will most likely replace one of the judges and become the new one. Yue Qiqiao took a deep breath and said, Me? Becoming a new judge? Wang Teng laughed. This was quite the flattery. He had no idea that people were talking about him behind his back like this. These are just some small rumors. I originally didn't take them seriously. But now? Yue Qiqiao shook her head helplessly. Some rumors weren't credible at first, but since they had appeared, there were bound to be people who felt uncomfortable, especially for those in high positions. This associate council member status has indeed become a hot potato. Wang Teng uttered with a light smile, This is an open trap that forces you to take it. Yue Qiao said, No, you're wrong. I can choose not to accept it. Wang Teng's expression gradually became serious, and he said calmly, You mean Yue Qiqiao's eyes widened in shock, looking at Wang Teng with disbelief? That was the Academy Arbitration Association. Could it be? I'm just about to go on a mission, so I'll set this designation aside for now, Wang Teng said casually. If I don't register with the Academy Arbitration Association, I won't be an associate council member yet. I'd like to see how they explain this to the Academy later. As he spoke, a sneering smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. But by doing this, you're essentially offending the higher-ups, Yue Qiqiao said with a sense of shock. Yeah, boss, Yu Wade also found this matter extremely tricky. Even with his admiration for Wang Teng, he had to admit that the Academy Arbitration Association was probably not something Wang Teng could afford to provoke. However, when he saw Wang Teng's eyes, he repressed his words. The pride in those eyes seemed unshakable by anything. He knew Wang Teng was an extremely proud person, and this pride was not superficial, but came from within, engraved in his bones. Such people couldn't be persuaded. They wouldn't bow to anyone, even if the enemy was terrifying. Don't worry, even if it's those few people. If they want to plot against me, they should be prepared to suffer the price. Wang Teng uttered calmly, Chapter 1889, Chance Encounter Rejected. 1 day later. Wang Teng registered at the Academy before heading to the 7th Stellar Academy's spacecraft port, at the edge of the 7th Stellar Academy continent. Standing here, Wang Teng couldn't help but recall the appearance of the divine-level Azure Dragon. As he gazed at the surging dark currents and the never-ending chaotic star sea, a sense of unease crept into his heart. Before coming here, he had never imagined that such terrifying entities existed beneath the chaotic star sea. He had originally thought that there might be some eternal stage star beasts beneath the chaotic star sea, at that was the maximum. However, reality mercilessly shattered his fantasies. He started to treat the chaotic star sea with caution. The universe was truly mysterious, and this particular chaotic star sea was unfathomable. There were undoubtedly many more places like this. Upon arriving at the spaceship port and clarifying his purpose, Wang Teng boarded an ancient warship. To traverse the chaotic star sea, one must ride on ancient warships, as regular spacecraft cannot withstand the turbulent impact of the chaotic currents. Of course, some special spacecraft could do it. The poison erosion world wasn't within the range of the chaotic star sea. It was located in an extremely distant part of the universe. Fortunately, there was a directional space teleportation array established between the 7 stellar academies and that area of space, which saved the students a lot of travel time. However, the space teleportation array was constructed outside the chaotic star sea and wasn't part of the 7 stellar academies. Major powers in the universe share the common understanding that they should not build space teleportation arrays at their core locations, as it could easily lead to problems. The continent of the 7 stellar academies was the core of these academies. Even though there were numerous powerful individuals here, they wouldn't build the space teleportation array here. After all, if there were problems at the core, the 7 stellar academies would be in danger of destruction. Wang Teng boarded a warship and waited for a long time before the warship vibrated. Boom. With a roar, the warship activated its protective shield and transformed into a streak of light, plunging into the chaotic star sea and navigating through its endless turbulent currents. Finally, we're on our way. Wang Teng stood on the deck of the ancient warship, his expression slightly solemn, the last time an eternal stage instructor was guiding him. At that time he was unaware of the existence of divine-level star beasts, so he felt quite at ease. But now, the more he knew, the more uneasy he became. He was afraid of unexpected incidents. However, he didn't dwell on it any longer, knowing that worrying about such matters wouldn't help. What was meant to happen would happen, and what wasn't meant to happen wouldn't. He withdrew his gaze and observed his surroundings. There were many students on the warship. They were all from the 7th Stellar Academy. Most of these people were seniors, while new students were few and far between, making up only a small portion. Moreover, they were often seen standing together with the older students. These new students were brought along by the experienced ones for a mission. It wasn't surprising. New students often lacked the strength to go on missions right away and typically focused on their cultivation within the academy. Only those new students with connections and influence would accompany experienced students on tasks. Many people were secretly watching Wang Teng. Wang Teng was not unfamiliar to many, including the old students. People appeared somewhat taken aback that Wang Teng, a new student, would choose to go on a solo mission. They gathered in small groups, whispering to each other. "Is that Wang Teng? I can't believe he's going on a mission. Yeah, and he's going alone. Doesn't he know how difficult missions can be? Going alone is too dangerous." Although Wang Teng had gained some reputation, there weren't many people who held high expectations for him. After all, no matter how strong Wang Teng was, he was still a new student. His displayed abilities might be top tier among new students, but in their eyes, he didn't measure up compared to the old students. It was too early to go out for missions. The onlookers hesitated, unsure whether they should approach Wang Teng. After all, they were going on a mission, not on a leisure trip, and not everyone wanted to bring along someone who might be a hindrance. What if they were too friendly, and Wang Teng suggested working together? How could they refuse at that time? It would be an awkward situation. It wasn't an impossible scenario. New students needed to seize every opportunity to improve themselves, and joining a group of seniors was naturally the best choice. The old students who were willing to bring along new students for missions usually had various reasons for doing so. It could be because they were known with the new students, belonged to the same faction, or had received substantial benefits in return. Otherwise, they wouldn't take a new student along for a mission, as it was often seen as a troublesome task that few were willing to undertake. Hey, isn't this Brother Feng Mo? Wang Teng spotted a familiar figure in the crowd, and his eyes lit up. When he came out of the freshman leaderboard, Feng Mo had also ended his duel with Reynolds. Although he was pushed down by Wang Teng and Lu Tian and was in 3rd place, this person was a formidable warrior who possessed mastery of 3 elements: water, ice, and lightning. His strength couldn't be underestimated. Originally, he came for Landon. However, since they were from different stellar academies, they naturally wouldn't be on the same ancient battleship. He didn't expect to meet Feng Mo here. Feng Mo had already noticed Wang Teng, but had assumed that they weren't familiar with each other. He was traveling with a few senior students and couldn't easily strike up a conversation. However, Wang Teng initiated to speak to him, causing Feng Mo's expression to stiffen. The senior students around him also displayed slight changes in their expressions, casting a curious glance at Feng Mo, Chapter 1890. Chance encounter rejected, too. They felt a little frustrated. What coincidence was this? Wang Teng knew Feng Mo. "Feng Mo, do you know him?" A young martial warrior who was the leader of the group asked using voice transmission. "Not really." Feng Mo immediately explained using voice transmission. "Since you're not familiar after exchanging greetings, just ignore him," the leader of the group said indifferently. "All right," Feng Mo quickly agreed. He had to heed the words of this senior. The senior was a warrior from a well-established faction that Feng Mo had recently joined. In exchange for the opportunity to accompany them on this expedition, Feng Mo promised him significant benefits. If he offended this senior, it would be a costly mistake. Besides, he and Wang Teng weren't acquainted to begin with, so there was no need to antagonize the elder for the sake of a stranger. Brother Feng Mo, I didn't expect you to go out for missions too. Wang Teng smiled and walked over. Yeah, Feng Mo replied with a cold demeanor, looking as if he didn't want any unfamiliar interactions. He nodded curtly. Well, what a coincidence. I'm on a mission too, Wang Teng continued, paying no mind to Feng Mo's attitude. He casually draped his arm over Feng Mo's shoulder as he spoke. Feng Mo's expression turned sour. There was nothing particularly coincidental about being on the same spaceship. Everyone on board was here for a mission. Brother, Feng Mo, you're going to the Scorpion King Star too, right? What task did you receive? Tell me about it. Our missions might coincide so that we can help each other, Wang Teng inquired. No need. Let's each do our tasks. There's no need for us to interfere with each other, Feng Mo replied coldly. That's not very friendly. We are all students from the 7th Stellar Academy. We are on the same side. If we meet students from the other Stellar Academy, we need to work together and not lose to them. Wang Teng continued nagging. Feng Mo's scheme to brush Wang Teng off in a few words completely fell apart. This guy was good at socializing. This must be junior brother Wang Teng. I'm sorry. We need to rest. Please feel free to do as you wish. The young man in the lead, who was observing Feng Mo's reaction, knew that he wasn't Wang Teng's match and promptly spoke up. Without waiting for Wang Teng's response, they walked away, displaying an attitude that completely disregarded Wang Teng. They clearly showed no regard for Wang Teng whatsoever. Feng Mo didn't even spare a glance at Wang Teng and was eager to distance himself. Wang Teng watched their retreating figures but didn't chase after them. He just felt a bit disappointed. Unfortunately, he couldn't learn more about their plans. But he wouldn't let go of Feng Mo. Such high-quality prey should be seized when the opportunity presents itself. If not for the fact that they were all students of the 7th Stellar Academy, he wouldn't have to be so cautious and could have acted directly after Feng Mo and his group left. Another team approached. A small hand slapped Wang Teng's shoulder. Junior Wang Teng. A clear and pleasant voice suddenly rang in Wang Teng's ears, causing him to turn around. He saw a petite figure standing behind him, smiling brightly at him. Wang Teng was instantly dumbfounded. This person was someone he knew. He scanned the back of the petite figure secretly and saw a few other familiar figures. There were 5 of them in total. They were the 5 elder brothers and sisters Wang Teng met in the ice crevasse in the chaotic Uncharted. The one who had just patted his shoulder was one of the female warriors, and her name seemed to be Tung En. However, it was clear that they didn't know he had appeared in the ice crevasse before. Seniors, you are? Wang Teng pretended that he didn't know them and asked, Haha, I'm Tung En, your elder sister. I've heard about your name for a while now. Since we happened to meet today, I came over to get to know you. The petite female warrior shamelessly sized up Wang Teng, smiling mischievously. Hello, Junior Wang Teng. I'm Bi Yao. A handsome young man walked up and greeted Wang Teng with a fist salute. Nice to meet you. Wang Teng quickly returned the gesture. Compared to the elder students who had been with Feng Mo earlier, these individuals seemed much more approachable. They were polite and courteous, showing no signs of looking down on Wang Teng. My name is Wei Na. Another yellow-haired lady walked over. Qin Quan, Yuan Bai. The others introduced themselves too. After getting to know each other, they engaged in lively conversation. Since the other group had come over to make friends, there was naturally no awkwardness. As they chatted, Wang Teng learned that these individuals formed a small team known as the Snow Child team and often collaborated, so they were very familiar with each other. At the same time, they were also heading to the Scorpion King Star for a mission. Wang Teng was somewhat speechless. This group of 5 couldn't seem to sit still. They had just explored an ice crevasse in the chaotic Uncharted, nearly losing their lives in the process. Yet not long after, they had come to Scorpion King Star for a mission. It truly epitomized the saying, life is about seeking death. However, the last time they had ventured into the ice crevasse in the chaotic realm had been in vain, as they hadn't obtained anything valuable. It seemed that they were eager to improve their strength, so they had no choice but to take on missions and earn points. They needed a large number of points to enter the chaotic uncharted. If they desired to get more points, they needed to complete missions. There were no better alternatives for most students. Missions were the only way to earn a large number of points. Other people who saw Tong En and the others actively conversing with Wang Teng displayed looks of surprise on their faces. Chapter 1891. Chance Encounter. Rejected. 3. The group of students who were with Feng Mo were also extremely surprised. It's them. The leader of the group muttered to himself. Leader Wandong, who are they? Feng Mo's expression shifted slightly. Tong En and the others quickly engage in conversation with Wang Teng right after they ignored him. This made him somewhat uncomfortable, so he couldn't help but ask. They're a fairly well-known team, and the identities of the people inside are not simple. Don't provoke them. Wandong's expression grew serious as he spoke. Feng Mo clenched his fist, feeling extremely resentful towards Wang Teng. He had just achieved the first place on the freshman leaderboard, only to be swiftly displaced by Wang Teng. He knew that many people were making fun of him. It wasn't easy for him to come out on a mission with a team of old students, especially on the Scorpion King star. He would be able to increase his ability. He had thought that, upon his return, he could surpass many new students. The next time he encountered Wang Teng, he would make Wang Teng realize who the stronger one was. Unexpectedly, this opportunity came during the mission. Fate had a mysterious way of working. Of course, in Feng Mo's eyes, this wasn't fate at all, but rather a case of unfortunate encounters. His hasty attempt to distance himself from Wang Teng was motivated by a small scheme. He didn't want Wang Teng to join their team and receive assistance from the senior students. However, he hadn't anticipated that, while his team refused to accept Wang Teng, another team would express interest in him. This left him feeling extremely frustrated. Mind you, he had paid a considerable price to join the team of senior students, including aligning himself with their faction and offering some benefits. Meanwhile, Wang Teng had done nothing, yet another team was actively seeking his inclusion. Why was the difference between them so huge? Wang Teng, are you interested in joining our team? After chatting for a while, Tong En finally extended an invitation. Wang Teng paused for a moment, pretending to ponder the offer. In reality, he had already decided to decline. After all, these individuals didn't seem to have much luck, and he preferred not to team up with them. I think I'll pass. I prefer to work alone. Wang Teng finally said, appearing somewhat hesitant. In that case, let's leave it at that. Tong En thought Wang Teng had agreed, and a smile appeared on her face. However, her smile swiftly turned awkward, and she looked perplexed.
What? You're not coming with us?
Bi Yao, Wei Na, and the others were stunned. They didn't expect Wang Teng to reject their invitation. Several of the new students who had wanted to join the senior students' teams for missions were stunned to see Wang Teng declining their invitation. It seemed like something wasn't quite right. He actually refused. The onlookers were equally astonished by the scene, their faces displaying disbelief. A new student had just rejected an invitation from the Snow Child team. Feng Mo's eyes widened slightly, and his previously stiff expression now appeared somewhat comical due to his astonishment. Wang Teng declined. Suddenly he felt kind of empty. What he valued seemed insignificant in someone else's eyes. He casually rejected it as if it were nothing. This kid, Wandong's face turned gloomy, and he felt a slight burning sensation on his cheeks. This new student dared to refuse an invitation from a team of senior students. Didn't this mean that they were worried for nothing? He had no intention of joining their team. They were just thinking too much. I'm sorry, but I'm used to working alone, and I'm afraid that joining your team might affect the harmony of the group, Wang Teng said, feeling a bit embarrassed by Tong En's reaction. He swiftly added an explanation. Well, that's quite a reason. Tong En collected her bewildered expression, looking at Wang Teng speechlessly. She wasn't stupid. She knew that Wang Teng was just making excuses. What puzzled her was why he had declined them. Was he looking down on them? That wasn't right. The 5 of them were only at the heaven stage, but they weren't weak. Their images within the academy were not small. Could it be that he didn't know their strength? Wang Teng, you're alone, and this is your first task. I'm afraid it will be very dangerous. Wei Na glanced at Tong En and helped to persuade him. She knew why Tong En wanted Wang Teng to join in them. It was about extending favor to him, hoping for his assistance later on. This mission to Scorpion King Star was related to that matter. If things went smoothly and they could get Wang Teng's help upon their return, they might be able to resolve the issue. Yeah, Wang Teng going alone is very dangerous. Join us. I'm not bragging, but our Snow Child team has substantial strength. You can look it up on the internal web to see what kind of team we are, the young man from the ape race, Yuan Bai, chimed in. Furthermore, our Snow Child team has a great atmosphere. We don't involve in a lot of internal fights. We cooperate and earn points together. We share benefits, and even if you're a new student, we won't look down on you. As long as you contribute enough, you'll get a corresponding share, Bai Yao explained. The onlookers were increasingly incredulous at the Snow Child team's enthusiasm. Had they lost their minds? Wang Teng had already declined their offer, yet they were eagerly inviting him. What happened to the dignity of senior students? Chapter 1892, Chance Encounter. Rejected. 4. Wang Teng's expression turned strange. He had a feeling that this team's enthusiasm towards him was a bit excessive. Did they know what he did to them? Were they trying to take revenge during this mission? Wang Teng couldn't help but think this way, as there was no other reason for these 5 people to be so unusually enthusiastic towards him. They seemed afraid that he might run into trouble. This didn't make sense. By the way, since this is your first mission, there should be a mission danger level assessment for you. What is your mission's danger level? Tong En asked. Nightmare level, Wang Teng replied after some consideration. Initially, he didn't want to reveal it, but he thought that disclosing his mission's danger level might make them reconsider their invitation. What? Tong En and her team stared at Wang Teng with wide eyes, all wearing expressions that seemed to say, "Are you kidding me?" Nightmare level. A freshman chose a nightmare level mission. Was he tired of living? The older students around them looked over as if they were looking at a monster. Nightmare level? Did this guy want to die? Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Tong En stared at Wang Teng's eyes, asking with uncertainty. No mistake at all. The Academy's notification stated, it's a nightmare level mission with an 80% fatality rate. When I first found out, my heart was pounding like crazy out of fear. Wang Teng replied, patting his chest and pretending to be frightened. Everyone looked at him speechlessly. Was that what being scared looked like? Could you be a little more fake? If he had truly been frightened, he would have given up the mission long ago. How could he still be here? Tong En and her team finally believed that Wang Teng had indeed accepted a nightmare-level mission. They exchanged glances, not knowing what to say to him. What were you thinking? You accepted a nightmare-level mission. After a while, Tong En placed her hand on her forehead, clearly exasperated. I enjoy challenging missions, Wang Teng replied with a smile. Well, it seems you have your plans. Since that's the case, we won't insist on you joining our team. Tong En shook her head regretfully. She had to consider her teammates' safety. Even though Wang Teng's nightmare-level mission might not reach the same level of hazard in their group, there was still some risk involved. She couldn't put her teammates in unknown danger because of her situation. This time, her teammates had already helped her a lot. For whatever reason, I thank you all for your kindness, Wang Teng said with a respectful bow. At this moment, he felt a bit guilty. He had taken advantage of them so much the last time they met. Was it a bit too much? Although these senior students didn't seem to have the best luck, they didn't appear to be bad people. However, when he remembered the hornless ice dragon pearl, Wang Teng's guilt dissipated quickly. Treasures belonged to the virtuous. The hornless ice dragon pearl was a gift from the elder. Even if Wang Teng didn't take it, they wouldn't be able to get it. No need to be so polite. Tong En waved her hand and reminded him, Scorpion King Star is very dangerous. Since you've accepted a nightmare-level mission, it will certainly be even more perilous. Don't take it lightly, and be careful." "I understand," Wang Teng nodded. Tong En and the others didn't say anything else. They shook their heads and left. They continued to speculate and discuss in private what kind of mission Wang Teng had accepted to reach the nightmare level. Also, he seemed very confident. Could it be that he could handle a nightmare-level mission with his ability? The more they thought about it, the more intrigued they became. As for Wang Teng, the expected dangerous situations didn't occur. He had a relatively uneventful journey. A few days later, the ancient warship arrived at the edge of the chaotic Star Sea, docking near the meteorite where Wang Teng had parked his spacecraft when he arrived. Around this particular meteorite, there were many other meteorites, forming a meteor belt of sorts. These meteorites had various purposes within the Academy, serving as spacecraft docking ports and being used for inscribing space teleportation arrays. Furthermore, each meteorite had its corresponding teleportation array, capable of transporting individuals to various locations in space. The spacecraft eventually landed on one such meteorite. Wang Teng and the others disembarked and headed directly to the space teleportation array. The space teleportation array was huge. It was carved on the ground of the meteorite and was highly complex. Wang Teng's gaze flickered slightly. This teleportation array was even more intricate than the one he had constructed on the Yuming planet and the Silver Ash planet. It seemed that the distance from here to Scorpion King Star was truly vast. Suddenly, his expression changed. There were attribute bubbles. Wang Teng immediately released his spiritual power and picked them up. Space 100, Space 120. Space 120. It's the space attribute. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He didn't expect to have such an unexpected acquisition by using the teleportation array here. Moreover, there were quite a few of them. In this wave he had collected over 5,000 points of space attribute value, which was quite a substantial gain. Space physique, 2,808 through 100,000 fourth rank. Many students were waiting nearby. Every time the teleportation array was activated, it needed a substantial amount of energy stones, so they had to wait until there were enough people. With Wang Teng and the others arriving, it seemed like the needed number of participants had been met. A universe stage martial warrior seemed in the air and loudly proclaimed everyone enter the space teleportation array, get ready, and prepare for teleportation. Yes. The crowd immediately responded and they all flew toward the array. After everyone entered the array, the universe stage martial warrior waved his hand and instilled force into the core. Boom. The space teleportation array was activated. A beam of light shot up into the sky. Within the array, everyone was enveloped in a bright white light and immediately disappeared from the surface of the meteorite. Chapter 1893, Strange Currents. Dragged in, a dazzling white light flickered. The Witch Tower Territorial Domain. Within a hidden teleportation array on a desolate planet, figures began to appear one by one. Wang Teng stood among the crowd, quickly adjusting to the discomfort of teleportation. This was a long-distance teleportation, and even though he had space talent, he still experienced momentary discomfort. However, due to his space talent, he recovered faster than others. Wang Teng looked around, his face showing a hint of surprise. This was an extremely barren planet, with endless stretches of brown earth covered in cracks and numerous meteorite craters. An invisible wind blew, causing sand to fly through the air. Looking up at the sky, he saw a completely unfamiliar starry expanse. A sense of unreality suddenly welled up in Wang Teng's heart. "The teleportation is complete. Quickly leave the teleportation array," a loud voice suddenly echoed in the ears of the group. Wang Teng immediately snapped out of his daze and looked towards the source of the voice. Outside the teleport array, a figure was sitting cross-legged with eyes closed, completely ignoring their presence. However, it was this person who had just spoken. Without any hesitation, Wang Teng moved quickly toward the edge of the teleport array. Just as he left the array's range, he felt the suffocating sensation of space. He immediately activated his force to create a protective barrier around himself. The others also left the teleportation array one by one and headed in a certain direction. They were acquainted with this place. Wang Teng, this way. Tong En and the others called out to him when they noticed that he was still standing in place. Wang Teng nodded and flew towards them, but before leaving, he glanced back and indeed saw several attribute bubbles floating within the array. As he moved farther away, he extended his spiritual power to collect those attribute bubbles. Space 250. Space 230. Attribute bubbles merged into Wang Teng's body one by one, causing his space talent to increase rapidly once again. This time, he obtained significantly more attribute points than before, a total of 12,300 points. Space Physique, 4095040 fields, 1004th rank Wang Teng Space Physique. Attribute skyrocketed to more than 40,000 points. He felt that his grasp of space power had gotten stronger. Gathering attribute bubbles before and after the teleportation had turned out to be quite fruitful. Wang Teng couldn't help but think that if he didn't have urgent matters to attend to, he could spend several days here collecting more resources before leaving. Unfortunately, his current situation didn't permit such leisure. He followed the Snowchild team and flew for more than 10 kilometers before he saw a spacecraft docking station. They boarded a medium-sized Eternal-level spacecraft and set sail. The entrance of the poison erosion world is still some distance away from this planet. We need to take a spacecraft there, Tong En explained. Take a break. It's at least an hour away. Wang Teng nodded and didn't ask further questions. He crossed his legs, closed his eyes, and began to rest. He wasn't resting. He was conversing with Roundball in his mind. Roundball, can you confirm where we are based on the starry sky outside? He asked. We're in a planetary sector in the north of the Witch Tower territorial domain. The spacecraft is heading. Roundball paused for a moment and exclaimed, Devilwood Star. We're in the Witch Tower territorial domain. Wang Teng was surprised. Roundball's tone seemed a little strange when it said the name of the planet. His curiosity piqued, he asked. Devilwood Star? What is that? It's a planet that has been completely ravaged by the dark apparitions. Hundreds of years ago, a devastating war erupted there, and all life on the planet became dark apparitions. Later, powerful individuals intervened, completely eradicating the dark apparitions from that place and restoring the dimensional rifts created by the Darkland. They also erased the spatial coordinates. However, due to the erosion of dark power, Devilwood Star is no longer suitable for habitation. Roundy explained with a solemn tone. It was invaded by dark apparitions? Wang Teng was astounded. He asked, Is the entrance of the poison erosion world on the Devilwood Star? It's possible, Roundball said. Help me gather information about Devilwood Star, Wang Teng said. Okay. Roundball responded and began searching for relevant information. Over an hour later, a solitary black-green planet hovering in space appeared before them. We're here. A voice echoed in their ears, and Wang Teng slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the simulated panorama of the spacecraft's front. This is Devilwood Star, Wang Teng thought to himself. Yes, it's indeed Devilwood Star, Roundball confirmed. Are you surprised? Tong En's voice sounded beside Wang Teng's ear. Not really. I'm quite acquainted with Devilwood Star. Wang Teng glanced at the petite girl and replied, Anyway, how old was she? She looked like she was in her teens, with a small stature and a youthful face, but Wang Teng knew she was definitely much older than him. She was a proper young lady. Huh. Did you already know that the entrance to the poison erosion world was here? Tong En inquired in surprise. The entrance of the poison erosion world was confidential. This kind of news wouldn't spread on the Academy's internal web. Those who knew about it were aware, and those who didn't would only find out if someone told them. Chapter 1894, Strange Currents, Dragged In, 2. Wang Teng smiled slightly, but didn't answer. Tong En and the others were becoming increasingly puzzled by his demeanor. Wang Teng's image in their eyes was becoming more enigmatic. This guy seems to know quite a bit. The spacecraft didn't linger and continued its flight towards Devilwood Star. It descended through the atmosphere, passing through gray clouds and mist. This gave the planet an eerie appearance, looking down from the spacecraft. All vegetation had withered, and there was no sign of any living creatures. This planet seemed truly dead. Many of the students on board had been here before, but they couldn't help but look grim. The threat of dark apparitions existed since ancient times and always posed a threat to the survival of the human race. Even though countless strong individuals had been born over the ages, they still couldn't completely eliminate the hidden danger posed by the dark apparitions. The spacecraft flew over the land and into the oceanic region. The ocean on this planet appeared lifeless as well, completely calm with no signs of any living creatures. The spacecraft flew low over the sea, creating ripples on the surface. Before long, a group of islands appeared on the horizon. The spacecraft landed on one of these islands. "We have reached our destination," Tong En said. Everyone flew out of the spacecraft and came to the island. Wang Teng scanned his surroundings curiously and realized that there were many people on this island. There were also buildings constructed between the distant mountains. "Those are the martial warriors stationed here from the 7 stellar academies," Tong En explained. The spacecraft flew away after sending Wang Teng and everyone else to their destination. They proceeded deeper into the island, arriving at a valley quickly. Within this valley, many buildings had been constructed and people were moving in and out of them, creating a lively scene. At the heart of the valley stood a grand hall. These buildings were mostly constructed by the students themselves, some serving as resting places, while others are used for trading. Yuanbai explained as he walked alongside Wang Teng. Wang Teng nodded, listening to the explanation while following Tong En and the others to the entrance of the grand hall. The doors to the hall were tightly shut, preventing anyone from entering or leaving freely. "Please stop." An emotionless voice came from the grand hall. "We're here for a mission." Tong En and the others were familiar with this place, so they were used to it. After reporting, they proceeded to input their information on the wall to the left of the door, causing a holographic screen to appear. Each of them entered their details. "Wang Teng, it's your turn?" After all 5 of them entered their information, Tong En looked at Wang Teng and spoke. Wang Teng followed suit, quickly inputting his identification information. Boom! With a thunderous sound, the doors swung open. Everyone stepped in, inside the grand hall. A soothing azure light filled the air, giving the impression of a dreamlike world as if they had entered another realm. Wang Teng focused his gaze and noticed a deep blue vortex ahead. The radiant light emanated from within the vortex. "Enter the poison erosion world immediately. You are not allowed to linger," a voice suddenly echoed within the hall. Wang Teng and the others couldn't determine its source simultaneously. 6 rays of light shot out from the darkness and halted in front of each of them. "These are tokens. When you return, activate the tokens, and someone will guide you out of the poison erosion world," the echoing voice spoke once more. Wang Teng and the others blinked and promptly accepted the tokens hovering in front of them. Tong En and the others were familiar with it, but this was the first time Wang Teng saw it. He examined it closely. The token was dark blue, and there was a complex set of numbers displayed on it. It was the ancient language based on Wang Teng's understanding. It should be the number 13587. "Let's go." After stowing their tokens, Tong En uttered a command and entered the azure vortex. Wang Teng didn't dare to linger around and quickly stepped into the azure vortex. Boom. Wang Teng felt the world spinning. The next moment, his vision turned black, and he appeared in a strange void. From the grand hall to this void, it all happened in an instant. They seemed to have entered a different world. Wang Teng glanced around, feeling somewhat intrigued. The void was filled with thick constellation poison force, distinctly different from the starry sky of the original universe. If poison element martial warriors were to train here, their progress would be much faster. The poison erosion world is roughly the size of a galaxy. To reach Scorpion King Star, you'll need to use your own spacecraft, Tong En said with a smile. Let's part ways here and head to Scorpion King Star individually." As they spoke, Chin Quan and the others had already taken out their spacecraft and were preparing to step in. "Take care." Wang Teng raised his fists at the five of them, watching Tong'an and the other ships vanish into the distance. Wang Teng's eyes flickered. Then he took out his spacecraft, the Devil Slayer, a universe-level vessel, and entered the ship. The spacecraft enabled and transformed into a streak of light, Round Ball, head to Scorpion King Star. Okay, Round Ball emerged beside Wang Teng and took control of the spacecraft. It sped towards a particular direction in the void. The Devil Slayer was extremely fast. After about half an hour, they were getting close to Scorpion King Star. Wang Teng immediately stored the Devil Slayer and changed to another heaven-level spacecraft to prevent attracting too much attention. Chapter 1895. Strange Currents. Dragged in. 3. As they approached the region where Scorpion King Star was located, he noticed numerous spacecraft in the vicinity. They emitted fluctuating spatial ripples as they gradually slowed down. Scorpion King Star. A massive dark red planet loomed in front of Wang Teng. He gazed at it through the spacecraft's panoramic view, a glint of determination in his eyes. "We've finally arrived," Wang Teng smiled faintly. After a series of twists and turns, he had finally reached Scorpion King Star. It had been quite a journey. "Wang Teng, we're about to enter the atmosphere of Scorpion King Star." Round Ball reminded him, the scenery in front of him flashed by, and Scorpion King Star loomed larger and larger in Wang Teng's vision. Scorpion King Star was truly a supergiant planet, with a diameter of several million kilometers. The closer he got, the more he felt its immense size. Finally, the spacecraft passed through Scorpion King Star's atmosphere and descended toward the surface. At the same time, several other spacecraft could be seen entering Scorpion King Star's atmosphere as well, creating sparks like shooting stars. Wang Teng stood in the control room, watching this scene unfold through the panoramic simulation. Boom, however. At that moment, he suddenly felt the spaceships violently shaking, as if something had struck it from above. Alert! Alert! A highly toxic vortex airflow has appeared 30,000 miles ahead. Please initiate an emergency landing. Please initiate an emergency landing. Urgent alarms blared within the spacecraft, echoing through the cabin. What's happening? Wang Teng's expression changed slightly, and he quickly asked, "I don't know what's happening. I scanned for any issues when we entered the atmosphere just now, and there didn't seem to be any problems. But as soon as we entered the atmosphere, we encountered this situation." Round Ball replied in a serious tone. "Can we avoid it?" Wang Teng asked. "No problem. We're not too close, and we have plenty of time to react and avoid it." Round Ball reassured Wang Teng under Round Ball's control. The spacecraft immediately changed course and fled in the opposite direction. After the course change, Wang Teng looked back and saw a gray-green vortex airflow rapidly spinning and approaching their location. The airflow was fast, sweeping toward them like a locust swarm. Moreover, that gray-green airflow seemed to possess extremely potent toxicity, making it difficult for ordinary creatures to survive within it. The other spaceships that had entered the atmosphere with Wang Teng had also sensed the presence of the gray-green airflow and were now attempting to escape. However, one of the spacecraft was too close and couldn't escape in time. It was directly swept up by the airflow. Boom! An explosion resounded. The spaceships lasted only 2 or 3 seconds within the airflow before it exploded, turning into a ball of flames. Several figures inside the spaceships tried to break free, but they were immediately caught by the airflow and couldn't escape. Ah, cries of agony were heard. These figures were all at the Heaven Stage martial warriors, but they got sucked into the whirlpool instantly. There were signs of corrosion on their bodies indicating severe poisoning. For regular warriors, once they were severely poisoned, they would lose most of their ability to resist. These Heaven Stage martial warriors were no exception. However, they didn't give up. All 6 of them released their strongest attacks and hurled them behind. Boom, boom, boom. The powerful force attacks struck the airflow, interrupting its rotation speed. Seizing this opportunity, they desperately broke free from the airflow. Wang Teng was somewhat surprised to find that one of them was a Heaven Realm Divine Spirit Master. It was this Divine Spirit Master who released a weapon that triggered a massive explosion, allowing them to escape smoothly. Only the martial warrior closest to the center of the vortex couldn't make it out in time and was completely engulfed by the gray-green airflow, unable to escape. From outside, all that could be seen was a cloud of blood bursting in the center of the vortex. Witnessing this scene, Wang Teng's pupils constricted in shock. He hadn't expected the gray-green airflow to be so terrifying. The 6 martial warriors who had managed to break free from the airflow didn't have time to mourn their fallen comrade. They desperately rushed forward. Faced with the threat of death, they unleashed their fastest speed, quickly catching up to Wang Teng's heaven-level spacecraft. The speed of this heaven-level spaceship is still too slow. Wang Teng's expression turned gloomy. Round Ball, can you accelerate further? Yes. However, the ship's engines will suffer some damage, Round Ball replied. It doesn't matter. It's just a heaven-level spacecraft. Wang Teng immediately ordered. Accelerate immediately. All right. Round Ball also understood the situation, with their lives on the line. A single heaven-level spaceship was nothing. It quickly increased the speed to the maximum, flying at an overload. Soon they managed to put some distance between them and the 6 heaven stage martial warriors. However, the gray-green airflow behind them seemed to be getting closer. Its speed increasing, it swept towards them like an unstoppable force. Tang Cheng. The 6 heaven stage martial warriors were horrified. The leader of the 6 martial warriors shouted. Among the 6 heaven stage martial warriors, one of them had eyes that burst with determination. He locked onto the nearest spaceships in front of him, stretched out his hand, and unleashed a terrifying spiritual power that formed a giant hand, grabbing the spacecraft. Boom! Wang Teng immediately felt the spaceships shake violently, and its speed suddenly slowed down. As a divine spirit master, he immediately understood what had happened. Someone had used spiritual power to grab hold of his spacecraft. Chapter 1896, Strange Currents, Dragged in 4. Bastard. He had a dark expression, and his eyes were filled with an intense murderous intent. These people were dragging him down. Let's leave. Let's leave, the divine spirit master who grabbed Wang Teng's spacecraft shouted. He crazily manipulated his spiritual power, using Wang Teng's spacecraft to rapidly close the gap between them. Wang Teng, you need to do something quickly. The vortex of toxic airflow is getting closer. Round Ball yelled anxiously. They could have escaped, but were dragged into this situation by others. It was extremely infuriating. Without saying a word, Wang Teng released his spiritual power, and a golden light flashed in the space. In the next moment, that golden light appeared in the outside world, only a few hundred meters away from the divine spirit master. It aimed directly at the man's neck, moving swiftly. The divine spirit master Tang Cheng was taken aback when he saw the golden light. But when he felt the speed of the light, a cold smile appeared on his face. Without any visible movement, a black light suddenly surged out from Tang Cheng's forehead and met the golden light head-on. A clash of black and gold lights erupted in the air. Clang, a clear metallic resonance echoed through the void. Crack, suddenly a cracking sound resounded, crisp and distinct. The golden light was shattered, cleaved into 2 halves by the black light that pierced through its center. With the high-speed propulsion gone, the golden light revealed its true form. It was Wang Teng's golden crescent blade. Last time, Wang Teng said that the golden crescent blade had reached its limit and couldn't be used anymore. His words had proven true, however, it had still managed to exert one last burst of energy. Right as the golden light shattered, another purple light abruptly pierced through the void and struck the back of Tang Cheng's head. "Be careful!" The other heaven stage martial warriors shouted in unison when they saw this scene. Their expressions changed. A cold glint flashed past Tang Cheng's eyes. The black light instantly appeared behind his head. Bang! Another muffled sound resounded as the purple light was halted in midair. However, it suddenly erupted into a ball of dazzling lightning. This purple light was the lightning brick. No, the lightning slap, huh? The contempt on Tang Cheng's face finally showed signs of change as the sudden surge of lightning disrupted his spiritual power, causing it to dissipate slightly. What kind of lightning is this? He couldn't help but be puzzled, and his expression turned grim. He immediately controlled his spiritual power, generating a powerful shockwave that instantly sent the lightning slap flying. This person's spiritual power is more powerful than mine. Wang Teng's expression turned ugly battles. Between divine spirit masters were quite straightforward. Whoever had the stronger spiritual power would typically have the upper hand. This divine spirit master had reached the heaven realm, and he was also a talented student from the stellar academies. He was powerful. Unless Wang Teng used all his skills, he wouldn't be his match with his cosmos realm's spiritual power alone. The gap between the cosmos realm and the heaven realm was immense. The golden crescent blade and the lightning slap were both thrown out. Wang Teng had no choice but to keep them. Tang Cheng sneered coldly. He had already figured it out. Although the person on the spaceship was also a divine spirit master, he was not strong and hardly his match. Moreover, he had sensed it earlier. There was only one person on that spaceship. They were lucky. They ran into an unfortunate loner. "Don't blame us," Tang Cheng muttered coldly to himself. He glanced at the increasingly closer vortex of grayish-green air behind them, and his spiritual power erupted. He accelerated forward using the spaceship's speed. Boom. Soon they caught up and landed heavily on top of Wang Teng's spacecraft. "Go!" Tang Cheng shouted at the other 5 people. They had been teammates for a long time and trusted Tang Cheng completely. Without any hesitation, they stomped their feet on the ground and released their force. Boom. The force impact released by the 5 Heaven Stage martial warriors caused the speed of the spacecraft to decrease again. The 5 of them used momentum to escape from the spacecraft and rushed forward. Wang Teng cursed instantly. A glint of cold light flashed in Tang Cheng's eyes as he flew away from the spaceship. His spiritual power surged to its maximum, and he forcefully pushed against Wang Teng's spacecraft. Boom! The speed of the heaven-level spacecraft decreased rapidly again because of this powerful thrust. Damn it! Wang Teng saw the cold smile on the divine spirit master's face through the panoramic simulation. His pupils contracted, and his expression turned grim. He didn't have the time to think too much. The spacecraft had already been caught up by the trailing gray-green vortex of air. The spaceship shook violently and couldn't continue forward. The powerful engine of the heaven-level spacecraft couldn't withstand the suction and turbulence of the vortex, and it was uncontrollably pulled into the turbulent air. "Wang Teng," Roundball shouted. "Go!" Wang Teng didn't hesitate, and immediately used a space flash to disappear from the spaceship, abandoning it to escape. He wanted to use space skills to leave this vortex, but the turbulent vortex disrupted the space around it. His space flash ability was interfered with no other choice. Wang Teng had to give up. His figure appeared within the vortex, and he activated his constellation forces to resist the vortex's pull. However, the toxic energy within the gray-green vortex completely ignored the resistance of the constellation force and infiltrated Wang Teng's body through his countless pores. Chapter 1897, Strange Currents. Dragged in. 5. What a strong poison. Wang Teng instantly felt the severe poison invading his body, and his expression became extremely solemn. Demon Lotus Poison Body, activate. He didn't think too much and immediately activated the Demon Lotus Poison Body to absorb the poison. A bewitching black lotus bloomed on Wang Teng's forehead. With the help of the Demon Lotus Poison Body, the poison was instantly absorbed and merged into the black lotus flower on his forehead. Boom. The abandoned heaven-level spacecraft couldn't endure the onslaught of the vortex anymore and exploded with a resounding blast. A shock wave swept out the vortex, momentarily congealed. Wang Teng's eyes flickered intensely. He tried to seize this opportunity to flee, but the explosion of the spaceship only blocked the vortex for a moment. The terrifying pulling force almost engulfed him again in the next moment. Wang Teng couldn't escape this mysterious vortex at all, and could only let it carry him away into the distance. However, those Heaven Stage martial warriors took this opportunity to flee far away, completely evading the grasp of the gray-green vortex. As the vortex moved farther away, those Heaven Stage martial warriors finally stopped their escape, landing on the ground and looking up at the sky with lingering fear that was dangerous. We almost died. Damn it, our fortune was awful this time. We encountered this trouble right after entering Scorpion King Star. Even Lu An died. Their expressions turned ugly. They kept complaining and cursing. Speaking of which, that unlucky guy should be dead, right? One of them suddenly asked. He must be dead. He got sucked into the airflow. How can he survive? The other person sneered. He looked at Tang Cheng and said gratefully, "Tang Cheng, we owe you this time, otherwise we'd all be dead." No need to thank me. If it weren't for a last resort, I wouldn't have done something like this, Tang Cheng replied calmly. Who said it wasn't, after all? We're all students of the stellar academies. What we did feels a bit underhanded. I wonder which stellar academy he is from, who knows? He doesn't seem very powerful, but he came out alone for a mission. Even without us, he would be dead. Running into this situation, he can only blame his bad luck. Fortunately, it wasn't a tough opponent. Otherwise, we'd be in big trouble. The others continued to speak, seemingly having accepted Wang Teng's death and showing no remorse or guilt in their tone. It was the necessary course of action given the situation. They felt that there was nothing wrong with this. Let's go find a safe place to heal and rest, the leader among them said, sounding somewhat tired. The others had no objections. The Scorpion King Star was full of dangers. They had just been swept into that vortex, poisoned and seriously injured. They needed to find a safe place to recuperate. The group immediately left the area and sped towards a dense forest in the distance. Before long, several spacecraft landed in the place they had just left. Martial warriors disembarked, spreading out to investigate the surroundings. I think it's the members of the Swift Wing team. It should be them. They are quite ruthless. They dragged someone down. Otherwise, they'll be dead. Yeah, but they're in a tough spot, too. It seems like they lost someone, and almost everyone is injured. The team's overall strength has significantly declined. Haha, that way we will have one less competitor. Chapter 1898, Ghost Venom Abyss, Eerie 1, as the saying goes. If you can't resist, then lie down and accept it. This seemed to be Wang Teng's current situation. He found himself within the vortex of the air current, and he had decided not to resist. He allowed the vortex to carry him away to who knows where. However, Wang Teng noticed that this air current vortex didn't seem entirely detrimental to him. After calming down, he clearly sensed that his Demon Lotus Poison Body was undergoing some changes after absorbing the potent toxins from this air current. He couldn't help but look at the attributes board Demon Lotus Poison Body. 680,000,000 it improved. Wang Teng's eyes showed a hint of surprise. He didn't expect that by absorbing some potent poisons, his Demon Lotus Poison Body would actually improve slightly. Although it was only a 40-point increase, it was a real improvement. Wang Teng was puzzled. It was very difficult to raise one's physique. Normal methods wouldn't be able to raise it. He wondered what kind of poisons were in this air current vortex that could accomplish something seemingly impossible. Knowing the incredible effects of the poison's power, Wang Teng naturally stopped resisting and actively started absorbing it. World Devourer. Wang Teng activated this divine ability. His body seemed to transform into a vortex, greedily absorbing the poisons from within the air current vortex. He stared intently at the attributes board. It's effective. Wang Teng was overjoyed, as expected. The Demon Lotus Poison Body attributes slowly increased. Little did Tang Cheng and the others know that Wang Teng hadn't died at all. He was thriving in the air current vortex. Not only had he survived, but he also gained some significant benefits. As time passed, Wang Teng had no idea how far he had been carried by the vortex. Eventually, it seemed that the air current vortex had come to a stop and was slowly dissipating. Wang Teng slowly opened his eyes and shook his head. Despite his efforts to resist the spinning force by closing his eyes, he still felt a bit dizzy. Very soon the dizziness subsided, and he regained his senses. He looked around him. His pupils suddenly contracted as he saw what seemed like a massive abyss ahead, extending beyond his sight. The low mist shrouded everything, making it impossible to see the bottom. Wang Teng hurriedly activated his real eye to take a look. He could only see about a dozen meters ahead before his vision was completely obstructed, and he couldn't make out anything below. The current from the vortex had not completely stopped, and it was heading towards the massive abyss. Wang Teng was frightened and started to sweat profusely. Fortunately, at this moment, the current's rotation had gradually slowed down. Without thinking too much, he immediately unleashed his force, propelling himself like a cannonball, breaking free from the restraints of the vortex. Tap! He flew for a few thousand meters before landing firmly at the edge of the abyss. He took a deep breath and looked around. What met his eyes were strange black rocks, jagged and abrupt, some of them hosting peculiar plants like thorns and vines that covered the rocks, creating an eerie appearance. In the crevices of some rocks, he spotted various types of centipedes, scorpions, and other poisonous insects crawling around. The rustling sounds were constant, sending shivers down his spine. This place is so eerie. Wang Teng furrowed his brows, feeling an extremely uncomfortable sensation in his heart. Standing at the edge of the abyss, he looked down where a swirling mist enveloped everything below. It came in various colors: green, gray, black, red, and many more. The fog was colorful, indicating it was far from ordinary mist. Wang Teng, this seems to be the far western region of Scorpion King Star, a highly dangerous, forbidden area known as the Ghost Venom Abyss. Round Ball's voice echoed in Wang Teng's mind. It hadn't been idle while Wang Teng was trapped in the vortex. Instead, it had been predicting the vortex's movement. Now that the vortex had dissipated and halted at this abyss, Round Ball naturally deduced their current location. Ghost Venom Abyss. Wang Teng's eyes flashed with curiosity. That sounds quite intimidating. Don't underestimate this place, Round Ball cautioned. According to various records, this chasm is filled with all kinds of poisonous gases and miasma, all gathering in one place. It's no small matter. Moreover, there are various unknown toxins hidden inside. Many higher-stage martial warriors who entered it ended up dead, not to mention you, a mere cosmos-stage martial warrior. So scary. Wang Teng was shocked. Indeed, you may be a poison-element martial warrior, and it seems you possess some kind of poison physique. But I advise you to be cautious and not let your guard down, Round Ball said. It always stayed close to Wang Teng, and there were some things it couldn't miss. Moreover, Wang Teng didn't deliberately hide these aspects, so Round Ball was very familiar with the force he controlled, and even had some understanding of his special physiques. Wang Teng nodded. When he had just arrived here, he sensed that this place was not regular and that there was a very dangerous aura pervading the surroundings. Naturally, he wouldn't take it lightly. By the way, could there be a reason why the vortex dissipated here? Wang Teng rubbed his chin and pondered. Perhaps the termination point of that vortex was originally here. Round Ball thought for a moment and said, Scorpion King Star is unique. It experiences many surprising celestial phenomena. What we experienced just now might be one of them. Chapter 1899. Ghost Venom Abyss. Eerie. 2. What bad luck. Wang Teng shook his head and his expression turned cold. But originally we could have escaped. It was those martial warriors who forcefully dragged me into this mess. Those people indeed went too far, and we can't let this go. Round Ball said, clearly upset about the situation. Wang Teng snorted and coldly declared, They must pay for this. I, Wang, am not so easily bullied. But they are all heaven-stage martial warriors, 6 of them, and there's even a heaven realm divine spirit master among them. Their strength is far superior to yours, Round Ball warned, sounding cautious. Even if you use all your trump cards, it's going to be extremely difficult to simultaneously deal with 6 heaven-stage martial warriors. You're right. Even if I use all my means, I can't handle 6 Heaven Stage martial warriors simultaneously. Wang Teng's expression shifted as he spoke solemnly. It seems my strength is still not sufficient. At this moment, he was starting to feel a sense of frustration. While he wasn't afraid to face Heaven Stage martial soldiers and could handle a single Heaven Stage martial warrior, dealing with 6 of them was a different story due to the significant gap in strength, not to mention Universe Stage martial warriors, especially those from the Stellar Academies. Each of them was a genius in their own right, and it would be extremely difficult to jump stages and defeat them. The main cause why he was able to defeat Devil Emperor Bear Brain on the No. 29 defense planet was because General Cameron had already severely wounded the opponent, and the opponent underestimated him, allowing him to take advantage. He had a powerful ultimate move, but he also needed to hit the target. If the Universe Stage martial warrior wanted to dodge, Wang Teng wouldn't be able to hit him with his ultimate move. Wang Teng only has the power for one move, nothing more. In summary, his victory at that time was the result of a combination of many factors. If any one element had faltered, victory would have been impossible. Wang Teng was very aware of this fact. That's why he didn't rashly confront the 6 Heaven Stage martial soldiers head-on. Even if he used the power of time, he couldn't instantly immobilize 6 Heaven Stage martial warriors at once. The energy expenditure for such a feat would be tremendous, and there was no assure it would work. Furthermore, once he revealed himself, he would become their principal target, and there was a high probability that he would be dragged back into the vortex or even sustain severe injuries. "What are you planning to do now?" Roundball asked. It knew Wang Teng wouldn't just let the matter slide. He would want to settle the score. However, how to proceed was the real question. "Now that we're here, I think I'll go down and take a look first. If I can boost my poison force, it's a good choice. With enhanced abilities, I'll stand a better chance against those 6 Heaven Stage martial warriors," Wang Teng said. "Be careful." Roundball cautioned briefly and fell silent afterward. Wang Teng's eyes flickered slightly, and he leaped downward cautiously. Puff. As Wang Teng descended, strong winds buffeted him, but the surrounding mist clung stubbornly, refusing to dissipate. These mists indeed carry a strong poison. Wang Teng murmured as he felt the poisonous energy within the mist, his look growing serious. Swoosh! Suddenly a breaking sound pierced through the mist. Wang Teng's eyes narrowed slightly, and he pointed towards the left, releasing a streak of light that pierced through the mist. Under the influence of the force, the mist was finally dispersed, revealing the situation ahead. A massive serpent, covered in iridescent scales, was rapidly approaching Wang Teng. It opened its huge mouth and spewed out a foul-smelling substance, even with a several meters distance between them. The stench was still clearly perceptible. Hiss! The giant serpent hissed and spewed a dark green viscous substance toward the earlier streak of light. A sizzling sound was heard. Huh. Wang Teng's look changed slightly. He used his spiritual power to control a cosmos-level flying dagger. He didn't expect it to be corroded by the serpent's venom. Fortunately, he was prepared for this. Another streak of light shot out from a different direction, spiraled around, and plunged directly into the serpent's gaping mouth. Hiss! The massive serpent's enormous vertical pupils instantly contracted. It gave a painful hiss and soon fell silent. Splat! The flying dagger pierced through the serpent's body, and its massive form began plummeting helplessly downward. Wang Teng released his spiritual power and pulled the giant serpent's body back. He wanted to study this thing. Its venom could corrode even a cosmos-level weapon, which was quite remarkable. He looked around him. A few attribute bubbles were floating in the mist. They were dropped by the giant serpent. Poison Constellation Force 2300. Rainbow Serpent Venom 500. Blank Attribute 3000. Rainbow Serpent Venom. Wang Teng was stunned. He had obtained a peculiar poison. This could be considered a unique skill originating from the rainbow serpent. The serpent he encountered earlier was called a rainbow serpent, a venomous serpent species found in the ghost venom abyss. Relevant descriptions and explanations appeared in Wang Teng's mind. Very soon, he grasped the method to release the rainbow serpent venom. Essentially, it involved using his poison force to mimic the venom structure and then release it. It was similar to the dark venom dust he received in the past. However, he noticed differences in their structures and toxins. This was akin to making poison. Even with the same materials, you could produce various types of poison. 1900 Ghost Venom Abyss. Eerie. 3. Compared to the singularity of materials required for creating poison, which necessitated the fusion of various substances to make a poison, the complexity of the constellation poison force was much more mysterious. It didn't require the fusion of other materials. Instead, it only required one type of force but could manifest in countless variations. However, this process was profoundly esoteric and intricate, demanding a deep understanding of the corresponding variations to release the specific toxins. It was truly amazing. A strange light sparkled in Wang Teng's eyes, and he felt like he had gained some insight. It seemed he had discovered a way to utilize poison force, but to release different kinds of poison, he would need to master various transformation methods, which he likened to formulas. Only by mastering these formulas could he find the answers. Ha ha ha, what a treasure trove this place is. Wang Teng muttered to himself, laughing excitedly. His eyes gleamed as he looked into the mist, knowing there were more poison element star beasts inside. Each of them could have different types of toxins. If this wasn't a treasure, what was it? Wang Teng's eyes lit up as he charged into the mist, activating the World Devourer and absorbing the toxins from the surrounding mist. He wanted to see if the strong poison in this place could improve his Demon Lotus Poison Body further. In no time, his Demon Lotus Poison Body had absorbed a substantial amount of mist, creating a vacuum-like area devoid of mist within a radius of 10 meters. As expected, his Demon Lotus Poison Body attribute rose again. Roar, however, at this moment there was a sudden roar from within the mist. The star beasts inside seemed to have been alerted. What's going on? Wang Teng was momentarily stunned before he could think further. The mist roiled violently, like boiling water. Various grotesque star beasts rushed towards him. Their eyes were now tinged with red, filled with desire, as if they had spotted something irresistible. Fuck, Wang Teng cursed instantly. How could there be so many star beasts? Could it be that he had attracted them somehow? He didn't do anything. All he did was absorb some mist, but they looked as though he ransacked their homes. Roar! The star beasts were rapidly closing in on him, their voices filled with madness as they raced forward, one after another. Seeing them getting closer and closer, Wang Teng immediately turned and ran. He was experiencing the joy of being chased by star beasts once again, reminiscent of the time when he was pursued by the chaotic beasts in the chaotic Uncharted. Indeed, life is about exercise. There were too many star beasts, and many of them were mid-tier Imperial level and above. There were even a few high-tier Imperial level star beasts. Dealing with so many of them at once was beyond his capabilities. He could only run away. While running, he also launched attacks. Flashes of flying daggers turned into streaks of light as they shot out, killing the mid-tier Imperial tier star beasts. The spiritual power of a Cosmos Realm martial warrior was powerful. Mid-tier Imperial tier star beast wouldn't be able to resist it. However, as his strength increased, especially after reaching the Cosmos stage, the benefit of his spiritual power gradually diminished. In the past, when he was at the Imperial realm, he could use his spiritual power to kill planetary stage martial warriors or celestial stage martial warriors, however. At the Cosmos stage, it was extremely difficult to kill a Heaven stage martial warrior. As one progressed in cultivation, the gap between stages grew exponentially. Spiritual power's benefit couldn't keep up with this exponential growth, causing it to weaken relative to higher stage opponents. However, he was confident that against opponents at the same stage, his spiritual power still had the upper hand. So, Wang Teng focused on hunting and killing mid-tier Imperial-level star beasts while avoiding any others, especially the high-tier Imperial-level star beasts. He would run as far away from them as possible. Bubbles of attributes floated out of the corpses of the slain star beasts and hovered in the air. Wang Teng immediately collected every one of them, not leaving a single one behind. Poison Constellation, Force 2000. Green Mist, Toad Poison, 600. Blank Attribute, 3,300. Poison Constellation Force 2,500. Blank Attribute, 3,300. Wang Teng didn't have time to take stock of his gains. Most of the attributes he collected were Poison Force and blank attributes. Occasionally, he would discover one or two poison element special skills, but they were quite rare. However, he couldn't afford to be happy for long as he noticed more and more star beasts enveloping him. There were 2 high-tier Imperial-level star beasts, too. They charged over from the left and right. Little White. Wang Teng immediately summoned Little White from his space fragment and landed on its back. He shouted, "Run!" Oh, Little White was taken aback. It hadn't expected this situation right after coming out, but its response was quick. It immediately spread its wings and flew forward. "Master, why is it that every time I come out it's like this?" Little White asked, feeling somewhat exasperated. "Ha ha ha, don't mind it, don't mind it." Wang Teng chuckled, surprised that Little White, who had never complained before, was now also rendered speechless by his actions. He consoled. After all, this is the only way to show your importance, right? In truth, Wang Teng had forgotten that Little White had never complained because it couldn't talk before, but now that it could, it would express its emotions. Little White felt that its master's words made sense. It felt good. It opened its mouth and gave a high-pitched caw, boosting its speed. Its speed was top-notch among mid-tier Imperial-level star beasts. It could even be compared to high-tier Imperial-level star beasts. Thank you so much for listening. That's the end of this episode. I'll see you all in the next one. Until then, take care and happy listening.